Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's live stream. It is Thursday, the 11th of June. And I hope you are doing well wherever you are watching this from. And today we're going to have another interesting stream. We're going to be touching on things that we were covering yesterday and been covering recently. Hobo Joe's in the house. Yo, yo, yo. Hope you are well, sir. And ready for another crazy, crazy day. And it is also Fear E Thursdays. So we're going to be finishing off the stream with a little bit of Fear Ray with mystery. So I hope you are ready for that, and you're strapped in, and you are also excited because it's going to be a fun time. It's going to be a fun time. So if you are able, say hello. Let me know who is here and who is hanging out today, who is lurking, etc., etc., etc. And yeah, we're going to be covering. Always ready for the crazy content. Well, like in regards to the craziness, I guess we're going to kick off where we also kicked off yesterday with the whole Belfast situation. Jags in the house. Yo, yo, yo. Hope you're well. Oh, Ninja Nurse. There we go. My theory is watching Mr. E make you harder. My theory is that watching Mr. E makes you harder. Everybody's talking about it. Everybody in the chat right now is so hot. It's all a Twitch Files day today as well. The Twitch Files. All right, so keeping the Twitch Files alive. So yeah, I have seen that it is getting quite crazy. Yes, not just everybody in the chat getting so hot. It's actually Belfast who's getting pretty fucking hot too. So if you weren't here with us yesterday, or if you haven't heard, like I'm going to do a BBC video on it, which will give it an explainer. But there was a Sudanese asylum seeker that went on a rampage in the streets of Belfast. Like I want to say like 2 days ago now, and like just attacked some like random dude. Oh, here we go. Live Jeff in the house. Notebooks out for Theory Thursdays. Okay, there it is. Everyone knows that union members are better in bed. I think there was a book written, like Why Socialists Have Better Sex or something like that. So like, you know, it's topical. It's topical. But yeah, if you're not across the Belfast situation, so Northern Ireland, there was a stabbing incident, like, and it's like brutal as fuck. Like it's something that you reserve for like horror movies when you have like people just slashing and stuff like that. And this guy was just like on top of some random, I guess. It doesn't seem to be targeted, and he was just like, you know, cutting his face, like slicing someone's face open with a kitchen knife. And I've done the math. Sure you have. And yeah, it was awful. But like obviously this has been pulled into the culture war argument between left and right, which is like, you know, either you're pro-immigration or you're anti-immigration. There's no fucking middle ground on this one, baby. And like the British version of this, like the UK version of this discussion is ultra like visceral, like what's the word, like it's a fucking tinderbox. Like one thing happens and they literally start burning the city down and rioting. Not to detract from the gravity of this situation, but like the response has been incommensurate, let's say. Like they're literally burning people's houses down and stuff like that. But like it does show you the anger that's out there. Like, you know, my position on the anger is that like a lot of it is obviously misdirected anger, and like this is an outlet for anger, but like people's dissatisfaction with society generally, again because of capitalism, but like, you know, it's like a particular type of capitalism, like neoliberalism, especially like austerity, and like no reinvestment in local communities, because like, hey, there's a debt crisis, so we don't spend money on people anymore. We leave them to fucking suffer, and in like immiserate, and then like they go fucking mental and they look for reasons. And so like, yeah, Belfast has just gone. It's gone down. Belfast has gone down, and it's unfortunate. But like, I would say for people that like don't believe that, you know, migration or asylum seeking is the silver bullet that some people think it is. Like, get rid of migration, get rid of asylum seeking, and like everyone's problems will go away kind of thing. For people out there that don't think, yeah, migration is some silver bullet, like, you know, you got to take what's going on seriously. There's no point sticking your head in the sand about this stuff and like pretending that like if you just like ignore it, it's gonna go away. It's not gonna go away. This will define 21st century politics for the next couple of decades, if not the rest of the century. We've seen this before. This exact same stuff was happening at the start of last century, or this time last century, and they didn't have the added bonus of fucking social media. So, you know, put that one in your little list of things. Did you put your funds into the One Nation Fund to fire the liar? No, I didn't. But like, I have seen that, like, that was it slogan circulating, fire the liar. Yes, so that's an interesting one. Like, should I have put my funds into that? I wish I had thought of investing at that at the right time. Man Han was one yesterday. Interested to see if he comes back today. Yeah, he was, actually. It's quite interesting as a case study in people's ability to actually have genuine conversations or just be completely antagonistic. So like, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. May not come back again ever. Only time will tell. I guess when he wants to be entertained, he'll come back. But yes, I observed that too. Something for the Twitch files to consider. The community over there was in strife yesterday, equivalent of Belfast burning over on the Twitch files. Ravy baby, hi, how you going? Hope you're well. Wookie, the British don't have to awkwardly say, get off my land, while Aboriginals stand behind them like Australians, so they don't have to worry about the guilt with their attacks. That's pretty funny, actually. Yeah, like, get off my land while they have an indigenous population. They are the indigenous population, right? I have woke up grumpy, apparently. Yeah, stop being woke and grumpy at the same time. It's good to have you, Ninja Nurse. How are you? The migration debate does nothing more than give license to secret racists to be less secret about their racism. Yes, it does give some people a license. I would argue yes. But like, there is a large number of people that define their politics on this stuff. And they're people that are fucking migrants themselves. And so like, it's not just all the secret racists out there coming out of the woodwork and like unmasking themselves. It's like a general, this is a political swell now. And so this is what I'm saying, like, you can't just sweep this under the rug and just be like, they're all racist, fuck them. Like, there needs to be, there needs to be a proper analysis of this and a proper, like, response to this type of stuff. Colonized your push or something like that. You're gay if you think immigrants aren't the problem. You're gay. Oh my god, that's so good. Soy boy with a bitch biscuit, aka man bun. Is that what it's called? A biatch biscuit. It's the fucking man bun. It really upsets people. Colonized your push something. Please keep calling us racist. We will win. All right. Calm down. This is what I'm talking about. All right. Mamupa, I get it. Calm down. I woke up so late and the Silent Hill fog sounds a bit right. I'd end up in Silent Hill though, lol. Not sure if I understand what's going on there, but I'm happy to read it out anyway. Surprise, Cole, Mummy, Gina isn't fully funding it. What happened? I need law? Oh, like, you know Han, right? Oh, it's colonized your pussy. Oh, right. Got it. Oh, that makes a lot more sense now. Hey. Oh, yeah, in terms of law, Han just came in yesterday and was just being really snarky and like I think he's just trying to upset people and then put in a bad analogy for why you shouldn't help people with a social safety net and comparing it to like letting someone drown and then giving them CPR, and everyone was like, that sucks. And like he got upset and fucked off. That's the lore. That's the lore. My general benchmark for these discussions is, what side are the neo-Nazis on? That's probably not the right side. Yeah, and it's funny, right? Han needed a cuddle yesterday. Yeah, he did. He needed one of those coffees that like female Ben Shapiro was talking about, where they hand you the coffee and they say, I love you. Everybody say, hey, colonize that pussy. Oh my God. Colonized. Actually, good thing I wasn't there then. Yeah. Well, he woke up on the wrong side of the bed, that's for sure, and he was pissing people off. 4AS, like always, likes to go toe to toe. But yes, where were we? Oh yeah, look, the neo-Nazi thing. Like, it's funny. Remember we saw our favorite banana boy, an actual neo-Nazi, and he was just like, the fucking migration debate is fucking excellent. It's a gateway for us. Let them talk about mass migration, and then we'll use that as a wedge to get our agenda on board. So like, I get it. It is definitely a tool for the neo-Nazis, but like generally though, there is a sentiment in the population, whether they've been brainwashed to believe it or not, or been told to believe it through, you know, series of posts and interactions or whatever from the mainstream media. They truly believe in this form of politics, and it needs a proper response, not just like, you're racist or you don't understand. It needs to be more compelling than that, way more compelling. If it's already been colonized, he has probably already extracted all the value. Oh man, tell us where the Nazis touched you, cuckold. LOL. Damn. And you're on kick and you're too afraid to write Nazis? Come on, bro. Who's the real cuck here? Fucking man up, Mr. Colonized your pussy. Don't be such a punce about it. I don't know, maybe I need to be on the far right. Supreme Queen Pauline gets a jet and Banana Boy gets a house gifted to him? Yeah, I know, fucking hell. We fucked this up big time, seriously. Like, we could have had a jet and been put on a property as well by like rich people who just like indirectly support Nazis, right? Kick censorship. Yeah, whatever, man. Whatever helps you sleep at night. Colonized your pussy. I've said it once and I'll say it again. First, it will start with the immigrants. Then it will move to children of immigrants born in one country. And then it keeps going. Anyone that has a darker tinge to their skin, it won't end. Look, that's what we're talking about. I get it. And that's what fucking Banana Boy said. He said it. That's exactly the wedge we need. And like even Rupert Lowe, we were saying, like the more hardcore version of Nigel Farage in the UK, he was like, yeah, fucking, we should get rid of people that are born of migrants too. Like, go back and like send them back to where they came from. Fuck them. So like, yeah, okay, it's definitely a wedge, but I don't know how else to express this concern. But like, if you don't have a response that's beyond just like meeting anger with anger, then like it will develop into what you're fearing, I think. Yep, that's right. All you non-whites gotta git. What's git? Yep, all non-Euros gotta go back home. There it is. LOL, delete harder. Okay. You do you. Different color skin. Nah, even a tiny accent. Yeah, fucking, they're the worst. Hey, what type of accent is that? Get out of here. All right, that's enough. Okay, let's get a fucking a catch up on this situation, just in case you weren't with what did I miss with Han yesterday? Nothing. Like, if you just had to read what he was saying, like he was just being antagonistic for the sake of it. Like, sometimes he will engage, but like he was just being antagonistic and it was just pissing people off. And then like he got upset, like really butthurt when everyone was started laughing at his pretty bad analogy, and then he took off, I guess. Nope, that's it. I'm going to get Han rage today. My vape died and no cash. Ooh, perfect storm, bro. Perfect storm. Good luck to you. My God. A majority of the nursing staff that work in my hospital are either immigrants or born from immigrants. I want to see how all these well-to-do old white men and women will survive after having their heart attacks without these migrants. Yeah, well, that's why we got to have a good response for this, because like everybody will suffer for the sake of some people that have been like, I would say majority of people have been kind of misled on this issue. But like there are some people that are just like fucking completely nefarious about it and antagonistic. But like, yeah, we all lose out because the current is not dropping. It is picking up momentum. So you got to do something about it again without just being like, all right, well, fuck you then. Good luck without them. Bloody nurses, LOL. Should have had a wank instead. Could have relived some tension. Are you talking about in relation to Han? I think he needs it. All right, let's catch up, shall we? Let's do this. Let's do this UK style, baby.
Hello. Houses and vehicles have been torched in Belfast overnight.
I think Han... Oh my God. That's so true. Actually, considering what we witnessed yesterday, he probably was, actually, right? I think Han wanks while he's trolling. That's the thing, isn't it? He was probably getting off on it massively. That's fucking nail, head, full alignment struck beautifully there.
Hello. Houses and vehicles have been...
4IS, yo, yo, yo. How you going? We're talking about your favorite person, Han, actually. Saying Han was on fire yesterday and just giving Ninja Nurse the law. I think Jag summed it up well. You might want to read what Jag just said. 4IS. Oh, Gummy Cheese Wing. Yo, yo, yo. Smoking the revolutionary ganja. What's up? Not much, man. Not much. I hope you are well. Enjoy your smoke. And we're catching up on fucking Belfast. Seeing what's happened. It's gone pretty wild. Do you remember yesterday? Okay, so yesterday when we were watching the Belfast situation, we were watching the politicians like cycle through the news and being like, look, we get it. You're upset. But if you go outside, just don't burn anything down. For fuck's sake. Please. Don't burn anything down. They obviously didn't get the message, it would seem. I'm a frequent crash outer, so I can't judge. Okay. Well, this crash outer is potentially getting off on it. So maybe not so much of a crash out after all. I think we've figured it out.
Hello. Houses and vehicles have been torched in Belfast overnight. Some families were forced to leave their homes after a number of demonstrations turned violent. Northern Ireland's First Minister said masked men were burning families out of their homes. The protests came after a knife attack in the north of the city, which left a man seriously injured in hospital on Monday night. A Sudanese man's been charged with attempted murder and is due to appear in court later. Dan Johnson is in Belfast and sent this report.
The world is healing. Irish are burning things again. Oh my God.
This is what a small minority of people in Belfast considered the best response to a serious stabbing. Homes were targeted and burned. Families had to be led to safety through the flames, rescued by...
Yeah, Randy Marsh finally getting back to prawn sort of explosion for Han yesterday. Yeah, that's probably why he tapped out at one point, because he probably passed out. Oh man, so good.
Emergency services risking their lives in the most dangerous situation. It's what the authorities
Dude, like, I know like this
sort
of stuff is just like, it's just what happens in the world, and I'm looking at this from my safe Australian perspective kind of here. But like, oh my God, like, what the fuck? Like, could you imagine if this happened in Australia? Like, people went fucking so nuts because something, I don't know, sparked civil unrest, that people started burning people out of their homes, and like police were like escorting families out of burning houses. Like, imagine if the Sudanese of Belfast got together and started burning people out of their houses. Like, that'd be it. Western civilization would end right there. And, like, the response, like, this person's done something atrocious. And so, like, what do? We're just going to burn people out of their houses. And, like, this is the fucking crazy thing about it. Like, these people aren't just migrants. They're, like, people that have been probably in Ireland forever. Like, they're just going after fucking everyone and burning people out of their houses. It's crazy. We might have an interesting story on Monday. One Nation is having a conference in Moore Park in Melbourne tomorrow, and the Vic Socialists are planning on crashing it. I do like that it was 200 to go to the One Nation meeting and 2,500 to have a meet and greet with Pauline. God damn. Hey, 2,500. Oh, yeah, let's crowdfund that. Hey, shall we all chip in 2,500 so hobo joke and go and meet Pauline? Yeah, I've seen that episode. Yes. Yeah, it's nuts, to be honest. Time to smoke up. I'm on 3 hours sleep. Whoa. The Sudanese are blind on Toowoomba, for example. Okay. I could see that in Queensland if they banned 4X. That's it. We're burning people's houses down. Why is Dilemmas charging so much? Outrageous. Yeah, Dilemmas. I wonder if he has a response to that. I wonder if he can afford a ticket to go. Maybe that's why he's not here today. He's catching the plane. He's on the road. Someone in Victoria Socialists have gotten a hold of a speaker used in horse racing and have rigged it up to use at the rally. Lovely. I was thinking exactly the same thing. Let's crowdfund and send a sleeper cell. Fuck yeah. I will go, but you guys have to pay for me to get drunk first. Pay for Mystery to meet Pauline. Wear the mask. Bro, if she comes to Sydney and there's a meet and greet, right now, why is the spectre of Mao always behind you, Pauline? Whenever you're working hard and doing late nights in the office for the Australian people. Just someone that's going to ask her some really hard questions, ask her enough questions that she'll make an idiot of herself without anyone's help. We're paying for more than just drinks. All right, let's get back to this. Like, honestly, I know this is very much ingrained in their culture, like smashing things, breaking things, like all that sort of stuff. But like, they are burning out people's houses. Reportedly, because they're trying to get to migrants. They're like, oh, look, this house probably has migrants in it. Probably. This isn't like a Palantir style AI sophisticated operation where they know exactly what living room these people are in. They're just like, that house over there, pretty sure it's full of migrants. Get them! And they're like burning them. It's fucking mental. Talk about joining One Nation to her. Whoever Geordie's, I'm getting pegged by Paulie. Huh. Ask her in depth about her policies. Imagine. This stuff used to happen to my family, so I try to avoid this subject. Well, fucking... this is what I'm saying. Like, we're not going to avoid, like, used to happen to your family. Like, this stuff is on the menu, boys, for the next couple of decades. I would say we better have a good response to this that is, like, I would say class-based. Like, it's got to be like the fucking problem. Okay, you might feel like it's coming from here, but really there's some forces that are orchestrating this whole situation and putting some pressure on you. Like, fuck me dead. And like, you know, let's just say you got rid of the problem, right? You burnt them all out. You're not getting any better. There's no relief after that. It might be therapeutic for some, cathartic, but no, you're not getting past that. Like, once the flames burn out, the problem is still there. It's something else. No, I'm saying personally avoid commenting on it because it's too close to me. Yeah, fair enough. But like, it's coming back. Like, the stuff that has happened in the past, it's back on the menu, boys.
Dangerous situation. It's what the authorities feared all day, what they warned against and pleaded not to see. The condemnation came quickly and was widespread.
Driving people from their homes, attacking their property, Attacking the police themselves is not acceptable and is not excusable in any circumstance. And I would appeal to people that there's nothing that they are doing now which is going to help the gentleman who was so great.
Present teacher was getting a cortisone shot. Getting old is great fun. Damn, cortisone. What happened? Hope you're alright. Some hardcore pain relief. It never left, but you know what I'm saying. Oh, wait. What? I'm not able to participate impartially to facilitate discussion. Yeah, hey, look, I know it never left, but okay, it's definitely more prevalent and seems to be more acceptable, let's just say. 25 minutes into stream, I'm slow today. Didn't you say hello already? Unless I'm missing something. Oh, wait, you're getting censored. I expected that one to get censored. What did you say? I'm sure it was great value. My genetics tell me to view the IRA with nostalgia. Okay, well, like, you know, you could wish that, like, that's some violence you can get behind, right? Because it's like national liberation. Like, at least they were fighting against the machine or something like that. There was some solidarity, commonality in that one. This is, I would say, largely displaced aggression. Like, people have the right to be upset with how society is going. I just think this is a scapegoat. I'm sure there are some issues there that definitely need to be fixed in migration policy, in asylum seeking, the way they vet people, all that sort of stuff. I'm sure could be refined, perfected even. But like, the displaced anger is something else. Like, people are fucking upset at the moment. And they're looking for answers. Are you not entertained? Should tear. Shoulder tear. I've been putting it off for years, hence my long service now. Ah. Yeah, right. Yeah, fuck. Oh, good luck to you. Good luck to you. Oh, by the way, we wanted you before because we wanted to ask if you heard about the One Nation, what is it, convention or something that's happening? Where was it? Who said it? Hobo Joe, I think. Yeah, One Nation conference in Moore Park in Melbourne. $200 buy-in or like 2,500 meet and greet with Pauline Hanson. Wondering if you had heard about it and if you're getting tickets or interested in crowdfunding someone to go along. I'm thinking of sending Hobo Joe, but we've got to pay for additional expenses, if you know what I mean.
Injured. There's not excusable in any circumstance. And I would appeal to people that there's nothing that they are doing now which is going to help the gentleman who was so grievously injured. He has had life-altering injuries and is now in hospital. There's nothing that they are doing that is either helping him or his family.
It wasn't just homes. Cars were also torched by young masked men in these predominantly unionist streets. But the target here was immigrants, and the message to entirely innocent...
I wonder why they had to put that statement in. Like, I don't know enough about UK politics or British politics, but they're like, in majoritively unionist streets. Like, these are people that actually support the UK and like want to be part of the United Kingdom, I guess. And so, like, oh, even they are rebelling. Like, it's not like Irish nationalists or freedom fighters or something. Like, these are people that are even like the UK and they're still burning shit down. Fucking mental. I hadn't heard that yet. I did hear One Nation raising $1 million to fire the liar. Yes, I think Hobo Joe talked about that as well, actually. Not helping? Question mark. I don't know. Spandog, how you going? Can you just like, what do you mean? Like, what she's saying? Like, what that woman was just saying then? Punter Mutual Aid to do some boots on the ground reporting. Yes, punter. Yeah, for another punter, right, Ravi? She's just the common punter. $2,500 to meet and greet.
Families was, you're not...
Seems like you're listening. Seems like you're listening and reporting on it now, love. Only took a riot. Well, what's your position on this? I thought you were like always anti-violence. Like when that stuff happened in Sydney with the Herzog thing, you were so like, you were very, very like, hey, This is unacceptable. Violence is never the answer. So, like, I'm assuming, like, you don't find this, or you find this stuff distasteful, I guess. British are good at whinging, whining. Watching them actually take actions offends their good senses. Alright, back to it.
In the north of the city, more people were forced to flee, including an African family who've lived here for 20 years. Northern Ireland's First Minister, Michelle O'Neill, said in a statement, groups of masked men burning families out of their homes is nothing less than disgusting cowardice. This has nothing to do with community, she said. This is outright thuggery.
Outright thuggery. It's a good fucking word, isn't it? Thuggery. Oh yeah, this behaviour is terrible. Morning, peeps. Solar Bear in the house. How you going? Hope you're well.
This all began on Monday night with a knife attack in the street which left a man in his 40s with severe injuries and in a serious condition in hospital. Others nearby tried to stop the stabbing, and police arrested a Sudanese asylum seeker in his 30s who reached Northern Ireland via Dublin 3 years ago. He's been charged with attempted murder and will appear in court here later this morning. Despite officials pleading for calm, crowds started to gather in some places in the early evening. On Newtonards Road, around 150 masked men blocked traffic, then set fire to bins, making burning barricades.
Hey, see them all wearing black? Hey, well, I know what you're all thinking. Trans-Tifa. Definitely Antifa, right? They're the only people that wear black and go and do destructive things. I knew it.
A bus had to be abandoned and was then engulfed in flames. Firefighters came but didn't approach the crowd. Police officers also stood back for a time. Then the crowd moved round the corner and focused their anger on houses where they believed migrants or asylum seekers may be living.
This is one of the side streets just round the corner from where the bus was set on fire. This is where people's homes were targeted. They're still damping down here. It's clear just how much of a risk there actually was to people's lives.
There were peaceful protests in other parts of the country. This was Glasgow last night. And this was Southampton, where Henry Novak's killing and his murderer's sentencing was the backdrop to this round of racial unrest. In Northern Ireland last night, that spilled over into pockets of violence.
She's a wee bit of rioting, governor. Just a wee bit. What the fuck, that's not helping anyone. Go march. Well, people are upset. People are fucking upset. But how do they direct their energy? Maintain your rage and enthusiasm, as they say. They then gathered at the local kebab shop for dinner. It's so true. They went and got some curry, vindaloo maybe, butter chicken, not sure. Yeah, but they fucking had a bit of a riot, got pissed, and then went for a kebab. Smashed a kebab. So good. I think everyone should just have a trip on the sex flotilla to calm down. Are you allowed to openly advocate for the sex flotilla? Hey? Outrageous. Outrageous.
The concern is we may see this in more places and it could continue over the days to come. The authorities are insisting these scenes must not be repeated. Dan Johnson, BBC News, Belfast.
I think there was like a Tesla and a BMW getting burnt there. Eh? Like these people. Who's living in this area? Yeah, those men are getting butter chicken, garlic naan, and samosa. But only if it's meat. None of the veg shit. Yeah, please. Thank you. Fucking veg stuff. Culturally inappropriate, of course. Alright, so here it is. I just want to get some people witnessing this stuff. I want to hear them out. I listened to a couple before, but I didn't get to finish it. This is Sky News, the parent company, not the Sky News Australia, unfortunately. For some.
And you're seeing firefighters, gosh, really having to help evacuate people. You know, we're talking about burning homes here. Children being moved out by the police. People really just unbelievably caught up.
Look how
in
small
this.
that
This
kid is. Pretty fucking crazy,
streets in
man.
Belfast, pictures taken late last night, just highlighting the scale of what was happening.
Children pulled from their homes and put into the back of that ambulance. Children caught up in this.
Fucking crazy. So yeah, like, so the reports go, the protesters were kind of just like, oh, I think I know where some people live, some migrants live. Let's just go fuck it and let's go burn them out. I guess, like, you're hunting and you're using fire to like get people to come out of where they're hiding. It's fucking mental. I don't like how they express it, but they're 100% right. 21 years because he had a legal right to carry that knife is ridiculous. He had a legal right to carry that knife. Who had a legal right? Like, this guy here in Belfast was allowed to carry the knife? Is that what we're talking about? Pretty crazy stuff, man.
I have been having a conversation with the owner of that property, the occupant of that property, who had to make an escape out the back. She says there were children here. It was a terrifying experience. She is from Ukraine. She has fled war in Ukraine and seemed fairly okay, actually, about what happened here, about what she endured, given her circumstances of where she has originated from. But let's have a listen to part of that interview now.
Do we got Ukrainian asylum seekers? I'm not sure if this is who they were supposedly going after. Like, here's the collateral of it. Escaped Ukraine to come to get burnt out in fucking Belfast. Oh, the riots kicked off after the Nowak trial. Talking Nowak stabber. Oh, right. Yes. Okay. Not the one that just happened. I thought, like, you could legally just walk around with kitchen knives or something in Belfast. I thought that's what you meant.
Someone said, like, the fire opposite to mine on fire, and then, like, it all, like, kind of blew up because of the cars in between, you know. Yeah, and, like, my front door was on fire as well. I mean, the house inside isn't damaged. It's more like the front of the house.
And were you in the house at the time?
Yeah, I was in the house with my dog, and I had to, like, escape through, like, the back door.
Literally stood right over there and watched the whole house go up.
How are you feeling about that?
I've lost a home, man. 13 years out here, and that's gone. The house is wrecked, man. The whole house.
It's fucking hard to understand him. Is it just me? The house is wrecked, man.
13 years out here, and that's gone. The house is wrecked, man. The whole house is completely destroyed. From top to bottom, it's literally all gone.
And did you see footage of, I mean, you were standing across the road watching it happen?
I seen the car was here even before it went up. It was a real car, and I seen them lighting it, and I told them, this is my house, this is my house. I knew it was going to catch fire. And
so they were setting fire to the car, but then clearly
here,
then...
And then that one there, and then it was a red one, it caught fire the whole house. It was all the sparks and all flying. It was actually the door went up first, and then I knew straight away that was it gone.
Was there anyone in the property at all?
No, the property was completely empty, no. That's what it says, I was standing there watching it. And literally told them before they lit the fire, I says, this is my house here. I'm sure they didn't care anyway, did they?
What's your message to the people who have wrecked your property? And
They've done it one of their own. One of their own. I understand they're all angry and all that, but...
Did he just say one of their own, Ryan? This is one of your own. I understand you're angry, but... Interesting. Poor dude. Like, what the fuck? This is my house, bro. Don't set, like, this is the problem. Like, I know this is a weird point to make, but, like, can you see how close the house is to the street? Like in Australia, and we were talking about building standards yesterday. In Australia, our planning standards are usually you have a greater setback from a street where vehicles and the public at large are. You have a greater setback because of things can happen. Like people could even ram into your house like accidentally or whatever and cause great damage. Like this is the part of the separation between like dwellings and like the public sphere that we have in Australian planning. And like this guy's like, he knew it. He said it. You fucking set that thing on fire. My house is right there. You're going to burn my fucking house down. And they were like, yep, got it. We're still going to burn it down anyway. Fuck you, brother. Sorry, Ireland, but if that's the best attempt at English you've got, then just give up. Not going to lie, all I heard was Limmy. The rest of us use things to talk called our tongues. Oh, man. Fucking hell. To park our boat. Is that a reference to something? I don't get it. Talk and other things. And other things. Poor bloke though, seriously.
What's your message to the people who have wrecked your property? And
They've done it to one of their own. One of their own. I understand they're all angry and all that, but I've just lost a home, so...
Actually, last night, it was a very bad moment of my life. Again, saying whatever happened. I was in my house with my children, and the smoke came in. And then we were obliged to switch off, to close the window to prevent the smoke going in. And then my kid started to ask me, Daddy, where is smoke coming from?
And that was smoke from the bus?
The smoke from the bus which was burnt yesterday.
And did you know at that stage it was from the bus, or was there confusion amid that moment as well?
I knew the tension which was in the city. I didn't know that already the bus took fire. I didn't know how to tell the children. My children have 2 boys and 1 girl in the house. They saw the smoke coming in. I couldn't know what to tell them.
And you know, this is your street here, or nearby your street. It's like something, as I say, from a war zone. I mean, how are you feeling about this? This must be really emotional for you.
It's horrific. It's terrifying being on the street at this time, and it's like a war zone, as you can see. But there's no justice where we live, and unfortunately, you see, myself. I'm sorry for whatever happened. I sympathize with the family and I pray for the recovery for the victim, but we don't support violence. And my call is to see if we can be together, live together, and support each other instead of fighting against each other.
Oh, I don't know, man. That's not really the current climate. People coming together. Property damage, blame immigrants. If we didn't have immigrants to begin with, we wouldn't be protesting and damaging all your properties. Logic. There it is. This makes me so sad and it breaks my heart. This is not the way. Imagine leaving your country and home for this exact fear and then thinking you're safe and having it happen anyway. Yeah, not the way, brother. Like, honestly though, like that chick from the Ukraine, she's like, I've come to seek asylum in Belfast to get away from war. And like her house is going basically being trashed. Like it's what is happening to many people in the Ukraine at the moment. Their houses are being absolutely trashed right now because of the conflict. And it's like, is that the guys? Is that what was going on? They were just like, oh, that's where all the fucking asylum seekers are. I don't think that was the type of asylum seeker they were looking for. They're not the right color, if you know what I mean. What's this? Oh my god. Never forget, after the March for Australia, they all went to Yum Cha. Dude, that is fucking hilarious. It's so good though, isn't it? It's delicious. Like, that's what you do. Hey? That's what you do. Go enjoy the cultures. It's so good. Why not? Yum Cha is pretty much Australian anyway, so fuck you. What are you gonna say about that? That's so good. False flag. Dun dun dun. Yes, they did. They all went and got black bean and honey chicken. That's hilarious. Now, this one, I've only pulled this up. I don't want to watch the whole thing, like, unless it's really good. Like, I pulled this up because someone made the comment yesterday, cough, cough, Jag. And it was like it was astute. And it was like, well, because what we were watching the mainstream
The reason
media.
I think that a black person kills a white person, we have right.
Like, cope hard on this situation and being like, I'll tell you whose fault it is. It's Elon Musk's fault. He started this, and so did Tommy Robinson. And we're like, can you really blame Elon Musk for what's going on here? But like, I do have a feeling that that's what is being construed by the mainstream media on this one. I found 2 videos of almost the identical length from mainstream media outlets in the UK that are just like, who's really behind the riots in Britain? And there's like a picture of, Elon Musk and Tommy Robinson, like, kind of thing. And like the 2 organizations with like almost exact pieces of content and titles. But like, is there some type of credence to say that, yeah, Elon Musk with his platform, his social media platform, is bumping stuff up? Like Nick Shirley in the past been given bumps by Musk. Is Musk giving bumps to people that are inciting, riots or reactions to events that are occurring? Is he giving them bumps in the algorithm? Not even outside of like the posts that he does himself, which like are like, oh, it's time to fight, get out there, and there's no time like the present, kind of thing. Like, he's personally inciting stuff with his rhetoric, but like, is he using his platform as well to incite violence? And like, if there is some fucking evidence to support that, then like, that's a fucking problem. That's a massive problem for, like a foreign, like a surveillance capitalist from the US who is capitalizing on civil unrest in the UK. And for what? Like, exactly? Not sure. Like, that's a fucking scary world, man. Rise of the global fascist leaders promoting fascism? You don't say. Once again, try everything else except address the concern. It's all Elon is the easy scapegoat. Musk would have had his first orgasm if it wasn't to leering centers after he sent Nick Shirley in. Yes. Leering centers. Very good. But yeah, look. Is there... like, maybe not, like, I think what you're saying, Dilemmas, is like, oh, well, address the problem, like, kind of thing. But like, I mean more like the response to the event is being fueled. Like, there were posts that we saw yesterday, and we're just getting this from the mainstream media, but they were showing posts where people are like, wear black and go out tomorrow and fucking protest. And so like, people are being given the go ahead to on social media, and so like their response, which is like, let's go burn people's houses down and like fuck the place up, that is being fueled by social media. Nothing new there, but like, is it also being kind of exacerbated or breathed extra life because you have someone like Elon Musk who controls a fucking platform and is able to promote this stuff more? Is that what's happening? Is there extra fuel on this fire here? There's a rising global anti-immigration sentiment with global leaders, celebrities behind it, but you still need to hold accountability where it should be held. Jag, agree with Dilemmas. Yeah, I haven't seen Elon there, and even before he was involved, it was all over social media. I think the Elon angle is overblown. Interesting. Well, let's hear a bunch of fucking liberals try and deal with this, shall we? The liberal media establishment, anyway. Who's really fueling Britain's riots?
Hello and welcome to the forecast. Are we set for a summer of unrest on our streets? That's the fear following a night of violence in Belfast that saw houses, cars...
Now, listen to this. Like, I know I'm stopping it really early, but like, just listen to what she said there. Are we looking at a summer of unrest? Now, we don't experience this in Australia for the most part. Actually, we don't. But like, up in the north, of the world where they actually have seasons and stuff like that, where it like snows and shit and it gets really fucking cold and like you just don't want to be outside. There's this phenomenon where there is more civil unrest in the summertime because like people can go outside and stuff like that. Like the days are longer and like there is actual like there's seasons to protest, get angry and do civil unrest. And like winter's not the best time to do that. Like unless something actually happens and like people are forced to go outside when it's really fucking cold or something like that, they will. But like there are seasons for like protests and stuff. Can confirm the heat makes people crazy. And so like there's a really interesting footnote to this or anecdote for this. Like FDR, Franklin D. Roosevelt, when he was planning the New Deal, something that like gave a lot of work and a lot of jobs to all of these people after the Great Depression, or around the time of the Great Depression, all these American men who were out of work and just like fucking hanging around in all the big metropolises around the US. And he basically was like, look, summer is coming. So it's not winter is coming, summer is coming. And you know what? You don't want men hanging out in your cities who are upset with the state of the economy. And so like a big part, not the overwhelming factor, but a big part of the decision process to do things like build highways and bridges and dams and all that sort of shit was actually not like keeping them working, you know, around the cities. It was actually like get them the fuck out of the cities because these men are going to cause a lot of problems. They will probably burn places down, riot, and destroy fucking private property. And so, like, this is a fucking thing. Like, this is a real thing. It's like, you got a bunch of men out there that are, like, pissed off with stuff. What are you going to do with them? Because, like, summer is coming. And, like, are people fueling a summer of riots and all that sort of stuff? It's an interesting take because, like, I don't think we deal with that type of seasonal shit in Australia. If it is, I'm going to call her out for having sourpuss lips to the point where they've been retracted into her face. Oh, wait, what did I miss? Wait, the response is just people are able to share footage with each other rather than only the news outlet being mainstream. They will do their best to blame anyone but their own lack of action in keeping their citizens safe. I just hope, for the love of God, it's not all America, wah, wah. Yeah, well, don't fucking hold your breath. We can riot all year round. Woohoo! Yeah. Remember, kids, when we aren't watching The Peak, this is just the beginning. We aren't watching The Peak. This is just the beginning. Dilemma, Summer of Love. I can confirm this. In the emergency department, people's behavior becomes a lot more aggressive and erratic during heat waves. Interesting. That's why they keep prisons cold, to try to keep people docile. The fuck? This is mental. This is crazy. Anyway, you don't want surplus dudes out who are also disgruntled, because then they just start fucking destroying private property. Remember, this is a bourgeois society. I'm not saying that people shouldn't be allowed to congregate, be disgruntled, and then fucking voice their political freedom. Voice themselves and exercise their political freedoms. I'm actually not advocating for that. I'm just saying that, like, the priority here, even with someone, you know, like FDR, the New Deal, like all that sort of stuff, like get men out of the cities. Summer is coming. Let's protect private property, basically. Welcome to the gulag. God damn. All right, let's see if these liberals have got anything of value here and what their critiques are.
A bus set on fire and ethnic minority families hounded out of their homes. It was prompted by a horrific knife attack in the north of the city, but stoked by social media, including posts by Tommy Robinson and Elon Musk. The alleged attacker was a refugee from Sudan, and anger over immigration has been the starting point for a number of riots over the last year, though driven by online disinformation and inflammatory rhetoric from politicians and far-right campaigners. So is further chaos inevitable, or can calm be restored? Well, to discuss this, I'm joined by author and academic Robert Topinka, who is researching how reactionary digital politics shape public culture, from Belfast by crime and security journalist Alison Morris, and by former senior police officer Victor Elise. So thanks very much.
We saw that woman the other day. She was the one who was like talking about films, and she was like, the film. We're like, all right, say it again, baby. Come on, I have hope for Pretty Lips. She's got potential. Free city buses, more like fire city buses. Ayo.
Very much everyone for joining us. Alison, I want to start with you in Northern Ireland. We can't say a huge amount about the awful attack itself, as the suspect has now been charged. But how, there's so much talk, you know, people are angry and people are afraid, both of which is justified. But how do you assess what you saw last night?
So, as you say, the suspect is now in custody, and that, I think, what we've seen is the PSNI tried to do, the Police Service of Northern Ireland tried to do something that other police forces haven't done in the past, where they have made very little comment in the wake of this attack, and then you see bad faith actors coming in and putting disinformation, misinformation in the public domain. Instead, by noon on Tuesday, they came out and said that this man was from Sudan, that he had travelled through Paris into Dublin and then across the common travel area into Belfast, and had been granted a 5-year temporary visa in the UK. All of that was in the public domain in the hope that that would stop then the sort of spread of lies, and it didn't even help. I mean, you put all that out there, and what happened then was,
like, what were the lies? Does anyone actually know? Like, this might be relevant. Like, there might have just been people, because like the first stuff that I saw about this was actually like, as somebody tried to behead someone in Belfast, and like, you know, everyone's going crazy over there, like, check this out kind of thing. And like, it was like more like a knife wielding maniac. But like, when you say behead, it's like instantly like, oh, this is some type of, I don't know, Al Qaeda, Islamic State, sleeper cell that's awoken to, you know, take people out in Belfast or something like that. But like, is it that? Like, I know that the official line is that this isn't an act of terror, but like, all of the stuff that was coming out like right as it happened was just obviously insinuating that. And so like, you know, did that like fuel people's reactions to this one? There's like a slight, like, the words are so fucking powerful like that. If anyone's ever tried to upload content before, like, one word in a title can make or break an entire video. Like, you know, one word placement. Give that like button some lip. Fuck yeah. Yeah, damn right, actually. Activate the like button if you're on YouTube and you haven't already.
Using social media, and prompted, I think, and egged on by the like of, you know, I knew when I woke up yesterday morning and seen that Tommy Robinson had joined in and posted about this awful attack, that things were going to kick off. I think it's, you know, the words of Brenton Bacon, there's no situation can't be more dismal, cannot be made worse by the arrival of the like of Robinson. But what happened was, social media sites, which have been used in the past to orchestrate violence around maybe the Brexit negotiations and the loyalist flag protests, they sort of reactivate at times like this and start publishing misinformation, but also calling people onto the streets. And calling people onto the streets is great if you can say that you can control them and that you can control peaceful protest. And peaceful protest is, you know, the cornerstone of any democracy. And there were peaceful protests last night in some parts of Northern Ireland, but it was inevitable. If you get hundreds of young men, and I was at one of the sites where the protest started,
Where's Heidi? Where's Heidi? We need a Heidi take on this. See, I knew it. It was men. It's all the men out there. They need to do something with themselves. Just like the Peter Griffin one we watched yesterday. It's so good. I've got something to say to all the men in this audience.
Car on the phone.
No, not social media. Keep whinging. Like, you don't think it's a... God, I'm going to say the F word. Fuck. You don't think it's a factor at all? Like, people are like kind of thing. Let's fucking go out, bro. Are you going out tonight? Are you going to go to the fucking... Did you see this post? Are you going out? Or like comment sections. Just be like, I'll be there, bro. I'll be there. Hobojo, I set up Odysseus Curious with models you recommend. Oh, look at these two. We should shrink men down and keep you all in our pockets like little pets. All right, fine. But then I don't have to do anything anymore then. All right, I demand to be fed and looked after nicely. Oh, it's the smallest factor. Absolutely tiny. Very interesting. All right, fair enough. People aren't rioting every day or anything because social media exists. Oh, no. I don't think that's the insinuation. Not everyone just goes like, all right, let's go riot, boys. Like, in response to this type of stuff, these situations. Dude, social media is their walkie-talkie. Comms are huge in these situations. Yeah, I think that's the point in these situations, especially if there's calls to actions. There still has to be a spark to ignite it, but 100% guarantee that it'll get ignored by every panel member. Communication is the biggest factor in winning any battle. Hey, communication lines, hey?
Just yards from where it gathered. They advertised them for 7 o'clock. At 5 to 7, dozens and dozens of young guys in sports clothes with masks over their face and their hoods up started to block roads, set fire to bins, and then the trouble started. It got really bad, I suppose, in parts of East Belfast where they were actually going door to door in houses where people were pointing out where foreign migrant families lived, and they were smashing the windows, they were putting bins and rocks through windows, setting fire to homes. And on one occasion, there's an awful image of a very young family with a primary school age child having to be loaded into the back of an armoured police Land Rover as their house burst into flames behind them, and they are wearing the clothes on their back. That is all they were able to leave their properties with. We were told today by the Chief Constable that a 2-month-old baby is the youngest person who has been displaced from their home as a result of these actions.
If one of them directly addresses immigration, I'll eat my own shoes. We need evidence. Like, imagine if one of them does. You need to put something in Discord. Like, this used to be my shoes. They're gone now.
Our hospital appointments being cancelled because our very important foreign migrant healthcare workers who keep the NHS in Northern Ireland afloat are too afraid to come into work and are taking days off because they're now in hiding. The public transport has now...
Did you hear that, Ninja Nurse? That one was for you, bro. Nurses too afraid to come into work. Eh? Yeah, you gotta post it. Gotta protect the neoliberal ideal of multiculturalism, no matter how many cultures they have to destroy. Did you just use the N-word, bro? So good. I don't think I've seen you drop neoliberal before. Fuck yeah. Fuck neoliberalism. Mm-hmm. Me and you, Dilemmas, will take on the world. We need a CT scan showing you ate it. Just a clip of the laces going down like spaghetti.
Being switched off for the night. There's no buses or no trains. And a lot of people, as you know, rely on that to get to work. The chaos that went on last night was it was full of hatred. It was wanton vandalism. And I have covered those riots for 25 years. But in the past, they were an interface and they were sectarian. And they were people fighting with each other because of religious and political differences. But what I have seen in the past maybe 3 years is that hate is transferable. And if you can hate someone because they're of a different religion or of a different political persuasion, it's very easy to direct that hate onto someone because they're a different colour.
The hate as you describe it, and it's hard to describe it in any other way.
She went into really kind of murky territory there. She's like, I've seen stuff in Ireland, like obviously, right? Based on sectarian issues or religious differences, between Catholics and Protestants probably, or between those who are, I don't know, national liberationists and those that want to stay with the fucking empire, the kingdom. And she's like, that sort of stuff is understandable. I think she was trying to say, but like this type of stuff is not. It's not political. And you're like, well, like that's an interesting one. Are you justifying the violence in one situation but not another? Interesting. Womp womp. So close to. But you hit the race card, not the migration card. Draw again. Valid. During COVID, nurses were too afraid to leave the house in their uniform. We would show up to work in our regular clothes and get changed at work. During this time, anyone in scrubs was getting harassed in the street and even spat on. I've even heard stories of nurses being refused entry into shops and cafes. Fuck. Really? Just because of the fear of like COVID and stuff like that? They were like, oh, wait, you work at a hospital? Fuck off. You're not welcome here. Damn. That's fucking crazy.
But we still have people talking about how it's an expression of legitimate concerns, of how, this is because people aren't listened to about their concerns about immigration. What's your assessment of that?
I think people have legitimate concerns about the common travel area, and we have an open border between North and South.
Other way, but we still have people talking about how it's an expression of legitimate concerns, of how, this is because people aren't listened to about their concerns about immigration.
All right, she's raised the question, Spandon. Get your shoes ready. Get your shoes ready. They've asked a question. But how are they going to link it to immigration just so you can eat your shoes for us? Eat it for us anyway as a treat.
What's your assessment of that?
I think if people have legitimate concerns about the common travel area, and we have an open border between north and south, and look, the people who would be, online rabble-rousing in England are the same people who promoted Brexit, and they knew when Brexit happened that we were going to have a problem with the fact that we were going to have a border between north and south, and that was always going to be exploited, whether it be in terms of goods and smuggling and financial reasons, or in terms of immigration. They didn't care about that then. They are all of a sudden caring about it now. That border can't have an infrastructure on it. It's not designed. It's a wobbly line of over 300 miles. It is policed to a point. I have been on a bus coming from Dublin Airport that's been stopped at the border, and immigration have boarded the bus. But that common travel area, there's people who live and work on both sides of that border. They might live in the north and work in the south, or live in the south and work in the north. They go to school and church and work and all sorts of everything on both sides. But if we're going to talk about immigration and controlling that, well, we can talk about the ports and the airports and how we do that. But the fact is, and this is a fact, that Northern Ireland is one of the most dangerous places to live as a woman. We have some of the highest rates of domestic abuse and femicide in all of Europe. I have sat in the past few weeks in court cases where women have been mutilated in their own homes. The family of Natalie McNally had to listen as the court was told she was stabbed 3 times and her face put into a dog bowl, head down to humiliate her. And that was by a man from Northern Ireland. So if we're going to say, let us stop all of this migration to port people because there's a chance that a dangerous man might get through, well, then it would be well within the rights of every country in Europe and beyond to say, well, every white Northern Irish man should now be banned from travelling as well, just in case one of the dangerous ones get through, because we have plenty of our own. And I think that for anyone to say that to go and put a hard-working family who have been here in Northern Ireland 10, 15 years, you're contributing to society, to go and burn them from their home, to leave their children standing in just their shoes and pyjamas because one man committed a violent act. Why are we collectively punishing a whole population?
Victor Elisa, Alison makes a good point that there's something very specific about these sort of cases that we are.
She didn't answer it at all. Oh my God. Now it's about gender. That was a left turn. Didn't see that coming. She got me. Didn't see that coming. She got me. But we did look at stats yesterday, and the violent... Is it violent crime? It was violent crime by knife attack or something like that, or by using knives, was in the order of 200 to 250 cases a year. And this is a fraction, if not an anomaly, with regards to knife violence. And so it's easy to make a case against it and just be this is a problem that is faced by the entire community, not single people. Oh shit, she knows I'm wearing just the shoes. I'll eat and the pajamas. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. But no, she didn't answer the question. It's whataboutism. It's what about this type of violence? Interesting nonetheless.
Are seeing where point that there's something very specific about these sort of cases that we are seeing where an ethnic minority attacks a white person and there are riots, there are protests, and we don't see it the other way around necessarily. There was a case last week of a young Saudi boy killed by a white man in Cambridge. There was no uproar. What's your take on that?
So one person, let's call it what it is. And police Scotland, I think, have been brave in actually saying people have been attacked for the colour of their skin yesterday in Glasgow. And that's what's happening here. So one person gets attacked. We might label that person as Sudanese, a Nigerian, a Congolese, but that person is black. And all black communities, regardless of where they're from, are stigmatised. They're all doing something wrong. Yeah. And so we attack them. The reason I think that a black person kills a white person, we have riots. A white person kills a black person, we don't have anything. There's a combination of things. Fundamentally, black people are chattel, are disposable. Yeah, society will allow us to do with them what we want. Talking about reading some of the reports, neighbours.
Race again, but this is about race though, Spendonk. You're asking them to comment on race and be it's about migration, and migration is the issue. It's a racial thing. We're getting people that are coming in, too many people, and they're the wrong type of people. That's a racial issue. And he's making it about race on the flip side. He's talking about the contrary. Is it? Well, I thought it was. Isn't that the point of this riot? This guy was an asylum seeker, and he shouldn't have been there. The laws are too soft or whatever it is. He's obviously not integrating into Irish society. Because the claim is like, Irish people wouldn't do that. This is a race thing. I've seen plenty of coloured people at Tommy Robinson's marches. Okay. Okay, so like you're like honestly though, you're gonna say, because I would like to have that one in the bank. Like the migration discussion is honestly devoid of all racial vilification or anything like that. It's just about migration. It's just about numbers. Don't care where they come from. You could have them all from one place. Bring them all in from India. Don't give a shit. Bring them all in from the UK or from England. Don't give a shit if they're Poms or if they're. Don't care if they're all from Palestine. Don't give a shit. It's just numbers. It's just a numbers game. I thought it was a racial thing, the migration debate as well. It's about people that don't fit into the culture as much as they are overwhelming. And this guy's like he does raise a fair point. It's like there was a black guy stabs a white guy. I guess he's a white guy. The guy that got stabbed. And then like protesters specifically look for migrants to burn their houses down. And that's fine. Like that's kind of like, yeah, that's normal. They're just upset. It's okay if they go around burning people's houses down based on whether the fact they were born in Ireland or not. I'm not saying that, just saying I haven't heard a single critic bring up anything but. Can one bring up the migration issue and stop making it about race or gender or left and right? Okay, yes. Like I've interviewed a lot of people on this and they're all like, they're always saying the same thing. Like they're like, whoa, it's not a race thing. They're like, I love all people. It's just numbers. There's just too many numbers. I'm not saying there aren't issues there with those things. It's not the core issue. Most of the rioters and protesters care about. Throwback to intersectionality. Yeah, fair enough. All right, back to it.
Pointed out houses where migrants might live. Now we're conflating migration with colour. That's what we're doing here. Yeah, we're not talking about migration because migration cuts across nationality, colour and everything else. We're talking about migration and colour. So when neighbours start doing that, they permit the damage, the injury of these people. When politicians retrospectively realise they've said too much, which has created an environment where it's okay to be angry, have a sense of a level of cold rage, you create that environment. And when your neighbours, who actually, some of whom get on with, black people living next to them, all of a sudden start to thinking, well, my neighbours are rising. These people are coming in to riot. I'm not going to stick out. I'll be silent. Or even worse still, I'll stick with them. So the point I'm trying to make is, over the years, we've allowed a group of people, black people, it's acceptable to treat them the way you treat them. We can always find an excuse for doing so. When they should be protected, they're not protected. And when, retrospectively, people in position of authority start to say things are positive, it's almost apologetic. Well, they're running our hospitals, they're running our service system, they're running parts of our infrastructure won't work. So please don't hurt them because they're really important for us. And those people that are doing those good work, well, really, they're like us. But the rest of them, silly boots. And I think until we get into a position where those in position of power and authority seriously acknowledge that there is a race problem. It doesn't matter where you go. I mean, at the moment, we're talking about Northern Ireland. 20, 30 years ago, we're talking about the UK, and we talked about London as if London's...
At very least, he explained the conflation, even if he didn't address migration policy directly. Joke's on you if you've got big feet.
The only place where there are black people who get discriminated, but it doesn't happen in their own countries. Until we accept there's a fundamental problem in terms of the way we look at certain people, the way that we accept things to happen to them, and the way we're reluctant to acknowledge those difficulties, we're never going to move on. If I just use one small example, in the area in which I work as a police officer, 5 years ago when George Floyd was murdered, there was rightly indignation by the senior police officers. The National Police Chief Council decided they needed to do something, albeit it was across the water, do something here, and they came up with actually putting together a race action plan, which will actually, the intention of that race action plan is to improve policing for black people. 5 years on, we're still pontificating about the wording of the plan. Now, if that can't get a social institution as powerful as the police to make some tangible change, then what he's going to do that.
But of course, the dialogue at the moment about that race action plan is that it is in effect discriminating against white people. And we saw that argument made about the terrible killing of Henry Novak. It is yet to be decided in any official investigation exactly what happened there. But a number of things are clear. As you say, they're conflating race, immigration, illegal immigration, legal...
Size 13 might take me a few meals. Fuck. Good luck to you. Enjoy the taste of leather. You with your little fucking mermaid.
Immigration.
I certainly find it astonishing.
A number of things are clear. As you say, they're conflating race, immigration, illegal immigration, legal migration.
I certainly find it astonishing that we've had the Race Relations Act and we've had the Equalities Act have not changed people's fundamental views and the way they look at black people, but we've got a plan put together by the National Police Chiefs Council has made such a tremendous difference to people's lives. Come on.
Robert, what role, in your view, is social media playing in all of this?
It plays a huge role. And I think it plays kind of two roles at once. On the one hand, as Alison pointed out, it sort of fills a void. If there's not immediate information about who was responsible for the attack, there are bad actors who will sort of fill that space with misinformation and disinformation. But it's not just that they're able to do that.
Lies. They're called fucking lies. It's not misinformation. It's not disinformation. It's a fucking lie. And if you got it wrong and you say, oh, whoops, I was wrong when I said it, and then you correct that later, that's okay. But like if you're just telling something deliberately to fill the void, then you're just fucking lying and you don't know, you're just lying. Stop using their language. It's the language of the power structure. So these people can be like, oh, I knew it was all social media, which is what we're talking about here. Like no one's addressing the issue. And everyone's just like, oh, it's fucking Elon Musk, it's Tommy Robertson, it's everybody else. He was cute until he opened his mouth. Like, look, I'm happy to hear him out, but like, I'm just like, people use that like it's just like, oh, it's a silver bullet. Oh, like it's explaining the whole situation. No, it's all misinformation. Oh, obviously, like people haven't been using tactics to deceive people since we first started communicating with each other. It's what humans do. The fucking trick is to be able to figure out who's trying to deceive you for their own fucking personal gain. Oh my god. Is that you, Spandunk? That's a huge shoot. Having a nibble? Having a little nibble?
That in the moment, they're also part of a broader, more long-term strategy. Tommy Robinson in 2023 went to Ireland and produced a documentary he called Plantation 2, Rise of the Celts, which is his kind of reference to the British or the English plantation system in the 16th and 17th century. And he was framing migration as a new version of effectively colonialism. So he's been talking about this for a long time. It's not just that they spring into action in the moment, it's that they're ready for it. And the UK case has been a key example in the kind of transnational far right. So you have Elon Musk posting about it. You have Andy Ngo, who's a right-wing commentator based in America, posting about it. Tim Pool, another right-wing commentator. So it's become a kind of point of contention, a kind of key trope among the right that Britain is falling. So you have this complicated situation where you have politics and history specific to Belfast, but then you also have figures like Elon Musk and Tommy Robinson effectively coordinating these attacks and these racist pogroms. Elon Musk is posting
locations.
He's posting locations. If you look at Tommy Robinson's X, it's a sort of live feed of where the protests are happening. He's egging on these attacks on HMOs with what ethnic minorities living in houses of multiple occupancies, which he is claiming are housing.
Hey, what? All right, anyone who has like been bagging like the whole this is Elon Musk's fault and it's Tommy Robinson's fault. Like, were you guys armed with this information before we started that they have lists? This is like Purple Pingers. Purple Pingers yesterday has lists of people with vacant houses, and these guys. Like Elon Musk as well, or just Tommy Robinson, have HMOs, houses of migrants, or something like that, and they post up. Is that what he said?
With what ethnic minorities living in houses of multiple occupancies, which
houses of what? What did she say?
Politics and history specific to Belfast, but then you also have figures like Elon Musk and Tommy Robinson effectively coordinating these attacks and these racist pogroms. Elon Musk is posting
locations.
He's
posting
locations. If you look at Tommy Robinson's X, it's a sort of live feed of where the protests are happening. He's egging on these attacks on HMOs with what ethnic minorities living in houses of multiple occupancies, which
houses of multiple occupancies. Is that what it is? Multiple occupancy. Like, and what does that mean? Like lots of people, and like if there are lots of people, like what? Like what's the insinuation there? That's pretty fucking nuts. Which is, yeah, disgusting. But like, whoa. Like an insinuation there with houses of multiple occupancy. What the fuck does that mean? They're like, oh, there's a whole bunch of, those types of people living in there. Is that what the insinuation is? I need to know. I haven't seen that though. Like, fucking, I've not heard of this either. That's pretty fucked up. Naming and shaming. This is where to get them, boys. Like, if that stuff is happening, that's pretty fucking frightening. Do you reckon that's why people were like, oh, on this street? And then that guy was like, oh man, it's my house. Don't burn that car down. You're going to burn my house down. We're just listening to someone explain that Tommy Robinson on his X account lists HMOs, houses of multiple occupancy, during protests or riots, etc. Can you explain the concept of a HMO and why he would post this? Yeah, the implication is, yeah, for example, my family being migrants with 11 kids. Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. Migrants always like stack their houses to the max. You got like 10 people living in a 2-bedroom apartment. How do you do that? A HMO in the UK stands for house in multiple occupation. Generally, it's a property where several unrelated people live. So that's like a boarding house. In Australia, we have like, people just like, like heaps of fucking young people do that. Like rent out a room and like with other people, whatever. A house rented by 5 students, a property where individual rooms are rented separately for different tenants, shared accommodation using low-income workers, migrants, asylum seekers, or young people. HMOs are common because they provide relatively cheap housing. Many local councils require larger HMOs to be licensed. Yep, okay. As for why someone such as Tommy Robinson would post HMO locations during periods of unrest or protest, the significance depends on the context. Critics have alleged that publishing HMO addresses during anti-immigration protests can effectively identify locations where migrants, asylum seekers, or other vulnerable groups are believed to be living. So I wonder if that's why they got it wrong. And like I know like she was an asylum seeker, but they went after that Ukrainian chick and she was like, I don't know, man, I was just here with my dog. In that interpretation, sharing locations could encourage protesters to gather there, intimidate residents, or direct attention towards particular communities. If you know what I mean, wink, wink. Interesting. Which anyone sharing information for potential targets is a massive piece of shit. Hope he gets doxxed too. They used to get targeted in the commission housing by this stuff. That's fucking mental. Anyone got a response to that? Like, that's pretty fucked up. I guess Elon Musk isn't doing that. But Tommy. What's this? How to eat a shoe. Very good. I can't believe there's gifs of everything. Seriously. Wow.
He is claiming are housing invaders. That's the language he uses. And this is language that Suella Braverman uses, that Sia Youssef uses. So social media becomes a place to kind of coordinate attention, to stoke anger and outrage. Then it gets picked up by sort of mainstream politicians who see this as kind of resonant language that can explain something for people. And so we're in a situation here where we're trying to explain, violence is down, migration is down. We're trying to give the facts behind this. But the people who are involved in these conversations are not interested in facts. I mean, you can look at the Southport riots in 2024, which are still framed as anti-migrant riots. even though the attacker was not an immigrant. But that carried the story. That became the framework. So what people like Rupert Lowe are doing when he posted an image of this horrible attack and said millions must go, he's turning this into an explanation for what's going wrong in the world. And he's creating a framework for people to say these are confusing attacks, this is violence, this is horrific. Images are circulating very quickly. The same thing happened with the Henry Novak case where Nigel Farage gave a public address about it. And in the middle of his own address, he cut to this video that perhaps people weren't expecting to see. And then we're seeing these very distressing images. And then he says, let me explain this for you. Let me tell you what's going wrong. Let me give you an explanation for your sense of discontent.
So who benefits? You see the terrible things that happened in Belfast last night. We've seen rioting after the Southport attacks, terrible destruction in many parts of the country. Who benefits from people like, what does Elon Musk gain from this?
Well, he gains two things. I mean, I think if you look at his tweets and what he says, he's committed to white nationalist causes. So he gains ideological momentum. He wants to change the way we talk about race, the way we talk about migration. He has talked about what's happening in the UK as he sees it as a civilizational battle, as civilizational decline. But he also gains money, right? His network, X, is effectively a kind of white nationalist organizing tool and is also an attention economy tool. So Rupert Lowe, in reports he submitted about money he's made as an MP, made £72,000 just posting on X. So people have financial incentives. They have incentives of gaining attention and momentum for their cause. And
this guy looks like he's been beaten by a hurling stick. Whoa. Look who it is. Hey? Whoa. I see that you're not using an analogy there. Just a comparison to recent events. Hey? Drawing a corollary. No analogies to be used today, Han. Which is why this particular topic is very close to me, and I'm quick to anger around it. Policing is down, convictions are down, but don't pay attention to that part. Oh, so you reckon like the stats are warped kind of thing when people are like, yeah, but like everything's okay, violence is down. He's just ugly is all I'm saying. Yeah, fair enough. When the overall amount of crime unsolved goes up, that generally means the reductions in crime aren't real, just unsolved. Ask China and there's zero crime rate. Interesting. I have a trans friend in England who got attacked. He called the police and said that they said there isn't much they can do. But call if they come back. A week later, they came back, but the cops still didn't show up. And there you go. Yeah, I've had that experience with the cops as well. And that was like fucking 15 years ago, I guess. I got fucking severely beaten up. And the cops were just like... I was like, we were trying to figure out what to do. And the cops were just like, look... Like, we could go and have a look, but, like, it'll be hard to prove anything. And it was at the station. And I remember we went to the station as well. And, like, the person who was managing the station, the train station, that is, the guy that worked there was like, yeah, I've got TV footage. I know these guys. They hang out at the station all the time. I'd love to fucking get them off here because they're always harassing people. And the cops were like, I don't know, man. It might be a bit hard to do anything on this one. Like, maybe we just let this one slide. So yeah, I feel that. Han, take my hand and this coffee, look into my eyes. I love you. I think we should all say it together. Eh? Should have had a gun. Should have had a gun? Yeah, that's fucking great. Yeah. Yeah, like 10 dudes, one man with gun. It had to be like fucking quick fire. I don't know if I could do it fast enough. Been more worried about them taking it. A lot of trans friends have now left the UK and the US. Han, you want to smooch this guy? Don't lie. Yeah, Han, there's a fucking question for you. Shoot a couple, the rest run. You know how piggies are. Yeah, it was really like the gist of it, Jag, was pretty much like, it's a lot of paperwork, man. It's too much. Like, you're okay. Like, you didn't have to go to hospital or anything. You'll survive. And the world keeps turning. The amount of times I've heard the police getting involved, serving nothing, and most of the time just making things absolutely worse, absolutely dwarfs the amount of times I've heard about literally any positive effect. Rat bastards. Yeah, it was pretty much that. Like, come on. Like, oh, fuck you then. I just have to fucking watch myself when I go to the station then. Shall I? Hein hasn't played enough GTA to get to 5 stars. Alright, back to it.
These two things are a potent combination. You have ideologically committed actors who can make money off of it and who can change mainstream conversation in this country.
The question is, what is done about it? What can be done about it?
Well, it's very difficult because we can debunk it all day, as I just did with the Southport attacker, but it doesn't matter because that's the frame. So we need people offering an alternative explanation. Unfortunately, it's not enough to do what Keir Starmer has done and what he should do.
Was the Southport one where there was some guy that was like had like raped and attacked some girl or something like that? And they were like, oh, it was some migrant or something, but it had been some guy that had like was born there, like foreign, eh? You know, not the right color, but like someone that was actually born there, wasn't a migrant at all. Was that the one? I'm pretty sure that was the one. Only way I'm taking an ass whooping is if my gun jams. Like what happened to that fucking Alex Preddy dude? His gun apparently went off, and so they killed him because his gun misfired. Eh? Although I tried to debunk it, and it sounded like a tweet he means. But like that's what he means by debunking. Like this guy was like, he was foreign, but like he was born here. Better stay away from the water too, or you might drown.
It was and call for calm and call for.
Why did they beat you? Like me personally, because they wanted my phone and I wouldn't give it to them. Like this 15 years ago, like phones were like fucking, they were gold. And so like there was a group of like 10 people, and like they were like, give us your fucking phone, and I was like, don't have one, and they're like, yeah, sure, and like you could obviously see it in my pocket in my pants. And like I like pushed past, and I was like, I'm sure I'm free now. And like so I turned my back to like keep walking to like get through the crowd, because they like all at the top, like just waiting, like you can only pass through like a small area. And so I pushed my way through, and I was like, I think I made it. And then like that was it. Once I got through to the other side and my back was turned, it was all over. All for the phone, but they didn't get the phone.
You know, proper processes to take place, because people don't trust institutions, right? They don't trust, unfortunately, the police. They don't trust the media. They don't trust the government.
Is that a phone, or are you happy to see me? I swear I'm just happy to see you. It's not a phone. Leave me alone. I got held up at syringe point, which was worse than a gun or a knife. Yes. Yeah, fuck that. You never know what's on a syringe, right? Need to carry a dummy phone if you live in a shit area. Dummy wallet too. Yeah, like I really wasn't thinking that far into it, to be honest. I'm sure you haven't followed the Lego story, but some vigilante tried to stop someone harassing a random employee, got involved. Good Samaritan got knocked out and his phone stolen. Fuck, that's horrible, Ravy. Yeah, that is scary. No, I haven't followed the Lego story, but I've heard people talking about it. So, is it related to all of this? Oh my god, Reckless Ben's Lego saga is wild. I guess we'll have to check it out then. Gonna have to look at that.
So
highly recommend.
Someone outside of the far right needs to offer an explanation for why things are getting worse and how they could become better. Because people don't trust institutions, right? They don't trust, unfortunately, the police. They don't trust the media. They don't trust the government. So someone outside of the far right needs to offer an explanation for why things are getting worse and how they could become better. And that's lacking right now. And really the only place you're seeing it in a coordinated way are these reactionary, often white nationalist actors.
I mean, many people who follow Elon Musk would say, and him too, presumably, this is not a white nationalist platform. It's legitimate concern.
I tried to look into the Lego story, but couldn't find the energy to care. Funny. Did you watch my Walter Williams video yet? Or saving it for Friday? Saving it for Friday. Gonna have a watch party soon. Oh wait, CoffeeZilla video just dropped today. Gonna have a watch party soon. All right.
Concerns, it's that phrase.
They do say that. I mean, some of what Elon Musk says is I mean, he will say white civilization is better. He says those sorts of things. Tommy Robinson will say it's not about race, but then he is posting about ethnic minorities in houses and how they should be attacked effectively. But they do have this ability to frame it as a kind of cultural problem rather than as a race problem. I do think what you're seeing right now, particularly with Rupert Lowe, who is more openly ethnic nationalist as opposed to civic nationalist, is that the racist language is less and less cloaked, less and less hidden than it used to be, and becoming more and more prominent.
Alison, Nigel Farage has said in the last hour or so that the vast majority of people on the streets last night are not far right, they're not extremists, they're just angry and they're afraid.
No, that's not true. And you know, when you talked about that Tommy Robinson documentary, the majority of
Is that a true story? Because it's fucking hilarious how you said it. When I was about 13, a couple of guys tried to mug me and my mate when we were in Chatswood. That was for a digital camera, which was the style at the time. That's fucking so good, man. Hilarious. Oh, my God. It's got everything. Shit CEO, shit police, shit cult religion. I don't know if I want to keep listening to these people. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you're down with this. But like, we've heard them all talk. Now. And like, I'm not sure if they actually address migration or not. And whether you should be eating your shoes. Spandong. But I'm assuming you'd have to maybe eat one of them. One shoe at least. I want to turn to this because I want to know if this is legitimately a good story or just fucking beat up because people don't like Trump and they're happy to fuck you. Hey, fuck you. All right, let's have a look at this. So like the Epstein files, like it's long gone now. People don't really give a shit about it anymore. Unless you're Iranian and you want to like piss off the West somehow, especially the US. And you're like, you're all part of the Epi class. Or you're all looking after the Epi class. Here's the Epi class for you. And so like there's some type of exclusive story, I don't know, that's come out of the New York Times recently. Over the last couple of days. Or like yesterday, actually. And it's like, it's supposedly inside the White House freak out over the Epstein files. And I thought this might be interesting because it's been a while since we touched Epstein file stuff. Like my position on the Epstein files was always like from a class war perspective, which was very, very simple. Like this is a great example of how amazing how quickly the culture wars gets thrown out the window when like the working class, like the majority of people out there actually feel like they're under attack. And that was the beauty of the whole Epstein saga. If you didn't follow it for any other reasons, you should have just followed it literally for the reason that this was a clear example of how there is an actual ruling class out there, a huge group of people that run the world, and they run the world with such impunity that they can get away with murder and the most sinister stuff that you could ever think of. And like they literally have complete impunity. They can do whatever they want. Like literally the most scary and depraved stuff that you could think of, involving the most vulnerable humans out there, like kids and stuff like that. And like they can literally get away with it, no problems at all. And like Trump was like a perfect example of that, how he kind of used his Department of Justice to try and sweep the whole thing under the rug, and like delayed for months releasing anything until he scratched his name from enough documentation and destroyed enough documentation using his powers through the Department of Justice and his cronies, I guess you would say, in the Department of Justice, to scrub his name from as much stuff as possible. And now he describes himself as being completely exonerated. And so like it's been a while since we've touched on this, like months and months and months. But like I do find it's an interesting case study in the class war, in the sense that, one, it exposes there is an actual ruling elite out there, like a bourgeoisie that are completely above everyone else. Like they live an existence that we just wouldn't understand. Like we just wouldn't be able to fathom this stuff. Like people going to islands and doing crazy shit. Like people extracting, like flying humans out overnight for somebody's birthday, for all the way from Europe to some island in the Caribbean somewhere, just so they can enjoy them for their birthday, and then they send them back to Europe again. Like we just don't understand the amount of resources and wealth that these people have, and like what they actually get up to behind closed doors. And they think that this stuff is not only fully justifiable, but it's part of their culture. And like, that's a class system. When you have a group of people that live a completely different life to you and they have their own rules, and like there's the law, like that applies to all of us plebs, and then there's like a whole nother system of rules, engagement, and culture for the wealthiest and most powerful people in the human race. Like, that is a class system. That's exactly how it used to work in, like, you know, medieval Europe or something like that. Like, there was the aristocracy, they had their own rules, they could do anything they wanted, and like, you were either one of them or you were just a lowly commoner like everyone else. And like, there was no fucking distinction, there was no like arguing your way around that one. Like, you were one of them, and like, you lived a charmed life and existence that all the commoners could not even imagine, let alone try and comprehend. And like, that's what the Epstein thing I think is so important, because it's just exposed this lifestyle where we wouldn't even begin to imagine it because we think it is just completely outrageous. The other amazing thing that came out of the whole Epstein situation is like this class solidarity. I don't think there's a culture war on the Epstein thing. Like, everyone's just like, no, it's fucking disgusting. It's absolutely outrageous, and we need to do something about it. I don't think there's a left or a right issue, and that's the barometer test for the culture wars. Like, when you hear an issue, you're supposed to be like, oh, what's the left wing take on this? What's the right wing take on this? Like, Epstein files is like flat out, no, like, this is just fucking appalling. And like, we know that we're getting fucking preyed upon as the commoners, and they're like dipping in and like taking commoners away and using them for whatever fucked up entertainment that they have. And so, like, you know, people were in solidarity on this one, left and right. Everyone was like, yeah, fucking, this is mental, and these people need to be brought to justice. There was literally no there was literally no culture war on this one, just class war stuff. Yeah, I read the victim's diary. She wrote in code. They did horrific things. Anyway, there's a incident that has occurred, or a report that's been put out by the New York Times, I believe it is. And like, they're just detailing kind of what was happening in the White House around the time that all of this unfolded, which I think is interesting, because like, they were freaking out about this by the sounds of it, and they weren't taking it very well. And it's an interesting insight into the lifestyles of the people that really control the world, the bourgeois. And like, it'll be an interesting insight into their psyche, if true, that they were all going absolutely nuts in the White House when this was coming out, and they didn't know what to do with themselves. So let's have a quick read of this groundbreaking investigation. On July 17, 2025, at around 6 o'clock in the evening, President Trump's top officials filed into the White House Situation Room, the secure bunker where classified and high-stakes national security matters are discussed and decided. This is where President Barack Obama, along with Vice President Joe Biden, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, and President's national security team, watched the raid that ended with the death of Osama bin Laden in 2011. Now, however, Trump's most senior advisors had gathered without him to figure out how to gain some measure of control over the very different kind of crisis threatening to engulf the presidency: the Epstein files. 10 days earlier, the Justice Department and the FBI had jointly released a memo that bluntly stated that their review had found no client list of powerful men for whom the notorious PDF file Jeffrey Epstein had allegedly procured underage girls and young women, intended to put to rest years of speculation and end the pressure campaign to release the voluminous material in the department's possession. The memo instead had the opposite effect, setting off a backlash that was notably loud among the MAGA base. This is what I'm saying. Like, it was really an interesting. There was no culture war on this one. Everyone was like, "Nah, not good enough. We want to know what's going on here." and it was about to get worse. The Wall Street Journal was preparing a damaging article about Trump's relationship with Epstein. The president's desperate attempts to kill the story had failed. His team now had to get everyone onto the same page about how to counter the growing swarm of attention. They needed a gesture of transparency to appease an increasingly angry base, but also a way to convey the message that the president was sympathetic to his supporters' concerns, which itself was a problem because he clearly wasn't. This is all like the QAnon stuff, right? The 4chan shit. Like, these people really believed that he was going to be the guy that saved them from, you know, like Pizzagate and all that sort of stuff. And then he just ended up being a fucking stooge. And not even that. Like, someone who was so close to Epstein, he was willing to cover it up. And like, people have just forgotten about it, which is disappointing. Vice President J.D. Vance took a seat at the head of the table in the John F. Kennedy conference room of the Situation Room complex. This is a huge problem, he told the group. Arrayed around him were the White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, the White House Counsel David Warrington, the Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, the Deputy Chief of Staff Taylor Budowich, the Communications Director Stephen Chung, the Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. Interesting. I wonder why fucking Pam Bondi wasn't there. The Associate Attorney General Stanley Woodward Jr. and the Deputy Chief of Staff James Blair, Attorney General Pam Bondi, okay, and the FBI Director Kash Patel, joined on by a speakerphone because Kash was at home having a few drinks. The Vice President appeared panicked to others in the room about the way the subject of Epstein was already dividing the MAGA coalition. Some senior officials had the impression that Vance had bought into the darkest theories about Epstein and the cabal of predators hidden within the country's ruling class. Wiles, I guess, would tell others that the vice president had proved himself to be a major conspiracy theorist. Another top official said later that Vance had been pounding on the Epstein issue since the release of the memo. He was privately pressing for the administration to release all the Epstein files, everything in the Justice Department's possession, even encouraging a congressional investigation. Isn't this interesting, right? Like, for the lifestyle, it's like we often speculate, or we have speculated in the past, when we talk about like techno-feudalism and surveillance capitalism, there is a war between two variations of the conservative movement. There's the OG MAGA, red MAGA, like led by Trump and, someone like Steve Bannon, right? Nationalists, like old school nationalists, like economic and ethnic nationalism. And then there's like dark MAGA, which is the group of neo-reactionaries, which are like people from Silicon Valley who are happy to overthrow the Republic. Like, it's very Roman shit. But like, get rid of the Republic and install like a CEO king, like a monarchy. And like, they're represented by J.D. Vance. They got J.D. Vance in there, and dark MAGA are like, they're going to make America great again, but they're going to do it through the Dark Enlightenment, getting rid of Republican ideals and all that sort of stuff. And so like, it's very interesting that the way that this story is being presented, like I think this is actually fascinating, that the way this story is being presented is like, oh, you have like Trump, who's just like obviously trying to cover it up and like doesn't care about the people kind of thing. What was the word that they used? Trump needed a gesture of transparency to appease an increasingly angry base, which itself wasn't a problem because but it was also to convey the message that the president was sympathetic to his supporters' concerns, which itself was a problem because he clearly wasn't. And then you have Vance here looking like he was privately pressing for the administration to release the Epstein files. It makes it look like Vance is some like upstanding gentleman here who is fretting because he wanted to do the right thing and release the investigation. So it valorizes Vance and smears Trump. I wonder who controls the New York Times, or if the tech bros have some influence here. Ninja nerds. Lovely. Just a reminder for all of you out there. Vance also had floated to colleagues an extraordinary PR gambit that the White House enlist Tucker Carlson to interview Epstein's longtime girlfriend and co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell in prison. It might help the president if Maxwell was willing to state that Trump had not been part of any wrongdoing with Epstein. Like, this is crazy. Like, listen to this. Like, you know how we speculate on how they use like social media or media figures? Like, they send them in first and like to sway public opinion. And we're always speculating on like somehow like someone like Nick Shirley goes in first, infiltrates a country, and then America goes in afterwards. Or like a locality, even not a country, like a particular area. Like they're talking about openly. Let's get fucking Tucker Carlson to make Trump look more humane in this situation by talking to Ghislaine Maxwell. My God. Vance told the group that he believed all the files should be released as soon as possible. He argued that Congress was going to force the release of the files eventually. It was already clear that bipartisan coalition in favor of such an action was forming on Capitol Hill, and the momentum was going in one direction. If the administration got out ahead of this and released everything voluntarily, including whatever material existed about the president, it would at least get credit for transparency. The alternative was to let the story drag on for months as information dripped out, each new revelation renewing the cycle of suspicion and fury. Better to rip the bandage off and move on. I don't know, man. I can understand the devil's advocate in saying, oh wait, this CEO, this is another conversation about Lego, I think. New York Times is up Trump's arse. They're the first publication that was told via phone call from Trump himself about the first attack on Iran. Okay. So I wonder what's going on here then. Even the unsubstantiated allegations and anecdotes about Trump should go out, Vance argued. They were going to surface regardless. And if the administration published them first, it would demonstrate good faith and take the oxygen out of conspiracy theories. His arguments fell on skeptical ears, but some advisors thought it would be a good idea to have Justice Department officials call a news conference to explain their position on the Epstein affair, going beyond the memo that precipitated the crisis. Interesting. Like, we were talking yesterday or the other day about like how there's like a glaring gap between Vance, JD Vance, the vice president, and Trump. And like Trump doesn't like him and sidelines him all the time. I wonder if this is part of the problem as well. Vance is like, fuck it, release the Epstein files. And Trump's like, are you serious? What's wrong with you? That would destroy me. Yes, good. At this point in the meeting, Blair spoke up. With all due respect, he said, the communication strategy of this group got us here. I don't know that is going to get us out. And if you're going to go in front of the press, you got a lot of work to do. He began to ask pointed mock questions, demonstrating how difficult a news conference might be. As the president's former defense attorney, Blanche, had a unique vantage point in the discussion, he was better equipped than anyone else in the room to weigh the ideas about being discussed against Trump's personal and political interests. Blanche laid out what he saw as their best options. The real question is, who the fuck was the fly on the wall in this discussion who has leaked this to the press? Option 1 was to petition federal district courts in Florida and New York to unseal the grand jury testimonies, the secret transcripts of prosecutors' presentations of witnesses and evidence in their efforts to obtain indictments in the past Epstein-related cases, as those were almost certain to contain no significant new information. Everyone agreed that this option was a good idea, and not only because a release was unlikely to damage the president. Under the federal rules of criminal procedure, the Secretary of Grand Jury Materials is regarded by most federal judges as almost always inviolate, and the bar for any release is exceptionally high. If the courts refused to unseal them, as Blanche predicted, they could shift the blame for withholding the Epstein material away from Trump's administration and onto judges. Wow. And all the better if the judges had been appointed by Democratic presidents. Blanche's suggestion would make it appear that the White House wanted the materials released when it was almost certain not to happen. By drip feeding the releases, they manage to create fatigue and even normalize some of the lesser horrific crimes due to severity. Yes, that's what I was thinking as well. Like, there's so much fatigue on this issue. Like, no one gives a fuck about it because of the fatigue. So, like, that option one thing, like they've not even needed to go there. The fatigue on this issue is the biggest part. Because people kind of get desensitized to it over time. And then it's like, oh yeah, another thing from the Epstein files. Who would have thought? Hey, crazy, isn't it? And like, it is fucking crazy. And like, it should be fucking talked about like nothing else. And like, that was the thing with the Iran situation. Do you remember when like Iran first happened and everyone was like, any reason to distract from the Epstein files? Like, it's kind of true. Option 2 was to have the Justice Department lawyers question Maxwell and publicly release the transcript. A twist on the idea earlier by Vance. Blanche offered to interview Maxwell himself. What if we got her to talk to Congress? Vance suggested. Blanche raised the possibility that Maxwell's lawyer might expect something in return for her candor. See, this is the way the bourgeois work. Like, all of us plebs, like, if we get in trouble, like, you know, we go through the court system. And like, this is what they're doing here. They're talking about like, but like, if we need to use Maxwell to our advantage, Ghislaine Maxwell, that is, and like get her to exonerate the fucking president, like, we should listen to her like she's got any fucking credibility anyway. Like, why would you trust her? She's all over this like a rash. But like, if we use her, then she'll want a deal. Like, this is how they work. This is like, bourgeois society rests on that old adage. It's not what you know, it's who you know. And all these people just do deals with each other. And like, that's how they get away with, like, no, I'm not talking figuratively here. That's how they get away with murder. Like, literally. Ha! And they're all on Grindr. Dun, dun, dun. There it is. It is the invisible thread that connects all things. It's actually not capitalism. It's Grindr. Blanche raised the possibility that Maxwell's lawyer might expect something in return for her candor. Warrington, Warrington, the White House counsel, responded by laying out the available choices without advocating any of them. Maxwell could be given a pardon, he said, or she could have her sentence reduced. At that, several around the table spoke up to register their strong disapproval. Pardoning Maxwell, a trafficker of young girls, would create a huge PR problem, Chang said. He predicted that in the wake of a pardon, the Epstein accusers would be fanning out on TV, telling their stories and ripping the administration to shreds. Blair was also adamantly opposed to a pardon. We can't offer Ghislaine Maxwell anything, he said. A, I don't know why we would, and B, if we give Ghislaine Maxwell any sort of break whatsoever, and then she turns around and says nice things about us, or says nice things about us and we gave her a break, it will undermine the entire point of her saying good things. That will feed conspiracy theory, period. And if there's nothing for her to say that hurts us, we shouldn't have to offer her anything. It's very interesting because they were really talking up the idea of giving out a pardon. And like, you know what's really interesting about this as well at this point, like, this is all being done without Trump being there, being like, I don't know, I'm pretty hot right now, I wouldn't worry too much about it, we've got this covered. This week on Grindr Watch, the consensus was that calling for the release of the grand jury material was the best course of action. Wiley told the group she would discuss the matter with Trump. She would discuss the matter with Trump and ask if he would send a Truth Social post calling for the release of the sealed grand jury documents. It's crazy how they use fucking social media, like Truth Social and stuff like that. It's fucking mental, isn't it? That's not real, is it? Is this Mike Johnson? Thank you. I would return the favor in giving you a compliment, but I don't know what you look like. Are you in town for a couple of days visiting DC? Yes, I am. Are you offering me a tour? I can give you one. I have a few contacts. We can go to the Dabney for dinner and then back to my place, and I can blow your brains out while pulling on that luxurious hair. Oh, straightforward, I say, LOL, especially from a man who won't show his face. Wow, goddamn. Ninja nurse? That's like a joke though, right? Or is this like something? Is this real? Is this real? Just then, the Wall Street Journal article they had been trying to kill was published online. Cell phones are forbidden in the Situation Room, so a staff member brought in printed copies of the explosive report, which detailed how Trump and many others had created birthday cards and letters to be assembled by Maxwell into a special book for Epstein in 2003. The birthday card attributed to Trump depicted a nude woman, hand-drawn and inscribed with an imagined dialogue between the two men about a wonderful secret. The drawing was signed with what appeared to be Trump's distinctive, jagged, Sharpie signature in place of the woman's pubic hair. In the days before publication, Trump, in an effort to quash the story, had called News Corp's chief executive Todd Romson, News Corp's owner Rupert Murdoch, and the journal's editor-in-chief Emma Tucker, practically shouting. The president told Tucker, who is British, that she must hate America. He told her he would file a lawsuit. But none of his bullying had worked, and now, as the group sat quietly reading the full story in the Situation Room, Wiley, I don't know, rated a public denial for the president, which he soon posted on social media. Shortly after this, the president posted again. He was going along with the plan his advisor had hashed out in the Situation Room, though it was clear he didn't like having to do it. Based on the ridiculous amount of publicity given to Epstein, I have asked Attorney General Pam Bondi to produce any and all pertinent grand jury testimony subject to court approval. This scam, perpetuated by Democrats, should end right now. It's so crazy. Like, this is the guy who campaigned on releasing the Epstein files, and now it's just a fucking Democrat hoax. In response to a request for comment, the White House spokesman, Abigail Jackson, repeated Trump's claims that he was innocent in all Epstein-related matters, adding that by releasing thousands of pages of documents, cooperating with the House Oversight Committee's subpoena request, signing the Epstein File Transparency Act, and calling for more investigations into Epstein's Democrat friends, like Big Bubba, President Trump has done more for Epstein's victims than anyone before him. There it is. There it is. Interesting. Well. Like, it's a big fucking read. And so, like, I'm not going through the whole thing here. There was a huge expose about it. It stopped getting attention because other things started happening, i.e. Epi files. That's right, the diddlers doodles. No way. I can't remember that thing about Mike John blocked me on Grindr. There's even merch. Fuck, that's incredible, isn't it? Good old Johnson. Well, you little grub, eh? Conservative Christian grub. Anyway, like I said, this is a divisive topic for many reasons. People don't like going here. But I love the fact that this exposes the class system that we have. It does nothing else. Like, if people are out there questioning whether or not, based on, crazy ideas like Theory Thursdays, where I talk about class systems and all that sort of wild conspiracy theory stuff. Like, this stuff just shows that these people live in another world. They have complete impunity. They can get away with literal, not figurative, they get away with murder and more depraved stuff than that. Like, some of the stuff you hear them doing and you hear about, like, you would actually think that murder was more humane. Like, some of those stories that come out of this stuff. Like, we've had some crazy people come in on like, it's usually the Twitch files, to be honest, but like, we've had crazy people come in and be like, can I drop some stuff about the whole Epstein situation? And they drop some really crazy stuff from the release, like pictures or like stories and stuff, and you're like, whoa, no fucking way. And it's like, it's disgusting. Because it's not like adults. Like adults, yeah, you can be sad for adults, but like, you know, it involves young persons who are just completely innocent. But like they treat us like an underclass, and they will prey on us for their sick fancies. And like, we're completely disposable to these people. We are the expendables. And like, they do what they want with us, and they live in another realm which has like completely different rules. Their rules are, you get dirt on all of like all the other powerful people. They all have dirt on each other, and like, they won't step a foot out of line, and they keep their system alive up there because they all have, it's like entrapment world. They all have dirt on each other, and like, if anyone steps a foot out of line, well, like, they all will start like bringing that person down. And like, that's what happened with Epstein eventually. Like, he got too risque, I believe. He got too risky at one point. And like, he was old hat. Like, he had done a lot of work to help set up like the modern surveillance state, like, which is the stuff that's coming out about his connection with like Peter Thiel. Like, he was old school. And so like, he kind of was there for that transition where the world transferred from the pre-internet age to the age of the internet. And like, he served that transition. But like, he was also, once things came out, he was also like a loose end. And so they closed him off, kind of thing, because he fell out of favor, or maybe he was just too risky at one point. But like, that's how their class works. To continue and to reproduce their existence, they all have dirt on each other, and they all do each other deals and favors, and they control the world that way. And for us, we're just like preyed upon. And if we're not preyed upon, we're just expected to like live life as little like fucking ants, like, you know, scurrying around, try to survive and making things work. But like, they're up there. And like, it's an interesting illustration. Who knows if it's true or if it's like part of a propaganda campaign to get us thinking about this again for some other reason. Or it's painting, like I said, it's painting Vance in a pretty good light, all of this stuff, to be honest. Makes him look like a little shining hero. Maybe if Trump's approval ratings go down, maybe if he is Epstein himself, in the sense that like, he's a loose end and he needs to be taken care of. Maybe like Trump falls out of favor, and like, everyone's like, oh, look at Vance though. Vance the whole time was trying to be cool about this. Like, isn't he a nice guy? And like, the tech bros would love that. The tech bros would be fucking all over that like a rash. Like, not only did they get their person into the second position, the second highest position of executive authority in the empire, but like, they orchestrate it somehow so he actually gets in, and he looks good too. My God, Peter Thiel could rule the world. What's this? Texas Tribune. Robert Morrison from Texas, mega church pastor and Trump advisor, indicted for child crimes. Crimes. Yeah, lovely. Who would have fucking thought, hey? Like, I'm telling you, this is how this class exists, man. This is how this class exists. And like, we're nothing to these people. And so like, you know, class war isn't that fucking scary of a notion. If you think of just in class war is eating the rich, all the way down to like, let's just change the system, and like, we can do it without being so vengeful. Like, the system is this. Like, these people think you are expendable or just a vehicle to make them value somehow and keep them rich and keep them on top. Like, you slave away, you labor away and scurry around in your little fucking rat race life while they live this charmed existence up above and can do whatever the fuck they want. That's the class system. And it's interesting to get little insights like this about how they deal with it. It's like, how do we treat the plebs? And it's not even all of the plebs. It's just like, oh, how do we win MAGA back on this one and make it look good? So we got enough MAGA people to keep our team in power. Because it's not like they're all united. Like, there's probably a lot of hate between them. And like, they want their team in. And so like they want to keep their own people in the administration, in the White House. And so they got to keep that ship sailing. But like it won't destroy their class if Trump loses or something like that. It'll be somebody else that takes over and gets to run America for a little bit. Like it is a corporation or something like that. But like interesting nonetheless. And so like I just want to have a quick look at like how people are talking about that. This is CBS. I don't know what CBS is like in terms of its leaning. I'm assuming it's like evil, left-wing, woke rubbish or something like that. Or maybe it's just like just general liberal media. It's awful. Like let's have a look.
A New York Times article out this morning is revealing what it calls a freak out. That's a quote inside the White House over the Epstein files. The article describes a panicked Vice President J.D. Vance as he and other advisors met inside the Situation Room last year. It also points out that one White House official suggested that they pardon Epstein's co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell. It was during that Situation Room meeting that a Wall Street Journal report was published. You remember it. It detailed a close relationship between the president and Epstein. Let's bring in CBS News chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes. Nancy, has the White House responded to this article yet?
They have.
Imagine selling yourself into slavery because you're afraid of a trans woman taking a piss. What do you mean by selling yourself into slavery? You just mean like buying like the general slop that comes down from the ruling classes that divides us? Is that what you're talking about?
Just between the president and Epstein. Let's bring in CBS News chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes. Nancy, has the White House responded to this article yet?
They have just responded, Adriana. They put out a statement saying essentially that President Trump has been totally exonerated when it comes to anything having to do with Jeffrey Epstein. And
just as President Trump has said, he's totally exonerated from anything relating to Epstein by releasing thousands of pages of documents, cooperating with House Oversight Committee's subpoena requests. Isn't that funny? That's exactly the line that was in this report. They've just used the same line. They're just like, but we did it. We released thousands of pages. We've done it. You can't ask for it. Actually, I've done the most. I'm the president who's done the most for this issue. Oh, voting for a party who won't lift the minimum wage or mandate a national minimum wage. Yeah, right. Yes, okay, right. Got it. Yeah. Because you're afraid of a trans woman taking a piss. Got it.
that his administration has released thousands of pages of documents and therefore has done more to address this issue than any other previous administration. But what this article...
Citing the Epstein File Transparency Act and calling for more investigations into Epstein's Democrat friends, President Trump has done more for Epstein's victims than anyone before him.
Really does is shine a spotlight on the tremendous concern that top White House and DOJ...
Saint Chi, you love America. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. America is the imperial core, Saint Chi. Like, there's no fucking bones about this one. And, like, I live in a vassal state of the empire. Like, people got to stop thinking about, like, Australia in terms of our national sovereignty or all that sort of stuff. And start to, like, realize that what capitalism is and, like, what our economy is. We're a global system. And, like, I might not be American, but, like, I am a subject of that system. And, like, America is the core of that system. And so what happens in America impacts the world. If you don't believe that, just look at the tariff situation and look at, like, Iran. No, it's not my entertainment. I'm saying it affects me. Their life is your entertainment. No, look, it's entertaining. Don't get me wrong. But, like, come on. It's not my entertainment. It's like I'm affected by this. Like, when Trump decides to do what no other president has done or had the balls to do, like take on Iran and, like, screws up the world economy, like, that affects everyone, Saint Chi. Like, the only thing is, like, we don't get a vote. Like, you Americans do. You guys voted in Trump. And, like, if you didn't vote for Trump and you voted for someone else, would, like, the Iranian situation have happened? I don't know. Trump's name is only mentioned. I'm not even going to read that number out. I don't even know if that's a real number. something a trillion gazillion times in the Epstein files. Nothing to see here though. Yes. Benzo Bandit in the house. How you going? Hope you're well. I told Erica Sheila what a vassal state was, and she didn't want to believe it. I said Japan was a vassal state. I said Japan is a vassal state of Japan, and in the moment, most people vassal state of the US, and in the moment, most people don't want to believe it. Yeah, it's daunting. It's a daunting realization. But if you think of the economy as a global system, like, it starts to make more sense. And then you have like centers of power. But like they're all tied together. Like, look at the two centers of power that are supposed to be like, you know, oppositional at the moment, like America and China. Like, as much as they might be, like, appear to be different, like even rivals, like they're still linked to each other economically. It is a global system. It's definitely a global system. And so, like, yes, do I love America? Like, it's bittersweet, you know. Like, I appreciate America, but like they've done horrible things because they are the ones that are at the helm at the moment. But I don't hold it against Americans like you. Unless you're from the bourgeoisie, then I do hold you accountable. Actually, I hold you directly responsible, but I'll never know.
Officials had as this story started to gain momentum, and they tried to figure out how to tamp it down. There were various factions either arguing to
You hear France and Germany cancelled their fighter jet program. I heard about Germany. I didn't hear about France. But like, isn't it interesting that like in like, what is it, ultra modern warfare, like you can consider things like cancelling fighter jet programs? And we just need cheap mass drone production. Emphasis on the mass.
release as much as possible to try to get grand jury materials released, kind of to show the public that that they were being as open as possible. And then there were others who were arguing that they sort of needed to hunker down and that this would all blow over. A couple of things that were the most fascinating, Adriana. Number one was the fact that there were some within the White House who were suggesting that they offer some sort of favor or enticement for Ghislaine Maxwell, who was in federal prison in Florida, in exchange for her doing an interview with a top DOJ official. And the idea of even offering her a pardon was floated. That was shot down. But she was transferred to a lower security prison after she did that interview. The administration has always claimed there was no quid pro quo there. But we do know that there was some concern among top White House officials that if she was given anything in exchange for doing an interview, that it would basically create enough of a controversy that it would negate anything positive that she were to say about President Trump and his relationship, or lack of it, with Jeffrey Epstein.
So that's why they haven't given her a pardon yet, because like they are like the optics on that one would look bad. Like she could say some really nice stuff, but like even if she does, she'll be a liability, because then when she gets the pardon, then everyone will be like, but wait a minute, you pardoned her just so she would say nice stuff. You fucking evil bastards. Yeah, I saw this. I haven't played it on stream, but I saw you posted this. It's pretty funny, isn't it? And like Erica Kirk, like she just, like everybody wants to fucking do this to her, right? Like people just love seeing her suffer on stage. She just brings it to herself. She's like a magnet for this stuff. Watch this. If you're like, this is, if you're wondering what I'm watching as well, like this is on Discord. Here's the invitation for Discord. This is where we share propaganda and information and all that sort of stuff. Come and share your propaganda. Yeah, watch this.
But the joy of the Lord withstands all.
Yeah, her face. It did look like that. So good. Yeah, her face. Ooh. Yeah, oof. What? How dare you, commoner? Hey, do you know who I am? And think of the male men. Think of the male men. She ain't wrong, though. No, she's not. I've seen so much on the EFs. I'm actually a little fatigued with all the reporting. Yeah, I get it. And I think that was actually a better strategy than like JD Vance trying to be like, do I cry? Am I angry? Yeah, like confused, like response. How do I relate to these humans, to these commoners? What should I do? Yeah. Yeah, there's fatigue on it for sure. And I think that was the better strategy, to be honest. Just let it draw itself out slowly as fuck and like keep denying it. Like it's clever as hell. They did well. Mowing the lawns. Are you related to BB Rave? Only when it comes to aphids taking over my pepper plants. Oh, wait. Everyone else is mowing their lawns, and now I'm feeling self-conscious and think I have to fix the garden. All right. I don't think there's anything else on this, to be honest.
Nancy, let me ask you about something else now. The president is expected to sign that reconciliation bill for ICE and Border Patrol today.
There's nothing else on this one. I just think, like, you know, whether there's fatigue or not, I think there's probably a lot of fatigue on this issue, and like people are over it because they feel powerless. But like, you know, it's just a stark and scary case study in like how the world is, and there is a group of people, a class of people out there that live an existence that you would just no like possible comprehension of in the slightest. You wouldn't be able to begin to understand how these people exist, and that's a class system. That is a class system, ladies and gentlemen, and we live in it, whether you like it or not. And so like you can do the intersectionality that we're talking about yesterday. You can do like the race stuff that guy was talking to Mum Dani about. And like it's all fucking important stuff. Like this really important stuff. But like the system that perpetuates the intersectionality issues, so the levels of oppression, the racial inequality issues, gender inequality issues, the system that produces the conditions that shape those levels of oppression, those problems in society, the system at its core needs to be interrupted, needs to be fought against. All those grand and valiant struggles will be fought in vain. It's not dismissing, like even the culture wars. I know I diss the culture wars all the time. There's like some important culture war issues out there. And like, I don't mean to diminish them, but like all of your efforts are in vain unless you do go to the core of these problems. And the core of the problem is like they're directly related to their context. Their context is the economic system, the global system. They're not in a void. They are in context, and their context is the way we structure our societies. They're in a context. They're not issues that just exist on themselves. They are impacted directly by capitalism, baby. Racial tensions, systematically oppressed ray guns. See, like that sort of stuff. Like I could just bang on about that, but my fight for the systematic oppression of ray gun is in vain unless I understand the system that has produced ray gun's oppression in the first place. What are the conditions that allowed ray gun to be oppressed? If I don't understand those, my fight is in vain. I am wasting my energy, people, trying to convince you all that ray gun should be defended. Political alienation, yes. Not many people talk about it, but it is real. It fucking is. fucking is. Right, enough on Epstein stuff. Like people have noted, it does get tiresome after a while. Yeah. Look at it go. Oh, yeah. That's my girl. All right. So I wanted to also have a look at this because like we've been following this story and we're going to continue to follow this story. So tough tits if you don't like it. And I wanted to touch on this yesterday, but I just ran out of time. But like Cuba is continually, it's getting worse and worse. And like there's two stories out there that I find that I like there's the culture war aspect on Cuba is being manufactured for us just watching on in the empire kind of thing. And there's two forms of the discussion. There's the Nick Shirley, like let's send Nick Shirley in and make sure everyone's just like, oh, yes, Cuba's pretty fucked at the moment. But the Cubans accuse the government as being the problem. That's the one culture war line on this one. And then there is the whole Cuba is a fucking problem, but everybody blames like Trump and the Americans for the situation. So there is a culture war issue on this. Like we've seen the culture war discussion when we've looked at Cuba in the past. Like there's like half the people in the chat are just like, yeah, but like, you know, it's socialism. It's the Cuban government that are the problem. Yeah, okay, fine. It's the Cuban government. They're the reason why all of this is happening. It's got nothing to do with anything else. Obviously, they just suck because they're dirty commies. And then there's other people that are like just like obviously pointing out the fact that like there are external pressures that have caused their issues. So there is a culture war on Cuba, and it continues. And so we're going to watch a couple of pieces now that like both go into Cuba to speak to the people. And one story is just like, everybody says that the Cuban government is to blame. How do you respond to that Cuban government? And then the other piece is like the direct opposite of that, which is like we're speaking to people and they blame no one but the Americans or Trump for this situation. To be fair, she doesn't want to put the shovel down. She just keeps digging. Is this the ray gun situation got worse? We watched this guy, bro. Were you not there for that? Like you suggested this or someone suggested it and I watched it and it was like her getting fired from her position. And I was just like, why are we making fun of people getting fired? Yeah, I agree with both. The external pressures and the internal are both factors. I tend to blame internal more. It's not like they could just apologize. It's not like they couldn't just apologize. So good. Yeah, just like apologize. That's right. Kiss it. Like if they just did that, then like all of a sudden tomorrow, like the economy would just get better and they get oil again or something. US-Iran war is back. It's back on the table. Yes, it is. Yes, it fucking is. We did cover that a little bit yesterday with like the Apache helicopter that went down. Is that the ray gun Olympic breakdancer? Yes, it is, Han. Yes, that's the one. Yeah, apologize. If they just did that, if they just apologized, then like all their problems would go away. But yes, that's the ray gun, Han. Surprise us all, Han, and tell us your opinion on this one. I bet you just like all the rest of the commoners with your position on ray gun. All right, let's go. Let's have a look at Cuba, shall we? Apologize. This is ITV News. I'm pretty sure they're a British organization. So, like, I don't know what their position is on this and why they're manufacturing consent on this one, but, like, whatever. Reagan is how I think all Aussies are. She represents the entire country. And how do you think that all Aussies are? Follow it up. Outstanding citizens. Well, the thumbnail caption went from 0 to 100 real quick. Yes, tell me about it. Eh? Fucking tell me about it.
In Havana, like every commodity, hope is in short supply. Rubbish bins are now a place to harvest as much as discard. They offer sustenance for the hungry. The desperate must decide what will do them more harm than good. On every street corner, the same...
Cucked so hard, no matter how stupid your idea is. If you're a woman or a person of color, nobody will say no. As in, like, that's the reason behind the situation. Like, they let her in because she was a woman. And so, like, that's how we got here. Interesting. Fucking hell, the emaciation. Yeah, it's scary, isn't it? They're sanctioning hope now too.
The desperate must decide what will do them more harm than good. On every street corner, the same fetid mess, the same hunt for something worth salvaging. Neglisis is recycling to survive. He gets 30 pesos for a kilo, that's a few pence. He'd need to collect several big bags like this just to afford a piece of fruit. Berta Baez has
Hope only in short supply because demand is so high. It's simple economics, eh? Gee, I hope it gets better. I hope it gets better.
been picking them up all morning, but bristles at the prices here. An entire day's work just for a few bananas. She says the government gives her very little money, so she has no choice but to sell cans to be...
This is the thing, right, Han? Like, see, the government have actually done what you wanted. It's like, they must be like a libertarian government. The government gives her no money, and so she has to scrounge around to get cans to buy one banana so she doesn't starve to death. Eh? This is the fantasy, the libertarian fantasy that we were talking about yesterday. The government ain't giving her no money, so she got to get a real job, and that's collecting cans so she can buy a banana. Bananas? Yes. There's bananas around. Watch out. Were they running on UBI before that? Yes, I guess. They were running on some type of assistance. Ah, yes, Cuba is so free. She has opportunities left and right. Well, like, this is the experiment, right? She had Social Security and then they've cut her off. And so now she gets to scrounge around and make a living getting bananas. She looks so much better off now, I'm sure. Maybe they should vote for a new government. Oh, wait. A bag of rubbish for a piece of fruit seems fair. What are they complaining about? I think it's just welfare, to be honest. I'm not sure if it's UBI exactly. I would suggest that it's probably some type of just government assistance.
Be able to eat. This is a city where civic pride is a luxury they can no longer afford. It's not just the crumbling grandeur, that slow rot set in decades ago as the American blockade grew and Cuba's communist allies dwindled. But now, as a result of an American oil embargo, power shortages are critical. Butter is sold quickly in this heat. With no refrigeration, shoppers must get it before it goes rancid. Water doesn't flow anymore in Havana. Instead, it's dragged. With no power, electric pumps are idle. So this is how some homes are resupplied. Jose Luis tells me it's the same in all the houses. For 6 months, there's been no water service here. And when I ask who he blames, the Americans or his own government, he says talking too much can get you arrested.
Wait, no talkie, or you get arrested. That's like, this is like, there's the Nick Shirley team and there's the Hassan team. And you remember, like, when Hassan went and we watched that video and there was the guy doing the dubbing for the people in Cuba? That was hilarious. Why did they get this person to dub like that? Well, that's not socialism so much as just welfare. LOL. Haha! We've had an effect on people. Jesus, great way to get Ebola or Giardia. Yeah. bare hands, buckets of water, sweating right in it. I think really the point is like they're struggling here. And like this isn't ideal whatever way you look at it, regardless of people sweating into your water. Touch plenty of stuff, then carry it again. Do people expect to be fed for nothing? Nothing for nothing, I say. A clean community is a community that gets its poor to clean the streets for a piece of fruit. Actually, maybe this is what Han was trying to warn us about yesterday. Like, kick everybody off welfare, and then, like, the poor will just, like, walk around cleaning the streets for a piece of fruit. So many problems solved. Tough if they die. At least they cleaned up the place first. Oh, you need water. Oh, yeah, you need water. You need water. You take it regardless. Self-sufficient commune doesn't seem so self-sufficient. Just their health crisis coming. Yeah, well, fucking... Oh, wait, they don't have a health system anymore? Because they can't power it? Uh-oh.
Cuba's plight is evident at every meal. Coal, not gas, is used to cook by many, a daily indicator of how bad things have got. Petrol is so scarce it's forced many of Cuba's famous classic cars off the road. These relics of a bygone age before the revolution are now stationary reminders of today's shortages. Electric cars or rickshaws have become a more reliable form of transport. But for drivers who have no choice, getting more than their 20-litre a month ration of fuel involves cruising the city and signalling as they pass petrol stations to see if the staff will sell them some fuel.
Under capitalism, we throw away so much excess food. Under communism, there is no excess food. Case closed. That's all you need to hear on the matter.
On the black market. For Michael, the lack of available medicine has cost him dear. His untreated diabetes resulted in both legs being amputated 3 years ago, and since then the situation has got worse. When I ask him who he blames, he's blunt: the Cuban government, citing the expensive medicines he can't afford. Those who work in Cuba's health system...
There it is, it's the Shirley system again. This is what Shirley gets to look forward to in his later years, doing stuff like this. Again, the Cuban government has done it. Dun, dun, dun. From Havana to the Third World, the destruction. Their society used to be so beautiful. There used to be a lot of beautiful places around the world. Hey? Maybe they should have been less hostile to the US over the years. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Eh? Shouldn't have been contrary to the US and tried to figure themselves out, have their own sovereignty in the Western Hemisphere. That was their first mistake. I don't think that is the flex you think it is, Han. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Trying to import Russian nukes was their downfall. Yes. And why do people have nukes? Can I just ask? Just trying to figure that one out. Why would somebody want nukes? How did riding the US cock work out for you? The USSR, sorry, cock work out for you. I mean, kind of silly to pick a fight with a bully when you can't win. Only a leftist would feel that way. Or your other bully buddy, Russia, doesn't show up. Well, I think they did show up, didn't they? They showed up. And then, like, it was Cuba who decided to withdraw the nuclear warheads. Like Mystery said, if the system sucks so badly, then why does the US do everything they can to sabotage it? It's a fair fucking point. Like, let it fail on its lonesome. But no, you have to economically cut it off from the world. If it's so shit, let it fail on its own. It seems like people are trying to bring it down because they may be scared of it succeeding. To end World War II without having to invade the Japanese mainland. That's why people have nukes, like today, or historically, to get them before the Nazis. Yeah, like that. But like, why do people have nukes today? They call it nuclear deterrence. So like, if you import nukes from Russia because you're trying to deter people from attacking you, like there's a lot of countries that do that. That's why they say they have nuclear weapons, to deter aggression. So like, you know, if it's okay for, you know, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, is all I'm trying to say here. The US is is the only country that it's allowed to trade with Cuba. Such journalistic prostitution here. Rickshaws for transport because they're poor. One, they have always used rickshaws and bugs over there. I detest lazy journalism. It's just part of the mutually assured destruction. Yeah. All right, back to it.
Like Jose can get their hands on medical supplies, and that's part of the problem. He sells some of it on this black market website. Cuba's famous hospital network is crumbling. Despite Donald Trump's oil blockade, some aid shipments are being allowed through. This one from Mexico has 7,000 tons of rice, milk and beans to help feed a country on the brink. The Cuban government brushes off criticism of its record, saying the current crisis is not its fault.
What would you say to Cuban people that we have talked to who don't blame the American government for this situation, they blame your government?
I wouldn't have exactly any message for Cubans. I think that that question should be asked to the American government because they are the responsible actor.
New financial sanctions have forced international hotel...
It's always someone else's fault when communism fails. Yeah. You're gonna have to get some new material, man, honestly.
...brands to pull out. What greater tangible sign of Cuba's crumbling tourism industry than resorts being taken over by a government in crisis? The music might still be playing, but there's almost no one left to hear it. Each evening, Cuba enters its own dark age. Huge swathes of the capital are without power, despite residents' best efforts to find a remedy. The fortunate few have generators, but only as long as the fuel lasts. In a city which was renowned for its...
While you rehash Marx, LOL. Yeah, but like, it's not a throwaway liner. Like, I'm trying to use it to critique the current situation. Like, it's just a throwaway line. The only throwaway line I have is, that's capitalism, baby. And I try to only use it once in a stream. Communism is a great idea, but for some reason it never gets past the stage of rounding up enemies of the state. No one listens because the music is shithouse, LOL. Savage. Savage.
Nightlife in Joie de Vivre. Havana has now been plunged into darkness and largely into silence. If you look at the blocks of flats around here, there are no lights on apart from the few people who've managed to charge up a battery during the day. In this city of silhouettes, most are forced to make their own entertainment. Yet in exclusive corners, there is a land of plenty for the few. The elite have the power in Cuba in every sense. Lazaro has a rap sheet for his rhymes, and he doesn't care. He wears his heart on his sleeve, his allegiance to Trump on his chest, and his contempt for the authorities on his skin. His indelible slogan, down with the Cuban government. And he's been imprisoned multiple times for his anti-government rapping. He says he's asked...
This is actually a good video. It's educational and it's semi-entertaining. There's no lights on. Seems pretty bright. Seems fair news. Interesting. Interesting.
Looking for Donald Trump to finally enter the island because we need an intervention now so the Castro Canalistas leave. He says if Trump invades, he'd be on the front lines with the Americans.
Yo estaría en la primera línea de combate.
I don't think they'll have you, mate. If you haven't been paying attention on what's going on in the States at the moment, they wouldn't have you. Actually, even if they let you fight, then they wouldn't let you into the country. Yeah, I think this is the most honest reporting on Cuba I've seen so far. Most unbiased, at least. Oh, fuck. Wow. But like just interviewing people and showing the footage of the people that only say that it's the Cuban government's fault. That's the most unbiased one so far. It's interesting. I was trying to paint the picture that there's two stories here. There's the Nick Shirley type of media, which is this one, and then there's your Hassan type of media, which is the other one where they only show people speaking about like how it's the US's fault. And so like media never shows there's two forms of commentary out there and probably a vast middle ground, and like all they've shown so far is people that are like, I can't speak because the government is evil and it's the government's fault. That's all they've shown, and like it's like this is the most unbiased one so far. It's funny. I thought I heard like 3 people shit on Trump. I don't know, man. It's all been people talking so far about, and like they're following Trump supporters around Cuba. Hey, ooh, hi to the sausage in the house. How you going? To be fair, I've been in and out working. My bad. But like there is, I'm going to play another one that I think will be like more of the, or only the, oh, it's all Trump's fault, it's all the America's fault, etc., etc., etc. But it's like, this is, I would suggest to you it's not that balanced at all. It's just propaganda. Cubans are generally the most pro-American immigrants in the US. They risk their lives to float across an ocean on sticks. They are happy to be here. Oh man, so good. Like, are you defending people floating across an ocean on sticks to illegally enter the US? This just trying to measure where it's acceptable for people. But they're pro-American, so let them come and flood Florida on their little fucking boats with their little sticks. Completely acceptable behavior. It's so good. Oh man, I love it. They showed a lack of water and energy due to a blockade. I don't think the title alone is pretty damning on Trump. I don't know. The title alone is pretty damning on Trump. We witnessed the devastation effects of Trump's oil embargo on Cuba. Yeah, fair enough. That's fine. I agree. Yes, Trump's oil embargo on Cuba. And so far it's just been like person after person being like, evil. The government is the problem. They've even found someone with a Trump shirt. He's like, yeah, bring Trump in. I'll fight with the Americans. When is a reported news article have you ever seen both sides represented equally? News, unfortunately, is just a tool of the machine. Are you defending immigrants? Yes, he is. Yeah, pretty funny. Like how Han can cherry pick when you like people illegally invading the country. It's a good one. I'll wait to see the cope on the next comment.
His fury is fueled by what he shows me next. On the 3rd floor of a nearby apartment block, his mother should be in hospital. But she's stuck here in acute pain with a heart condition. The drugs she needs are running out, and so is her patience. She says, I wish I could die every time I get sick. Honestly, I ask God every day to bring me death, because this isn't easy. Margot is almost as old as the revolution she feels has failed her. She's weeping for better days, and so is Cuba. Dan Rivers, ITV News, Havana.
Yeah, oh my god. Yeah. Oh my god. It's heavy as fuck. It's heavy as fuck. And like they did have a working hospital system up until recently. But I guess if I was in that guy's position, I'd be like, the only way to get the hospital system working again is if America just does what it wants and our government completely capitulates, turns itself in, and then maybe we'll start to get supplies in again. So like maybe that's his, it's like they call it defeatism, but it's like it's a strategy. Like you just let your side lose to whatever the entity it is that's constraining you or fucking you up, so at least you can move beyond that position. You remind me of my grandkids' kindergarten teacher mystery. Still figuring out whether that's a good or a bad thing for my grandkids. Time will tell. Time will tell. How horrible. Damn, nice ending. Yeah, fucking heavy, isn't it? Pen tester in the house. How you going? Hope you well. 1950s Havana, relatively nicer than it is now. I mean, it's fucked up as it is. That was kind of Cuba's only choice from the start. Defeatism. I don't know, man. Like I said, like they actually were, their hospital system was working up until recently. Oh, that is right. You think I am anti-immigration. We need immigrants. We just need the right immigrants. And if you want to come here to scam the system, get on the plane or face the wall, you can write fuck off. But they're illegal, Han. You said people need to come here legally, and now you're supporting, you think they're upstanding, these people. They're the best American migrants, the ones that come here illegally on a boat. It's funny. It's just funny to see you struggle with this. It's okay. You can admit it, Han. You can admit it when you've said something that is highly contradictory. It'll happen one day. For some hair ties and some laughs. Bandsaw Abandoned, thank you very much. You legend. Very good. For some hair ties. Someone came in on Kick earlier today. They were really fucking upset about the man bun. What do they call the man bun? Like a bitch something? A bitch something. I have a bitch haircut or something like that. It was like, there was 2 words though. The right migrants. Yes. Thank you very much, Bandsaw Bandit, though. Do appreciate it. It's functioned enough to keep people from rioting, but it wasn't free of inequality. The health system had major flaws in that regard. Alright. But at least the majority of people weren't begging for death. Bitch biscuit. That's the one. Fuck. I have spoken. The stream historian. Dude, man, your memory for this stuff is incredible. Bitch biscuit. It's called I need hair ties for my bitch biscuit, bro. My bitch biscuit. God, I wish I'd remembered that. Yeah, but at least the majority of people weren't begging for death. Yeah. Well, they're there now. And so they should be begging for intervention. Yeah, people really get triggered by the man bun. See, it's like a signifier. I didn't realize it had power. Like I said, I was just being cheap. Like I can get my missus to like shave my sides and my back for free, and I've saved hundreds of dollars on haircuts now because all I have to do is tie it up. So good. My man bun is a big bald spot now. I'm just jelly. No, that's fine. That's fine. Thank you for the fucking contribution for some hair ties. But yeah, it's a bitch biscuit. And it's a good indicator on who's like really emotionally attached to their politics and who can't speak about politics without getting fucking all personal about it. Look at you with your fucking haircut. I hate you. Oh, whoa. Whoa, slow down. Hey, bitch biscuit. So good. All right, so that's one piece of that's the Nick Shirley take on Cuba right there. I think, apparently I missed something there, but like that's the Nick Shirley story, which is like it's the evil government. That's the problem. They deserve everything they get. Yeah, same. I get one haircut per year. I just might ask my wife to cut it, bro. It is the way in which we survive. Mystery, it's because they're scared that they'll think you're a hot chick from behind and accidentally be gay. Oh, could you imagine? So good. Oh no, I slightly got aroused when I saw that person. No, I'm not gay, am I? No. Let's see what Cubans really think about Trump. Like, is this going to be the Nick Shirley line? Is this going to be balanced? Will we get two sides of the story here? Let's find out. We've already seen the New York Times hit piece on Trump so far over the Epi files. Let's see what happens here. The New York Times and two more. Who are the other two? Oh, New York Times Opinion and Jeff Seal. Thanks, Jeff. I accidentally slapped that dude's ass. Fuck. Yeah, oh well, I'm in too deep now. Let's go all the way.
Things in Cuba have gotten really bad.
Donald Trump tiene puño muy fuerte sobre nosotros.
I do believe I'll be having the honor of taking Cuba.
The United States has imposed a punishing full trade embargo on Cuba since
1962
I meant
con el presidente
to harass
John Kennedy.
women only, damn it.
On Cuba since
Full trade embargo since 1962 with President John Kennedy.
Con el presidente John Kennedy.
And now the Trump administration is doubling down by putting another embargo on top of that embargo.
Pero bueno, este
The
bloqueo
blockade is
es
much worse and more dangerous. But this blockade, is much worse and much more dangerous
mucho peor y más peligroso.
For months now, the U.S. has blocked fuel imports.
The whole Cuba is in a blackout.
That has pushed this island of 11 million people to the brink of societal collapse. And it's on purpose.
And it's on purpose. Dun, dun, dun. All right, everyone who was like rallying before about how shit communism is, are you ready? You better get your fucking keyboard warrior fingers out, because the New York Times is trying to say that this is all orchestrated by some evil American administration. $10 is $10 at the end of the day. Hey, don't hate the player. I sometimes get guys checking me out, and it's like they do the turnaround once they pass me to look to see if I'm male or female. Americans put embargo on Cuba. Why are people leaving Cuba? They must love America. Is it a bad trait that I'm a little disappointed in that the Middle East is so far away and we can't benefit from the fireworks display on the horizon? I don't know, man. It's heavy. It's heavy. Neo-colonialism bullshit. All right, let's hear it.
¿Cómo se llama?
Jeff.
Nice to meet you.
That's me, Jeff Seal, a video journalist and comedian. And when I landed in Cuba a few weeks ago, it was as if the United States had turned the lights off of the whole island.
La gente está sufriendo y se necesita un cambio, se necesita una ayuda también.
I saw grocery stores with empty shelves, pharmacies were running out of medicines, and the President of the United States has only let in one single Russian oil tanker in 4 months of a fuel embargo. He's still trying to figure out what to do next.
Whether I free it, take it, think I can do anything I want with it.
You can't just, that's not how. Anyway, I was there with the Nuestra America convoy, bringing 50 tons of medical and school supplies, food, solar panels, and battery packs. And I'm not the first in my family to come here to volunteer. My dad came in 1970 with the Venceremos Brigade.
During the 1970s, hundreds of young Americans circumvented U.S. travel regulations to go to Cuba to harvest sugarcane and experience the Cuban Revolution firsthand.
Yep, that's
Whoa, there's a brigade of people that went to help out with the revolution? That's interesting. Sorry, it's Thursday. Didn't mean to be so heavy. I'll pick it up. That's okay. Fucking brutal, though. Spandogs on it. Savage.
To harvest sugarcane and experience the Cuban Revolution firsthand.
Yep.
What is that? Venceremos Brigade. Interesting.
That's pretty much how he explained it. Although hopefully I won't also get an FBI file. Anyway, while in Cuba, I tried to meet as many people as I could to understand what they think about the U.S.-Cuba relationship. I wanted to know, is Trump actually going to be the one to win over Cuba? Or is the embargo still just a total failure?
What would your message to Donald Trump be? What would you say?
Easing of restrictions does not help the Cuban people.
What I really want to say, go to hell. That is not the fucking message we got in the last report. I thought everybody fucking hates the evil government. Aid for Gaza has been 100% stopped. Oh, okay. I think like they're not letting people in from the crossing anymore via Egypt. Is that what we're talking about? That's crazy. I know they were restricting it, but I didn't know they had cut it off.
In fact, the project to overthrow the Cuban government started when Donald Trump was still in short pants and Fidel Castro came to power.
And you can go to see the memorandum of Lester Mallory.
Wait, who's Lester Mallory? Well, he's this stuffed shirt right here. He wrote a classified 1960 memorandum that laid out the policy rationale for the U.S. embargo on Cuba. It said that because Fidel Castro's communist government was so popular, the only way to undercut his support was to bring about hunger, desperation, and overthrow of government.
Lies. Lies. All lies. I'm waiting for some of the people that were so active in the comment section before. Right? So active on the keyboard. Just waiting. That's bullshit. Must be absolute. It's fake news. Those aren't real documents. It's just because communism sucks.
It does seem that the Trump administration is finally bringing this nearly 70 years old memo to fruition. He wants to be the one to finally achieve what no other president has been able to do.
You know, all my life I've been hearing about the United States and Cuba.
Overthrow the Cuban government.
He's offering them a sandwich to say Trump sucks. So good. But the other ones did it for free. So good. They're basically saying love America or else.
I'll be having the honor of taking Cuba.
Well, some of the Cubans I talked to didn't think so.
Una advertencia a Trump. Le voy a decir como dijo.
Some of the Cubans I talked to didn't think so.
I'll be having the honor of taking Cuba.
Well, some of the Cubans I talked to didn't think so.
Una advertencia a Trump.
A warning to Trump, as Antonio Maceo said.
Le voy a decir como dijo Antonio Maceo. Quien intenta apoderarse
Whoever tries to take Cuba will collect the dust from its soil drenched in blood.
Solo recogerá el polvo anegado si no perece en la lucha.
If he does not perish in the fight.
Si viene Marco Rubio.
If Marco Rubio and Donald Trump come to Cuba.
Y Donald Trump a mandar en Cuba, no es bueno.
It's my personal
opinion. You cannot change the economic trajectory of Cuba as long as the people who are in charge of it now are in charge of it. It's a broken, non-functional economy.
I'm going to go ahead and let Elaine respond to that.
How can you throw a stone at your own glass roof? On your side, many people die of illness because they don't have the money to pay for medical care. But many have to work from childhood to help their parents that support their sick mother at home.
Since Fidel Castro,
I'll give that guy a ham sandwich. He would desert. How fat is she? Rubio is such a slug. Well, he's fucking right in the thick of it, eh? He probably came over on a boat. He's an illegal immigrant who's now the Secretary of State.
Castro and Che Guevara took power in 1959. The United States government has tried to overthrow...
Can I see it? No. Aurora Australis. At the time of night, in the confines of your backyard. Fuck off, you get to see that. That's crazy. Wow.
A lot of countries. Since Fidel Castro and Che Guevara took power in 1959, the United States government has tried to overthrow a lot of countries. And it doesn't always work out to our advantage, or for the people who live there. You know, like Vietnam, for instance. Or when we toppled the Iranian government in 1953. Or this time in Iran when I don't know what's happening there. Did we win? But now the U.S. Department of Justice has indicted Raul Castro, just like they did to Nicolas Maduro of Venezuela before they kidnapped it, before they arrested him.
Good night. Happy New Year.
For over 60 years, no matter how much suffering it's inflicted on the Cuban people, the United States hasn't been able to overthrow the government of this small island just 90 miles off its coast. And people like Roberto are very proud of that.
Cuba was going to import nukes from Russia. I think that's the issue that will never be forgotten. Fair enough. That's fine. But like there was obviously stuff, as they have shown, like on files. Maybe it's all fake news, but like this was happening way before, these plans were happening before the Cuban Missile Crisis. Classic Republicans, when they agree with you, they are speaking the truth. When they say the opposite, they have been bribed. Basically Trump-esque fake news, toddler-brained babies. Cuba agrees to host Russia nukes like 90 miles from our coast. It's like, fuck around and find out. Okay. Big southeast coast. Well, okay, the last video has implied bias. This one's literally stating it. Yeah. Cold War is over, dude. People need to move on. How crazy that the US is sanctioning soccer players and referees of the World Cup. It's fucking insane. It is insane. It is insane. Like referees and players. Like what's going on there? Like why host it if you want to do that? Like it doesn't make sense. See what China does. I think that's a joke. I guess that's a joke. It's pretty funny if it's supposed to be a joke.
90 miles off its coast. And people like Roberto are very proud of that.
There's four things that the Cuban government have been defending all the time. Healthcare for free, education for free, access to free culture, access to sports.
Still, I did meet people who wouldn't mind a closer relationship.
I love American people.
With a few caveats.
What about the American government?
Don't like.
No.
Tendría que ser relaciones basadas en el
I would have a
respeto.
relationship based on respect. It would have to be a relationship built on respect, sorry. Especially respect for the country's autonomy.
Especialmente el respeto de la autonomía del país. No serían
No
relaciones
relationships based on blackmail or domination.
basadas en el chantaje ni en la dominación.
The relationship between the Cuban people and the United States people has been always good. The problem is there is a small sector of Florida.
Florida, the land of no personal state income tax, most of the Cuban diaspora, and my boy Marco Rubio.
There's no oil blockade on Cuba per se. Here's what's happening with Cuba, okay? Venezuelans have decided we're not giving you free oil anymore.
Marco Rubio, no te puedo decir.
They just decided one day by themselves, we're not going to give them oil anymore. Oh my God. Go on. Like all of like the... I'm not even going to go there. It's tiring. It's tiring. KK Online, how you going? Dumb fuck take. The nukes were placed there in reaction to the United States behavior in South America. The constant coup attempts, etc. Bloody meth head Americans not understanding their own history. Cold War never got hot. Now it is. Alright. I can call you a traitor because... Marco Rubio, he's talking about this guy. I can't call you a traitor because you haven't been around.
Que seas un traidor porque nunca has estado acá. Pero bien claro, tú
But
sabes
you know very well that your dad left before
que tu
59.
papá se fue ante el 59. Fidel ni siquiera le
And that Fidel didn't even take anything away from your dad.
quitó nada a tu papá. Ve este video para que
Watch this video to learn a little more about your family's history.
aprendas un poco más sobre la historia de tu familia.
Under intense pressure from Marco Rubio and the U.S. government, Cuba began allowing some foreign nationals to invest in and own private companies on the island.
No es bueno, sobre todo que vengan los cubanos
It won't be good if Cuban Americans come.
americanos, o sea, la gente que está acá
The
va a
people here are going to end up poorer.
quedar más pobres y ellos se van a enriquecer.
Bueno, si quieren venir
Well, if they want to come and invest so that people have a good economy.
a invertir para que el pueblo tenga buena economía y gane buen dinero, ok, perfecto eso.
Pudieran las
Can
transnacionales
American multinationals invest a little more in Cuba?
americanas invertir un poquito más en Cuba. Cuba daría un
Cuba
cambio
would change substantially.
sustancial. No queremos que se convierta en Puerto
We don't want it to become like Puerto Rico.
Rico.
But many people told me
America just teaches a different version of history and people don't do their own research. Nukes were placed in Cuba because Europe was becoming stronger. Everybody, what's that? Nagasaki tonight. Everybody, Hiroshima tonight.
they don't blame the U.S. embargo for their
Que se convierta en Puerto Rico.
But many people told me they don't blame the U.S. embargo for their problems.
Cuba blocked everything here.
Blockade from who? From USA?
Yeah.
It's not beginning now. It is.
Yeah. But it's worse now, no?
No, it's bad, but it's the blockade inside Cuba.
Instead, they blame their own government, currently led by President
There you
Miguel.
go. Hey, it's the government's fault. Somebody's trying to do balanced reporting. Get it. There must be a middle ground of people. No, it's the government. Oh, you got proved wrong. And all you can say is you're gay. Gay and fake.
Diaz-Canel.
If you don't have
Miguel Diaz-Canel.
If you don't have euros or dollars, you can't eat anything.
Una pregunta, eso no
One question. If it's not attributed to the blockade?
atribuye al bloqueo. Pues.
No, because in Cuba, even in the past with Fidel Castro, there was a blockade and there was still food.
To be fair, people here have been mad at the Cuban government for very real reasons for a very long time. There's political repression, economic mismanagement, and mass migration off the island. But either way, if the goal of the 19...
All right, I think I've solved it. Did you hear that? There's mass migration off the island. I think the UK just needs to tank its economy and then everyone will fuck off. Like all the people that have tried to migrate into the UK will just fuck off. Maybe that's the trick for you Americans out there worried about like people trying to migrate into the US en masse and illegally. Just let your economy completely fail. Run it into the ground and people will try to get out of America. Like the answer was right in front of us the whole time. I'm surprised that people haven't even come up with this one. Oh, it's about Cuba? The US blockade? Question mark. Blaz in the house. How you going? Hope you're well. Now I get to the awkward parcel stage and forget what to do next. My memory is fine. So it's been quite diverse this week. Divisive this week. Yeah, there's been a few weeks of peace. Like I've even seen people like saying hi to each other, solidarity commentary. But it's back into fucking warfare in the comments. Very divisive. And a lot of fucking gay comments as well. There's a revival. I remember it was not kosher to call people gay for a while. And then, what's her name? Candace Owen made it cool again. She was like, no, not like that type of gay, like 90s gay. Fuck everyone. YOLO. Voltatore in the house. How you going? At least we got queer back. Han. Take the wins where you can get them, eh?
60 memo was disenchantment and disaffection based on economic dissatisfaction and hardship, and the current Trump-Rubio-Cuba policy is to create unlivable conditions on the island. That appears to be working. But Americans should feel ashamed that our government is punishing a whole population to force regime change. It's yet another example of the indifferent cruelty of the Trump.
Does anyone who thinks that this is like all the evil Cuban government's fault, dismiss that claim there, that they're trying to force governmental change by sanctions, like now? Saint-Chi, Han, Spandonk. Do you guys think that like they're not trying to overthrow the government? Because like we've actually heard them say that. Like Trump has said that like on multiple occasions. Do you think that's like bullshit that they're putting pressure on? Too ignorant to make a comment on this. LOL. I'm just interested to know because like some things are like you can speculate on, but you never know, right? But like we've actually heard, like Trump said it. We've watched him say it, that he's trying to strangle Cuba. And we don't even need to do anything. We're just going to go in there once they overthrow their government and we'll just take it. It's like the plan that they had for Iran, but it never happened. On the sanctions, 100% put pressure on the economy. They most definitely try to overthrow the government. I don't think you can argue that. Okay, fair enough. Just wanted to know what the fucking, like, where the bar was. Because, like, they have actually openly said that.
Administration. That doesn't mean he's going to have an easy time taking Cuba.
We're not going to bend our knees. We're going to hold on and we're going to fight for our principles and for our country till the end.
Me gustaría decirle a Trump que se quedara allá en Estados Unidos, que nos dejara tranquilos a los que vivimos acá en Cuba, que a nosotros esto nos gusta y seguimos creyendo en la revolución. Nosotros creemos en esto.
Sorry, I didn't read that out. Sorry.
Tranquilos. Me gustaría decirle a
I'd like to tell Trump to stay there in
Trump que se quedara
the United States and leave those of us who
allá en
live
Estados Unidos, que nos dejara tranquilos a los que vivimos acá en Cuba, que a
here in Cuba in peace because we like it
nosotros
here.
esto nos gusta y seguimos
We still believe in the revolution.
creyendo en la revolución. Nosotros creemos en esto.
We believe in this. That's what you get for believing in the revolution. You got to be pretty confident in your sexualizing and relationship if you're into watching your significant other get railed, in my opinion. You kind of do, actually, don't you? You'll be like, yeah, fuck it, whatever. I'm into that. Let's give it a go. Still believing, good luck, my man, but I don't know. I may be a socialist, but I'm also a cunt. Ha ha ha. The US are big, brutal assholes. The best kind of socialists. All right. Everyone calm the fuck down. No, that's enough of that. We're going to continue to monitor this situation. Like, you know, like the one that we saw with that guy's mum, elderly mum. Like that's the reality here. You can paint it any way you want, blame whoever you want, but the reality is stuff like that. It's definitely stuff like that. All right, we're gonna have a quick break. We'll be back with some more, and we're actually gonna dive into some Theory Thursdays. What did I miss? Why is chat horny? Talking about railing people. I think we were talking about cucks, actually. There's actually a level of bravery in it, apparently. Or comfortable. You have to be comfortable with yourself for that shit. Oh, also, sorry, I was referring to us admin there, not individuals, just to be clear, no offense meant. Yeah, we're going to have a quick break. If you haven't already, make sure you hit the like button. If you're new here, subscribe for more. If you're from Twitch land, follow for more, etc., etc. You know the fucking deal. But yeah, activate the like button if you haven't already. And we'll be back shortly.
When they tell me why. when they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. Why?
All right, we're back. I know what's going on with the chat today. I'm just seeing this. This is how it started. What's going on here? FYI, if anyone has issues with the modding, my DMs are open. Feel free to let me know. We're a heated chat. Interesting. I wonder what you guys are talking about. You know what? I'm not going to go there. Iran just rained down on Kuwait and Bahrain. It's back on, guys. Buckle up. Like, didn't this happen yesterday as well? Bandsaw Bandit? And like they intercepted all of them, I thought. But it's back on the menu, I guess. It's all good now, I think. It's Love Island. Okay. You know what? I know this is a stream that I'm supposed to be managing, but I'm just going to stay out of this one. I'm just going to let this one fly. All right, you know what time it is, right? It is fucking Theory Thursdays, and it's time for a bit of Theory, where I get to speak about why I have these fucking crazy ideas. But before that, just quickly, I wanted to cover this yesterday, and I didn't get a fucking chance. I thought this was pretty crazy. And like might be one of the more genius things that Trump has ever done. Like he might know something that we don't, that we need to figure out. That's what I'm here for. Huh? Yeah, apparently on fucking YouTube world at the moment. You guys are mental over there. It was Han yesterday on Twitch, and now YouTube's going off. All right, this is what I want to look at. Like, I think this will be quick, but maybe not. Who knows with us? Trump's going to put new tariffs on us, or like higher tariffs. It's like 2.5% higher than what it was before. But apparently we're getting hit up with extra tariffs in Australia on the reason because of slavery? Yeah, what the fuck? Anti-slavery? Like, does he know something that we don't? I'm sure there are claims as to there is slavery that goes on in Australia with like people that come over here for like fruit picking and stuff like that. Like we get people from the Pacific Islands somewhere, or we get like students over on visas, and like in order for them to stay longer, they have to go and fucking work for a farmer somewhere and potentially do questionable things. If you've ever talked to someone who lives in a hostel in Australia, like students and like young people that are just here on working visas, like they get sent to places in rural Australia, and like get put in awkward positions sometimes, let's just say. But like, is there some slavery issue in Australia that like Trump knows about, and like beyond his usual concern, like things like the Epstein files, where he's actually cared about human trafficking? Like, is he worried about slavery in Australia? This is interesting, and I wonder what the claim is here. Maybe the chat needs to get a coffee and do a Kmart walk. That'll make everyone happy. Yes, I will call the White House directly and tell them not to put tariffs on Australia. Well, that would be nice. But like, if we do have a slavery issue in Australia, I would like to know. So like, it'd be interesting to figure out. We are all slaves to the system. Okay, well, if he's all of a sudden rallying against capitalism, then I'm all for it. I just don't know if tariffs are the way to go. I've gotten through to his first and second secretary before. Fuck. Wow. He's going to claim that we further international slave trade by not having local industries. Ah, okay. At least that's the only connection I can think of. Well, I don't even know if they're going to hit the nail on the head with this one. But like, let's find out. Let's find out.
There were a few raised eyebrows this week when the Trump administration announced new tariffs on Australia, apparently because we're not doing enough to stop slave labour.
But is the president right? The answer might surprise you. Here's our network political editor, Ashley Raper.
Chat
the world has
needs
become accustomed to Donald Trump's love.
Chat needs a coffee and take my hand, look into my eyes, and hear that I love you. The eye contact is always important. Yes, so we've been told.
Of tariffs, but the president's latest attempt to impose a tax on imports by tying it to lack of action on forced labour caught many off guard.
I don't see the two as being linked as such, but modern slavery is abhorrent.
Australia is set to be slapped with the higher tariff rate of 12.5% after a US investigation.
Well, quite frankly, I was very surprised because the US Department of State has always given Australia a first-class ranking, but we know that the President, Donald Trump, has used the forced labour argument to justify his moves on tariffs, and particularly after his move on tariffs was defeated in the courts in the US. So if you like, you might call it doing the right thing for the wrong reason.
Chris Evans is Australia's first anti-slavery commissioner. He's also a former federal Labor minister in the Rudd and Gillard governments.
The United States said Australia and these 53 other countries have failed to impose a legal prohibition on the importation of goods produced wholly or in part with forced labour. Do you agree with that from an Australian perspective?
I agree that we are not able to prevent those goods coming to the country currently, and we need to adopt measures that would allow us to do much better at identifying and then stopping those goods being imported.
Hey, called it, as in we, what did you say again? He's going to claim that we further international slave trade by not having local industries. But aren't they just saying we just import shit that might be done by slave labor? That's the problem. Where's my money? Who's paid out? Not doing enough to stop slave labor. Meanwhile, all the influences that got him into office praise Dubai, which is built on slave labor. Underclass, excuse me. Not slave labor. Interesting.
Into Australia.
The Commissioner points to manufacturing in parts of Asia as well as some of the clothes we import.
Do we turn a blind eye to it in
Oh, okay, so if we did, what you're saying is if we had our own clothing industry, we wouldn't import slave labor from other places, I guess.
Australia?
Yes, Australia has chosen not to take action.
Australia's Trade Minister Don Farrell just returned from Paris, where he met America's Trade Representative Jamison Greer. The proposed new 12.5% tariff would replace the 10% on goods, including wine and sheep and goat meat. Beef and pharmaceuticals would remain exempt.
I put my case as strongly as I could on behalf of Australia. We reject the suggestion that we should be linked in with any countries that are not doing enough on modern slavery.
I guess I've just...
We're not doing enough for slave labor. He means not sufficiently building enough camps like he has. It's so rich, right? Him implicated in the Epi files, as we were talking about before, talking about fucking slave labor. He's literally used people as property and discards them when he doesn't want them anymore. Completely disposable outlook on humans. And he's fucking hitting up tariffs on slave labor grounds. Wow. But not doing enough? No, but yeah, I'm guessing that's going to be Trump's position. It's our fault for offshoring and therefore supporting slave wages. This is a stupid argument. It's going to open a whole can of worms. You could argue his Chinese-made MAGA hats were made by forced labor. Yeah, it's obviously if this is intricately linked to the world economy, then everybody's gonna have to be tariffed for the same reason, right? Those Trump phones being made in the USA, designed in California, And as horrible as it is, he's not wrong. Like the guy said, it's forcing a conversation, which is the right thing, but for the wrong reasons. Trump just wants tariff money. He doesn't actually care about slavery. Yeah, I know. And like, he's actually just using this as an excuse. But like, is it forcing a conversation? Like, did anyone else hear about this? I remember hearing about it at the time and then being like, wait, what? It's tariffs for slavery? And like, I haven't heard anyone up in arms and talking about this. What about the slavery of their prison population? So good. Criminals don't have any rights. Fuck them. So good.
Called out the US actions as being not genuine, but I don't think that should take away from the fact we do have a problem.
And the Commissioner insists that
I guess we're talking about it now. All right. There it is. Must be making some headline. Yeah, apparently it's made one on 10 News.
not just with our supply chains overseas, it's here at home as well. There's estimated to be more than 40,000 people in modern slavery in Australia, in industries including agriculture, security and cleaning. A new report released today by the Commissioner found over 20 years there have been 3,000 reports of modern slavery and human trafficking made to police, but only 41 convictions.
Forced labour, forced marriage, and we're not actually prosecuting people for committing those crimes.
And rightly or wrongly, Donald Trump has helped put this on the agenda.
Let's not be duplicitous about this. We ought to...
Did you see that Woolworths is about to sack a lot of their office staff to offshore jobs so they can keep the prices low? Yeah, sure. Have you been to Woolworths recently? Like, I thought it was bad a year ago. Like, fucking Woolworths is awful. Awful. Yeah, as I said, it's going to open a can of worms. LOL, exactly, bucket. Wrong reason for the attention, but it is a problem. But, like, I don't get it, though. Like, why did he become an advocate for slavery? Like, he literally treats people like property. There's a history of it. Like, what is the angle on this one? Or is it just like, just say slavery and then no one will fucking question it? Like, nobody wants to defend that. No, we don't have slavery. It's like, well, actually, you've got an anti-slavery commissioner. You wanna talk about slavery? Nobody wants to go there. Nobody wants to talk about slavery. That's the thing. I had a lot of involvement in the company policy, and many businesses have set up systems to ensure they aren't participating in slave labor via visits to manufacturing sites, etc. Deliberate offshoring to take advantage of low wages is a huge issue for class. I'm not going to get blinded by politics to ignore. I think Trump only cares about being right. Now it will backfire tremendously. I don't know. I just don't think anyone is going to touch this one. Like, it's just an excuse. And like, he knows like no one will want to go there because it will cause a conversation and a debate about an issue that no one wants to touch with a 10-foot pole. Remember when the fashion industry was being called out for using Chinese labor camps? I had to deal with many questions from the public. Don't worry, plebs, you will lose your job. It's just for profits. They're just going to make extra profits, or they're just going to make extra on like reducing labor costs. That's all it is. Don't forget, Ravi, in that position, you're usually dealing with a client who are doing the right thing already. The majority, unfortunately, don't. Yes, exactly. There's a lot of businesses who have already thought about this issue.
To actually ensure that we're committing those crimes.
And rightly or wrongly, Donald Trump has helped put this on the agenda.
Let's not be duplicitous about this. We ought to actually ensure that the debate is around modern slavery and not some tariff tactic.
There you go. Anti-slavery is why we're getting hit up. For tariffs, apparently. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Negative gearing. I just like saying negative gearing. Who would have thought? Like, I wouldn't have guessed it. Like, honestly, I would have like preferred him to say something like, because your prime minister is an idiot, he's a loser, so you get extra tariffs. Like, slavery. What's going on there? Nestle's uses child slavery, collect cocoa beans for decades, and other water pollution crimes, baby formula with no nutrients in them and plastic pollution. How about a ban on that company? They're despicable. Yeah, sanction Nestle, bro. From a guy that famously doesn't pay contractors. Tariffs are nothing but revenue raiser for Trump. He's needing funds for his coffers. American citizens will share the pain on this one. Tariffs are a bad idea in most circumstances. Well, they're definitely not what he claims they are. Like, it is the importer inside the US that pays for it. A tariff. Like, it doesn't tax Australians. Says the orange cheetah. Interesting. All of his trinkets made in China. Oh, man. That's why it's like, it's disingenuous. Like, if he was really making a statement here, like, it would be another thing. And like someone like the president of the United States could make a fucking could make a real statement about something. But like, what's going on? This one is perplexing, to be honest. Although not wrong either, their economy is propped up by tariffs now. Industry haven't rebuilt locally. If they will at all, I think there's just too much uncertainty, all right, around it. Because of he changes the tariffs all the time, so nobody knows. Should I stay? Should I go? I think it was the beef he was upset about. Yeah, and we had to open up our market to his beef too. And he still put the tariffs up. What's Conrad Benjamin up to? He didn't do any more debates. Oh, he decided no more. Well, I just don't think we've got anything of substance from him. If you find something from Conrad Mikowski that you like, let us know. Yeah, we also refused to buy their butter at first. It was bad. They removed it from our local. I thought it was the medical supplies. So many things. Butter and beef. That's American. That's the American bread and butter. All right. That's it. I just wanted to point that out. Like, has anyone heard of this? Like, we're getting fucking grilled on slavery now. Like, from America. How rich is that? Like, going around the world telling people they're bad for slavery. Like, hello. You have the audacity to tell people that their society might be intertwined with the legacy of slavery? Come on. No, that was news to me. But like, we're having the conversation, right, Spandonk? That's the main thing. It'll start with this stream and it'll trickle out to the rest of the world. Conrad is too busy going for the Guinness World Record for saying punters the most in time, most times in a YouTube video. Oh man, that's fucking hilarious. Could you imagine 4S? So good. Like, we could break that record. I give 6 hours of me just being like punters. We could break that record, bro. Trump literally removing anti-slavery actors' statutes around the country. Yeah, interesting. Very interesting. All right, that's enough of that. We are getting into the famed. That's right, the famed. For all of you that are hanging out this afternoon, this Thursday, we are getting into Theory Thursdays. And now Theory Thursdays has developed, I guess, over the last few weeks now. We had a couple of sessions where we talked what's this? This is the only new thing I've seen that might have some substance, but I'm sure it's just repeating the same points. Punters versus One Nation, Geordies, and Dave Hughes. Interesting. Might have to have a look at that. I get the Dave Hughes thing now. Him having a whinge about the taxes. Don't be fooled, people. Trump may be saying the right things, but his actions are purely selfish. It's like saying, do you care about kids in mines? Buy my badge that says you care about it. Savage. Yeah, it is a bit like that. That's a good piss take video, not gonna lie. Yeah, we've been doing Theory Thursdays for a while now. For like a month, I want to say, or this might be like the 4th week of Theory Thursdays, and we've had a bit of an adventure. We've gone over kind of like the basics about like what's the center, or what's the point of capitalism? Like, how does capitalism work, basically? And like, we pulled it back down to why I talk about like class war all the time, and like I've tried to explain like what labor is all about, or the concept of labor. Yes, his billboard campaign. Hey, he raised like $100,000 to get that billboard campaign going. Yeah, we've talked about the idea of like labor, and we talked the idea about capital and how those things combine to give you capitalism. It's not what people usually think it is. Capitalism isn't about markets or trading or bartering or money. Like, money is not capital. Money is a form of currency, and capital can be money. I talked about all of these types of concepts to describe what capitalism is about, and it's like a system that like helps manage labor. Like, everything we talk about all the time, everything that you see in the world around you is created by some person, some human has had an idea, put it into practice, that it gets manufactured somehow, usually en masse, and like that's how you get what you see around you right now, from housing to technology to food, to like everything that you see around you, unless it's like from the natural world or something like that, but like everything you see around you is a product of capitalism, but it is a product of human endeavor, human labor, whether that is mental or physical, whatever. Let's not get into the fucking weeds about this one, about like, you know, what actually constitutes labor or what doesn't. But like, labor is the source of value in the world. We've spent a bit of time like talking about that. We spoke, like, I think last week's what is it, Theory Thursdays was actually quite entertaining, because we watched somebody, what's his name, John Jostle, talk about like why capitalism is superior to socialism and communism, and like they brought up all of these like cliche arguments about why the market is just so much better than like, you know, evil communism and socialism and all that sort of stuff, which is funny, which is fun. But like, it was, you know, it's full of propaganda as opposed to like substantive, you know, economic analysis and blah 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 blah. Like, today we're going to take it back to like kind of the theory and try to explain the capitalism part, because I think that's actually the most important thing. It's not speculating on what capitalism is, or what communism is or isn't, and whether communism has been tried or it actually just fails all the time. I think that is actually a non-issue, to be honest. What needs to be talked about predominantly is actually what the fuck capitalism is. Like, because nobody actually knows what capitalism is. Nobody has an understanding of what capitalism is, to be honest. Capitalism is a system where the capital owner is the core decision maker for the market system. Yes, and their interests as a group, when they get together as a class, and like not working together, but just their class interests control everything. And they call that the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. So like the bourgeoisie or the capitalists, they're the core decision makers of that system. And so the entire system is built around ensuring they are the primary decision makers, and they make everything turn over. And so we're going to watch a video now from, I don't know who this guy is. It's called The Market Exit. So I'm assuming they're like anti-capitalist or something like that. But like, they pick up on some very fundamental ideas that are like promoted by Karl Marx. And like how capitalism works, and like he does some very, very basic, like really reduces it down to its fundamentals. And so I was maybe thinking of using this video as a platform to talk about capitalism again from a Marxian perspective, like how Karl Marx kind of explains this type of stuff. Whether you like it or you know, like whatever, it's completely up to you and your personal opinion. But like it's just how he looks at economics. Yeah, I think I have a decent understanding. Okay, fair enough. Of like what? I live in a world between. I could have been an anarchist in some people's minds if you don't agree with anyone. Fap down on that like button. Yeah, activate the like button if you haven't already. But yeah, let us watch this video and I will interrupt. I'll use this as a base and I'll interrupt and try to explain things because like he brushes over some big fucking concepts here, to be honest. But like it's important to try to, I guess, understand if you're interested. Like I think it's really important to understand what capitalism is before you can make an actual decision about whether or not you support capitalism or socialism or all that sort of stuff. You actually need to understand what it is. And most people have no fucking idea what it is. I was a loan shark capitalist. Swear to God. Spit on the like button. So much for not being aggressive with the like button. God damn. All right, let's have a listen, shall we? Whoa.
Most of us tend to think that capitalism is just something that happens on Wall Street. But what if capitalism is so much more than that? What if capitalism is a mindset that affects and shapes nearly everything in our lives? In this video essay, I want to talk about the capitalist mindset and how that mindset influences so much of what we do, including what I do here on my YouTube channel. And to explain that, I really need to talk about this cafe right around the corner from where I live, and I have to explain the difference between use value and exchange value.
Dude, the production value is so good. I fucking hate this guy. My God. It's so good. I can make videos like this. I just need a fucking team of people. The capitalist mindset. Okay, there is this... what you have to think about when you're thinking about economies, like economies as systems of social organization, not as like just a marketplace where people fucking trade shit. Capitalism is not just when people do commerce. Like that's not what capitalism is. Capitalism is a style, a system of social organization. That's I think the significant difference between how Karl Marx and people that are socialists or communists see the world and everybody else, like other people that are like, you know, just like general economists or generally into politics. Like capitalism is just like the way that you buy groceries at the supermarket. No, it's not what you have to think of this. It's very important. Capitalism is not just how you buy a coffee when you feel like it, or download a movie or stream something when you're looking for entertainment. That's not what capitalism is. Capitalism is a system of social relations, like how everybody fits together in society. And so like you have other ways of organizing society. You have like kind of feudal systems where you have like a monarch, a supreme ruler or leader or something like that. And it's like based on that person has all of the property and like everybody kind of works for them underneath that in a stratified existence with like an army or a class of soldiers and a class of peasantry or serfs who produce value for everybody else. And there's like a clergy or a priest class, and there's an aristocracy where the future kings or monarchs will come from and all that sort of stuff. Like, but like that system is built on people being tied to the land, and then they produce all of the value that helps society flourish. Then you have like ancient societies that were built more on like a slave worker system. So like you had people that would work and like farm. There was a peasantry. There were people that were involved in like wage labor work, but there was a whole bunch of slaves in society that helped produce all of the value that the upper classes and everyone kind of lived off. Now, capitalism is just, it's not where you buy your fucking groceries. It's not the marketplace you enter into to buy your groceries or to buy your shoes that you're going to eat when somebody talks about migration, even though they try to avoid it like the plague. It's not like going to the shops. Capitalism is an entire system of social organization. And it's like very kind of amorphous. Like it's hard to understand what the hierarchy is and all that sort of stuff, because like it's built on ideas of like people freely exchanging and being able to move freely. It's built on liberal values, and liberal, like we only live in a liberal society. If you are familiar with that terminology, we only live in liberal societies because liberalism is important in a system like capitalism, where everybody has to exchange with one another, when everyone meets each other on the market. Like most people go and get a job, and so like they sell themselves. Don't take any offense to that, but like, you know, you sell yourself on the market. So you exchange on the market, and like you get a wage, you then go and buy stuff on the market. Like most people, you need to be free. You need to have a liberal society, a free enough society where people can openly exchange themselves on a market system. And so like capitalism is built on this idea of liberalism, because like you want to have a society where people think they're free enough to exchange with one another under all circumstances. And so you have to think of it as a system of social organization, and like how things are constantly being produced and reproduced. Like how do we constantly have food on the shelves when you go to the supermarket? How do you know that there's going to be coffee in the coffee grinder when you go to buy a coffee, as this guy's talking about? How do you know that like when you enter the stream here, there's something out there, there's a system out there that delivers these electronic impulses straight to your device of choice, so it presents the stream to you. Like that system that's in place is called capitalism. And so like capitalism can have like a fucking 1,000 different forms. It can be run by like, you know, governmental structures that have severe or like very different variations, from like Singapore to like what you see like Northern Africa. Marketplaces you engage in don't really make what capitalism is about. Capitalism is a global system, and it's how we organize ourselves and how we relate to each other. And we usually relate to each other through the market system. You have relations outside of that, like you might have friends, you might have a community, you might have family, and like you go and see those people, but that's off the market. But for the most part, your existence, the relations, the way you relate to people is all through the market. Like most people on planet Earth that you have a relationship with, you have no idea about. Honestly, if you think about it. Like if you've had a coffee today, your relations are potentially with thousands of people, because somebody somebody fucking harvested the coffee beans somewhere in, South America or something like that. And somebody got them onto a ship, and then like they take them to some place where they're processed, and then they're processed and they're put into storage, and then from the storage they go into a fucking container, and then they ship to a shopping center near you, and then you buy them off the shelf at the shopping center. Like there are hundreds, if not thousands, if not tens of thousands of people that were involved in that fucking process. And so like you relate to tens of thousands of people every time you have a fucking coffee, and you have no idea about it. So like really, if you're ever feeling alone, just remember that like you actually in a beautiful system, a network where you interact with like millions of people on a daily basis, and you just don't ever see them. So like what capitalism is, like what the market actually is this screen that hides a whole series of interactions that you would have normally had with real people, but you don't need to do that anymore because that's done on the market. So like if we didn't have the market system to regulate those social relations, you know, you would literally have to go and source your own fucking coffee beans. So like every time you want a coffee, you go to fucking South America, find someone that has coffee beans, and then you do it all yourself. But you don't do that because like under capitalism, like the entire world system has now been brought to the market. That's the beauty of capitalism, actually. Actually, that's the destructive component, but it's also the beauty of it. It's like kind of opened up the world for everyone. Again, incredibly destructive in terms of cultural, for cultural purposes. The thing that destroys culture the most on planet Earth is capitalism and the market system. It's not like people destroying other people's cultures as much as it is the market trying to open up societies. So their labor, their resources, their experiences can be traded on the market. Anyway, as he describes what he's about to describe here, just think about the fact that, yes, capitalism is a social system. It's a way of organizing. And that's why when I say stuff like I'm a revolutionary and I believe in like, you know, ending capitalism or something like that, or going beyond capitalism, like the type of revolution I'm talking about is not like simply like, you know, overthrowing your government and like asking for a better deal. Like that's a form of revolution as long as they reorganize your society. But like I'm talking about changing the economics of everything, and whether or not the driver behind those relationships largely is how we control working people out there. And like we get working people organized, and we get working people organized through a market exchange. Working people who create all of the shit that you have get like do their labor because somebody puts them into motion, and that usually that person is like a capitalist. It's not like a business owner. They have a vision, they hire laborers to bring that to life, and they do that in the pursuit of profit, not in the pursuit of producing things. Think about that for a second. Think about what that actually means. Like there are people out there that get human labor together, laborers together. They get all these people together to make shit. Like that's what humans do, okay? Like that's pretty much all we do. Like we're pretty useless. Like we don't have big pointy teeth or sharp claws or poison or like anything fancy. We don't have superpowers, but like we can make shit. And so like they corral people that are able to make stuff, and they pay them for it. Fair enough. I'm not going to critique that part of the system at the moment, but they corral people to make stuff that's valuable for some reason, like a good or a service, whatever it is. And they do that so they can make profit out of it. So like the system of capitalism has this invisible thread that runs through it and connects all things. And it is why you hear people critique capitalism, but like they always do it really loosely and people like dismissive of it. But like it's because they're producing this stuff for profit. Like they put human labor into motion and corral laborers together and extract value from their efforts. They pay them for it, but like they extract value from their efforts for profit. And like think about that. Like we have a system of production. Like we have industrial society, ladies and gentlemen. Like look at the wonderful things around you right now. Look at it. Like look at the amazing shit that you have around you. When like you hear right-wing commentators or like Jordan Peterson types out there, it's just like, look at the world you live in, and you want to be some whingy little socialist complaining about capitalism. Look at the way, like you live better than like the King George III. You live better than kings of like 200 years ago. Just be lucky you have what you have. Like they're right. But like think about, it's because of the productive capability we have now in an industrial society. And so like the question you have to ask yourself is just this. It doesn't have to be political or politicized. It is a political question, but like it doesn't have to be politicized. If we have this productive capability, should we use it for profit? Now maybe you're down with that. Maybe you're down with that. That's cool. Like, but let's just be honest. We live in an amazing industrial world now where we can produce some crazy shit. Like, humans for a long time have had the productive capacity to do some pretty crazy shit, but like they also just starve when crops fail or something crazy happens that's beyond their productive capacity, which is beyond their technological means. Capitalism has launched us into an industrial age. And now the real question you have to ask yourself is, like, now we're here, do we continue to produce things for the sake of profit? It's an important question. It's a fair question, I think. It's not that scary, but it is why people hate fucking like communism and all that sort of stuff so much. Because like it does rock the boat. And it's obviously scary for the establishment. They don't want people to think about stuff like that. That is the wrong way of thinking about it. You should just be like, communism, evil. Don't worry about the reasons behind why people might think that way. Just remember the Soviet Union or what happened in China or Pol Pot or something like that. Communism equals no coffee. Damn, I guess I have to turn into one of those fascists without the racism. Communism doesn't have to mean no coffee, but coffee is heavily subsidized through like ignoring modern day slavery. You hear about the Mexican gardener who had twins? Negative. I did not. The profit-centric motivation is the core. I made a comment about the opportunity cost earlier that I feel summed up capitalism's reductionist attitude in general. Everything is just a profit measure. Socialism is the fastest way to industrialize capitalist society. An interesting point. If you mean via subsidy, that's true. That's what the state's for, to subsidize industry, I guess. All right. Anyway, let us listen to what this person has to say. But like, while he's talking, don't think about capitalism as like what people usually say. Oh, capitalism is money. Or capitalism is like, I don't know, trade and stuff like that. Like yeah, okay, it's that, but like it's so much more than that. Like capitalism is a social system. It's how we organize ourselves. It's how we get stuff done and how we get what we want. I'm not going to say what we need, but like we get what we want. And so like the next time you use your fucking toaster, think about there were fucking thousands of people that came together to make that toaster. So you can have bread in your kitchen, hot bread in your kitchen when you feel like it. It is a system that delivered you that toaster. Now we can still have toasters in other systems, but like, do we do it around this idea of producing for the sake of its profitability? The only right way to react to communism. Evil. Yeah, all right. Let's do this. Let's do this. See what he has to say.
That I will need to talk about this cafe right around the corner from where I live, and I have to explain the difference between use value and exchange value.
Sure, you might have toasters, but you won't have any food to toast. Yes, I know. We just watched the Cuban example. Did we learn nothing? Sure, you might have toasters. What are you going to put in your toaster, huh? That's what I thought.
Value cafe right around the corner from where I live, and I have to explain the difference between use value and exchange value.
Production value is so good. I'm so jealous. Fuck this guy, seriously.
For most of human history.
Shoes. Are you hungry? Is that what we're going to put in the toaster? Shoes in the toaster. That's so good.
For most of human history, our societies have been organized around the principle of use value. When we grow apples or build chairs, it's because we want to eat the apples and sit on the chairs. And when we produce things in order to sell them, it's because we want the money so that we can use it to buy useful products. In a use value driven system, we produce something that we then can sell for money, that we then can exchange.
Did you say you leave my bathing toaster out of this? Oh god. Is that a dark joke, or am I missing something here?
We produce something that we then can.
Think about this, what he's about to say. There's a use value system. So like a use value is something that you make to use. Remember what I said before? In capitalism, the motivation is not to produce something to use it. It's to produce something to profit off it. Think about that. That is a fucking, it's a dark joke. Yeah, live, laugh, toaster, bath. Yeah, okay, got it. Savage, bro. Bathing toaster. It's brutal. What if I want to sit on an apple and eat a chair? Damn straight, asshole. Explain your way out of this one. Yeah, okay, well then you can do that. But like what we're talking about here is use value. If you produce something to eat it and you produce something to sit on it or use it, then it's a different way of organizing how you do stuff, how your world exists. You're way more independent in a world like that. You might not be as advanced as what we have now. Like, look at these fucking parochial people here. Provincial people, sorry. Hey? But like look at this guy groping this chick over here. But like, okay, if they're producing for themselves, they're way more, they own their means of production. They're way more free in a sense. But yeah, think of production in this way. Are you producing something because you want it to be used? Even if you're producing for other people, like, is it going to be used? I'm making this because I know somebody needs it and are going to use it. Or am I just making it in the hope that people will buy it and buy it enough so I can profit off it? It's a loose style of production. Like, it's incredibly productive, but it's loose as fuck. Like, you know how they always say, like, you know, most businesses, you know, 90% of businesses fail in the first 3 years. Like, that's not a travesty. That's like an inbuilt feature of capitalism. That's not like a poor situation or an anomaly. Like, people enter into business because they're not producing stuff exactly because they know, oh, Mary over there needs what I'm producing. They're just like, oh, the market. If I just find the right market, then I'll be able to produce this service or this good forever. And no, they produce in the hope that they will make profit. They're not producing because they know people have a use for what they're buying. They hope they will. But that is secondary. They produce primarily for profit.
In a use value driven system, we produce something that we then can sell for money, that we then can exchange for a new product. So in this system, the money is just an intermediary. And we can call this a steady state economy.
Say, for any of you Marxists or trained Marxists out there, do you notice this? CMC. Hey, it's this guy. Hey, it's like what Saint Chi said I do. I just rehash Marx. Like, this guy is like, this is it. This is the cycle of the use value system. Productive but loose as fuck. Yes. Yo. Did somebody call? So good. Product, money, product, commodity, make something, sell it. But you do that. You sell it so you can, fund your own existence, basically. You get more use values back.
And it's how most of us operate in our daily lives, and it's how our economies have operated historically. Then, in the 1700s, a new economic system started taking over. Today, we refer to it as capitalism. And one very central aspect of capitalism is that it shifted focus from use value to exchange value. It cannot be overstated how profound this shift was. Remember that in the traditional use value system, money was just an intermediary. But in exchange value driven capitalism, money is the whole point. So in capitalism, we start with money or capital, then we produce a product or commodity with the goal of accumulating even more money. So in capitalism, it's the commodity that you produce that is an intermediary for making profits that can
From
then
production to gambling. That's fucking hilarious. Yeah, it's like producing what is required, or like for demand, to put it in like bourgeois terms, to kind of gambling, yeah. Like producing, be like, fuck, I just gotta, I'm gonna use money. I'm gonna make some shit, but I'm gonna make more money at the end. So like, yeah, gambling is risky, and that's why everybody like kind of, when you hear people defending capitalism as well, they're just like, but they took the risk, so they get all the rewards, like kind of thing. That's the usual line. Yeah, demand to gambling is a better analogy. I would say that running a business has turned me socialist. The daily grind to gain enough capital to provide for my family has absolutely crushed me. I've already decided that at the end of the year, I'm closing my business. Fucking hell. Savage. It's a stark reality, isn't it? And like, it's a reality that's unfortunate, because like a lot of people that do support the idea of capitalism, like what we saw yesterday with that Ben Shapiro chick, yeah, it is brutal. They were like, oh, but like, you know, small businesses are key. Like, what's happened to fucking Main Street? Well, it got took over by Wall Street. Yeah, so like, there's not enough room for people to have smaller enterprises out there when there's capitalism tends towards bigger and bigger enterprises that just crush out smaller enterprises. And that's a feature though. And so like, you can't have as many people surviving in the small enterprise space when you have massive players that suck up all the capital. Like, would there be more capital to go around if there weren't massive, like, you know, transnational corporations out there sucking value out of the system for their own purposes? Yeah. And so like, it is crushing. Like, it's hard enough, but like, capitalism tends towards this. Problem with small business is economies of scale tend to make cheaper things than small businesses can provide. That's what I'm talking about. That's like, but that's the tendency of capitalism, to think that it doesn't tend towards economies of scale in an industrial setting. Like, we have industrial society now. We have mass production. And so like, it will tend towards that type of stuff. Unless you can find a nice niche for yourself, it is fucking difficult. Sorry to hear about that, by the way. How about you?
be reinvested to make even more profits in a never-ending cycle of exponential growth. I understand that this probably sounds very theoretical, so let me give you an example.
Is it the coffee thing?
This is Pomona, a small cafe around the corner from where I live. The cafe is owned and run by Elsa.
Hard to gain market when people don't know you'll be able to service them too. E.g. mowing business versus calling a mowing conglomerate like Jim's Mowing always gets service, yes. That's the market. That's the exchange system right there, eh?
Around the corner from where I live. The cafe is owned and run by Elsa, and one of her specialties are delicious Danish open-faced sandwiches that she makes with whatever produce is in season. Elsa and her cafe, Pomona, participates in our capitalist system. She of course needs to pay rent and set prices, but, and this is important, Elsa and her cafe are not capitalist as such. Why? Because Elsa's cafe is organized around use value. Elsa is fine with a steady state where her cafe earns more or less the same profit each year. And with that profit, she can do things that are useful to her, like going on a summer holiday with her family. And this is actually how most small businesses operate. Shops that engage in commerce to satisfy various human needs have existed thousands of years even before capitalism emerged. But use value steady-state companies like Pomona are also fundamentally different from the exchange value-driven companies that emerged with capitalism.
It's all good. I would rather be happy and poor than stressed and poor. It is a big decision, isn't it? No. Might as well be happy or content, whatever happiness is.
Like, for example, value companies like Pomona are also fundamentally different from the exchange value-driven companies that emerged with capitalism. Like, for example, this company, Espresso House. In the early 90s, the Swedish couple Charles...
Right, like, slow the fuck down. Like, this guy's, like, explaining stuff well, but, like, I don't agree with him. Like, because she produces sandwiches on demand, right, doesn't mean that she's not partaking in capitalism either. Okay, just because, like, I don't know, she makes sandwiches in a sustainable fashion. She doesn't make extra sandwiches in the hope that she sells all the sandwiches. Like, what really does decide whether or not she's partaking in capitalism or not is more got to do with whether or not she profits off other people's labor. Like, is she putting labor into productive purpose? Like, is she like hiring staff that are going to make her sandwiches for her, and then she scrapes the extra value off the top of those people to make her profits off and go on her fucking holidays? Okay, if she's in there working with like a business partner or like one employee, and she does as much work as they do, and like, you know, she pays them a fair wage, and like she might control the profits of that enterprise, but like, you know, she's also working in it too. Like, she's not just a capitalist because she's like corralled a bunch of workers into her shop to get them to produce all of this value for her that she just makes profit on top of. That would delineate whether or not she's a capitalist or not. Just not whether she makes just enough sandwiches so they all get sold every day. That's wrong. Like, it's important, like, whether you're doing it for use or not, but like, it really does come down to whether or not she's profiting off other people's labor. That's a big component there. I think this guy is like, increase shareholder value or draw 25. Small business. Very good. Yeah, take that. I'm drawing 25, motherfucker. Geez, this lady is selfish. Wait, what did I miss? But how will her shareholders beat the basic bank interest rates in order to keep up with inflation from feds constantly printing money to maintain their debts? Gee, this lady is selfish. Not even trying to increase shareholder value. Yes, selfish bitch. What's wrong with it? Yeah, so like I don't think it's as simple as what he's making out. Like, it is. I think it's a good point what he's saying. Like, people have, like, shops like her have always existed where they just make use values. They make value that is use. But like, it doesn't stop there. Like, she could be making profit off this business via employing laborers to do that sort of stuff for her. She could be. Like, I don't know if she had any help though. It looked like it was really just her and maybe somebody else.
Elizabeth traveled around the world. In the early 90s, the Swedish couple Charles and Elizabeth traveled around the world and were struck by the fact that everywhere they went, they could find Starbucks coffee shops, cafes that serve mediocre coffee at inflated prices. They figured that Starbucks must be a money-making machine, and they were amazed that Starbucks hadn't yet opened in Sweden. So in 1996, Charles and Elizabeth opened Espresso House, a coffee shop inspired by Starbucks in their hometown Lund. Whatever money they made from their business, they invested in expansion, and soon they opened in Malmö, then in Helsingborg and Ystad, and then along the Swedish west coast. 10 years later, Espresso House had become Sweden's biggest cafe chain. That's when the couple sold the chain to the British private equity fund Palamon Capital, who merged Espresso House with Sweden's second largest cafe chain, Coffee Cup, and then sold the chain to Norwegian private equity fund Hercules Capital, who expanded the chain to Norway and Finland, and then sold Espresso House to German conglomerate JAB Holding Company, which has continued to aggressively expand Espresso House, which now has over 500 coffee shops around Northern Europe. So while Pomona is organized around use value and steady-state profits, Espresso House is organized around the capitalist concept of exponential accumulation of exchange value. Here's another way to explain the difference. When I buy a coffee at Pomona, the profit of that coffee is designed to satisfy particular concrete needs for the owner. But when I buy a coffee at Espresso House, the profit goes into endless accumulation of exchange value, into buying up competitors, into fees for financial intermediaries, into advertising and marketing, and in practice into putting local cafes out of business. The Swedish journalist Fredrik Strage.
Okay, that is true. Capitalism has layers. Like, this is all true, what he's talking about, though. Like, you have to think about the idea of expansion, and like this is where this is the essence of what capitalism is about right here, is like you front capital, so like some form of value, and then you turn that value into more value than you had before, and you continually do that. And that's why like people talk about capitalism as being predatory, and like talk about capitalism in a sense that it's not sustainable. He's doing a good job explaining to the masses. Yeah, like it's great, it's really interesting, like this stuff, I must admit. Remember, most normies have never questioned the value of capitalism, socialism. Yeah, I get it. I agree. He's doing a great job, and that's why I'm using this as a base actually to try and explain some of this stuff. And so like what he's talking about there, I think he had a good graph of it. Here.
Exchange value.
So like he's got a little system here where he's pointing at, he's got profits, coffee, more profits, more coffee, more profits. Like capitalism is a system of expansion, which is unlike like other systems. Like, you know how you always hear people being like, oh, but hasn't capitalism always existed? Because there's always been people like trading stuff. There's always been shops. Like if you went into a medieval town or a city or something like that, there were people selling shit to each other. There's always been marketplaces. So if markets have always existed, then capitalism has always existed. And it's like, yeah, okay, yes, markets have always existed and people trade. But like as he was describing, it's kind of the point is, what is the purpose behind why people are trading? And like the coffee house is a confusing example because you're kind of selling a finished good, and like you're just hoping to make profit off that. So you're like, this is like merchant territory, and merchants aren't exactly the best example for capitalism. Think not of the coffee, but like the person who makes the coffee mugs, or the person that makes the coffee machines, maybe, or the coffee itself. Like think of that as an example. First, you have somebody who has money. This is how the system works, right? Somebody usually they take out a loan with a bank. They don't have the money, but like let's just say you saved up and like you had an extra $100,000. Then you decide to make coffee mugs, let's say. What you need to do is, and this is how, like this is the basis of the entire system, is you have to produce coffee mugs. You have to buy the goods, you have to buy the warehouse, or you rent the warehouse. You have to pay for the labor. So there's three components generally. So you pay for the locale where it's produced. You pay for the inputs, which is the materials and the labor. You combine those three and you hope to sell the mugs that you produce for more money than what you threw in, the $100,000 that you laid up front. Let's just say you make $150,000, you've covered your costs, and there's $50,000 more. Now, let's just say you're finished there. That's not capitalism. That's just someone who's decided to make some mugs and like pocket $50,000, and then they go on a holiday. That's over. But like the person who decides to take that $50,000 and then turn that into even more mugs than last time, increasing their profit, that is what a capitalist tries to do. They try to continually increase their profit margin from last time, with the goal of always increasing the profit and expanding. Capitalism is an expanding system. It's all about expansion, because the expansion is the thing that provides the real basis for the profit. Like profits can be just manufactured out of nowhere, like on the stock market. Like it can just be pure speculation. I think this stock is going to be worth more at the end of the day, so I'll buy it now while it's cheaper, and it goes up. That's pure speculation. There's no value being produced there, but that is profit, because like you've gone and bought one thing cheap and you sell it dearer. That's a way of making profit, but like it doesn't add any value to the system. If you want to make profit via making value, that's a whole different system altogether, because we can't eat shares, or I can't wear shares, and like shares don't make my existence possible. But like people making things of value, that makes my existence possible. And so like the system of capitalism, remember, is a way of social organization. It's not just like speculation to make profit. It is a system of social organization where we get the stuff that we need to survive and what we want based on that thin thread of profit. So capitalism really is about a system of creating things, goods and services, using the profit motive. So like speculation and like this type of stuff that he's used, like it's a good example, like because it's nice, because it's easy to explain. But like people that just like start businesses and franchises and speculate on that, like are they producing value, or are they just like kind of merchants who like kind of buy cheaper and then sell like dearer kind of thing? Like he's just buying coffee at one price, like kind of thing, and then turning that into more money. Like they're buying shops and stuff like that. Like, are they producing value? Of course they're producing some level of value, but it's not the best example. Like making coffee cups though, this is interesting, because like if you make coffee cups, there was no coffee cups there before. So if you put labor together and you spend money on that system, you put labor together and you combine it with materials, so you get someone to make the coffee cups for you. There was no coffee cups there before, and that's the actual basis for profit in a capitalist system. That's why like the financial stage of capital, like if you've ever heard of that, like the late stage of capital that we're in at the moment is sometimes referred to as financial capitalism. Like this system of capitalism that we're in at the moment is really unstable, because people kind of just buy up each other's businesses and speculate on the cost of things, and nobody actually pays a lot of attention to who's making the real value out there. The entire system of profit making should be centered around production, should be centered around who's making goods and providing services, not by like valuations of companies and like how much its stock price is and all that sort of stuff. That stuff is all speculation. It's not real. Like you can make profit on that sort of stuff, but it's kind of just like cooking the books and shifting numbers around. It's not real stuff. The real basis for profit is in production, and production doesn't have to be physical stuff. It can be goods and services. Like you provide a service to someone, that's a value that wasn't there before, and it can be traded and all that sort of stuff, and be used as the actual basis for a profitable system. But a profitable system needs expansion, because if your intention is to make a bunch of coffee mugs because you want to have more money than what you started with, that system always needs to expand, and it needs to expand in many ways. You need to have more money always pouring into that system. That's why inflation is a big problem in society, and like it needs to be managed and all that sort of stuff, because like you're always pumping more things, like producing more stuff, more goods and services, because you want to make profits. And so you need more money in circulation to cover the fact that there's more goods being pumped into the system all the time, because people that are doing the production are trying to make sure they get paid for it. They want their profit margins. And so like it's a system of expansion, but like it's also the thing that like why people critique capitalism as being a problem, because like, you know, we live on a finite planet kind of thing. There's only so many resources that we can strip out of nature to make more shit. There's only so much shit that we can all own. There's only so many resources on planet Earth for us to strip and turn into coffee mugs and coffees and like, you know, and goods and services, basically. But the idea, this isn't a fundamental feature of capitalism that like a lot of people don't understand, is that it's a system of production. And so like you start with something, an amount, and you try to make more of that than there was before. And that is the basis of profit. Again, not speculation. Speculation has nothing to do. Like you can be a smart trader, which is like, yeah, buying something for cheap and selling it for dear. Like a lot of shopping centers do that, like Audi. Like, you know how like people go nuts for like the sales in the middle aisle in Audi and stuff like that? Like that's basically like Audi's figured out that like there's someone that's like, I don't know, made ski boots or something like that, but they made too many of them, and Audi's got a lot of stores, and so it can push a lot of stock. So they buy like heaps of ski boots off some manufacturer for really fucking cheap, and then they just sell it in all of their stores, and everybody wants fucking ski boots. And so then they go and fucking, everybody goes to Audi and buys these ski boots that are like pretty cheap, but like Audi's not making ski boots. It's just buying a whole bunch of stock that was going to sit around in a warehouse anyway. They buy it for cheap and they sell it for dear, and then they just pocket the rest of it. That's not production. That's not the basis of a profit system. I'll tell you, make a lot of profit. Yeah, sure. You can make a lot of money doing shit like that. Buying cheap and selling dear. Hoarding something when it's cheap and then selling it when like there's a high demand for it, and you can make a lot of bank. But that's not production. And capitalism is about, remember, it's about producing. It's a system of production, because humans actually need things to survive. We need shit. And so like you can't just speculate on everything and shift deck chairs on the Titanic. That sort of stuff is profitable, but profit has a basis in producing goods and services that weren't there. And what's the magical ingredient in all of that? Humans. Human labor. This guy doesn't really talk about that. I'm assuming he's going to start talking about that soon, but like he's not talking about that at the moment. But the missing ingredient here is that like in order to actually have more than what you started with, like getting materials to make coffee cups and then having more coffee cups than what you had before, the missing ingredient there, and like the magical ingredient that is able to turn raw materials into this new thing that didn't exist before, are humans. Humans do that. Unless, and like this does happen, unless you have you can buy a machine that you just like feed materials into and it just produces coffee cups out of nowhere. Maybe you can argue that there's no real value being made there because a machine made that already. And so there's no basis for value. It's just a machine that spits out coffee cups. But like, you know how I said the magical word I said there was like you feed raw materials into this machine and it makes coffee cups. Someone's labor is feeding the raw materials into that machine to make the coffee cups. There's always that element of labor. It's just a question of how much labor you have to put into practice. Like 200 years ago, you probably needed an army of people to make coffee cups. And like you crowd them all into one area and you pay them all wages and you sold the coffee cups that they made for more than it cost you to produce them. Now we have machines that make coffee cups, and maybe you only need one person sitting there pressing a button to make the same amount of coffee cups that it took an army of people to make before. And so your labor costs are down and your coffee cup production is up, but like there's still a labor input in there that helps produce value for that system. But like the idea though, or the basis for profit comes from producing something that wasn't there before, and the magical ingredient is labor. And like this is one reason why people say they can for free, humans, and that's the basis of profit. But like humans provide this magical element, and they make something that wasn't there before. They do it because they're getting paid and they're told to do it, but like they make something that wasn't there before, and that's the basis for profit, and it allows the expansion of the system. If capitalism continues to make better and better tech, which is why people are scared about AI, but like if capitalism continues to make better and better tech that continually replaces humans, there is no more basis for the profit system anymore. And like there's no more basis for the profit system, capitalism becomes incredibly unstable as a system. Like we might be able to keep it going for a while without humans involved, and like we just do like economic tricks by like, you know, like just pumping more money into the system and like hoping like inflation doesn't go out of control, and like fixing interest rates, quantitative easing. Like we have some good economists in charge of countries that like keep the system afloat, but like without labor, the system loses the reason why profits exist in the first place. And so like, you know, capitalism is like kind of this self-defeating system, because the point of technology being produced, like you think that technology is being produced because I don't know, they people just like fancier technology and they're trying to make the system easier. But like the actual reason for technology in production anyway changing so rapidly in capitalism is actually because they're trying to get rid of labor, because labor is a cost, and it's usually an expensive cost. And so like capitalism develops technology in production to eradicate labor, but labor is the basis for profit. And so like that's why people have this argument that capitalism is almost like, you know, the snake that eats itself kind of thing. It is a self-defeating system in the end. And so like it's going to fall over at some point once it eradicates labor at some point. And like you will need a new system at that point. And it's usually when you get a new system when there's some form of a crisis or something, a crisis point. But like the point is capitalism is really driven by this stuff. Somebody makes something for profit, and the profit is attained by the expansion, making more than what you started with. And the expansion is possible because humans are like magical and they can make stuff that wasn't there before. I know machines can do this. I understand that machines make stuff that wasn't there before, but like they only make stuff because humans put them into motion. Humans are part of that process as well. Like a hammer can help me build a house, but a hammer doesn't get up and build a house by itself. Humans are in there somewhere. Do you think the tendency for the falling rate of profit applies to AI? Like, yes. Like in the sense that, like the idea of what we're talking about here, this is a great Marxist term. But like the tendency for the rate of profit to fall is this idea in Marxism that like as technology increases, like people become more productive. And so like I said before, 200 years ago, it would have taken an army of people to make 1,000 mugs. But like now you could literally have like 1 or 2 people at a conveyor belt making 1,000 mugs. So what's happened there is that like mugs would have cost a lot more before, because like you would have had so many workers in there And so like workers are less productive than machines, and so they can't make as many mugs. It might take you 2 or 3 weeks, maybe 2 or 3 months to make 1,000 mugs, but like maybe 2 workers at a conveyor belt can make 1,000 mugs in a day now. And like before, it took like 3 months for an army of workers to make 1,000 mugs. So as productivity rises, you get more mugs with less workers. That's what productivity is. You have less people making the same amount of shit, if not more. The value of stuff goes down. And so like the profit rate actually changes. Like you make less profit when you only have like 2 workers making 1,000 mugs that they make every day, because there's like fucking way more mugs in the system now. Like people are way more productive. And so like if there's a market flooded with things that weren't there before, the cost of those things go down, they become cheaper, but like so does your rate of profit. You actually make more profit the more workers you have in a system where it takes a lot of workers to make something. Because the more workers you have, they remember they do that magical thing where they could create something that wasn't there before. That's where all the profit sits, in that little area where workers are involved. And so like the more workers you have, the potential is you have more profits, because like you're extracting that valuable element that humans have where they can make something that didn't exist before. And so like, I think the tendency of the falling rate of profit applies to AI, like 100%, like because like, so they say humans will become more productive with AI. What I think is going to happen is like AI won't eradicate workforces entirely, but like what you'll have is like in offices, for example, maybe there was like 10 coders that were working on a project. Now you'll have 1 coder working on the same project, and they'll just be monitoring AI. And so now the job that used to take 10 coders is done by 1 person. That becomes the industry standard. That's important. It has to be like socially necessary labor time. That becomes the industry standard now, that 1 coder can do the job of 10. And so like the rate of profit will fall, because like it's so much cheaper for them to provide, that company to provide that service now. So their rate of profit will fall as a result of that, because there's less workers out there. Is that what you're talking about? Is that what you're asking in terms of the rate of profit, or the tendency of the rate of profit to fall? Ravi, the magic humans are called short stack goblins, and they're Vorsh's tax folder. Vorsh. That guy's a bit of a grifter. Somebody asked, like, said something pertinent before. Nobody in Audi is buying ski boots. Terrible example. Ugg boots, however. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Fair enough, actually. I should have said ski jackets. I saw that the other day. Or maybe we just need to move that mushroom coffee. Mushrooms grow like fungus. Do you do any debating, Mystery? Negative. I do not do any debating. Yeah, more or less. And the idea that machines cost money to maintain, upgrade, etc., versus they can better manage the cost of variable capital. Yeah, okay. Yeah. And like that's another thing, like, you know, machines, like with AI, and like in terms of productivity going up, like AI never sleeps either. And so like AI, once it takes over, can like work around the clock. So like you can produce more stuff, you can be more productive with less humans, but like then you don't make as much profit as a result of that, because you can make more shit and you're flooding the market, you're expanding the market. You're expanding the amount of production that you can do, which drops the value of what you're producing. This is always balanced out though. Like Marx does talk about this. The falling rate of profit does get balanced out by like how much of something that you produce. So if like you're producing way more now because of technology, like it levels out over time. Now I'm going to let this guy continue, but like it's important to remember that like profits need a basis in capitalism. Maybe some other system they don't. But like capitalism is a system of organization where we put labor, like us, like humans, get put into positions where we produce value, and we do that because we're getting paid to do it, fine. But like that system is predicated on profits. And so our labor is only being put into practice, is being put to use. Our labor is only being put to use because somebody wants to expand what they're producing. It's profit and labor combined. Capital and labor combined means an ever-expanding system. If you're putting labor to make shit for the system that supports like life on Earth, human life on Earth, like, and you're doing it for profit, you're constantly wanting to expand that system. And that's like why when you hear about economists talking about whether the world economy is going well or an individual nation's economy is going well, you hear them say, oh, they had really bad growth, you know, like the economy grew by 1.5%. Oh, that was a horrible year. And then like they're like, oh, but China had 10% growth in the year 2016, and everyone's like frothing on China having 10% growth. Is because like the capitalist system needs to, it puts labor into motion to make stuff for all of us to exist, but only if it expands. Only if it's expands, so it makes room for the profit out there. And so like capitalism as a global system, the global economy is doing really bad. You know that it only increased by like 2% last year. They need constant expansion of at least a rate of 3%. Economists are happy when the economy grows by 3% a year because that's just enough room for there to be a expansion for the sake of profit making. I think the fundamental difference in machines and AI, though, because these companies using AI don't own the AI, they are relying on a very small handful of companies which can raise the price whenever they want. In the past, at least, they owned their machinery. Yes. And like this is why someone like Yanis Varoufakis, for example, talks about techno-feudalism, because like most people, they like use AI or something to help productivity, increase in their business. Like they don't own AI. Like if you're integrating, like you're with AI steals labor from humans, yes, and from companies. Like if you work in an office and you have a Microsoft operating system and you've got Copilot integrated into your system now, you don't own Copilot. And so like if AI is making your business more productive all of a sudden, like the profits might not actually go to you of being more productive and like only having one worker, because you're paying massively now to get access to AI that is run by Microsoft. Or maybe you're on a different system and you've integrated, I don't know, Claude or ChatGPT or something else into your business. You don't buy AI off Microsoft or OpenAI, or like they control the AI and you subscribe to it. And so now we have a system where this is what techno-feudalism is about. If you've ever wondered how techno-feudalism actually works, this whole system that we've been describing here, where capitalists go out and they put labor into motion so they can like make more shit than there was there before, so they can sell it at a profit. Like you've got to make sure there's more shit. That whole system is called capitalism because it's based around capitalists and capital expanding all the time. And like they make the decisions in society because that's the class that is really productive. They decide what to produce in the world economy. So it's capitalism. But in techno-feudalism, the capitalists, the people that used to be in control, are now subordinate to another group of people, a bunch of tech bros, brothers of tech, who own AI or own like servers. and like own the digital infrastructure that holds the world economy together. Like you can't exist in the world economy anymore without being on the internet. You can't exist in the world economy now without being digitized some way. Like you need computers, and AI and the internet to run a business. Like you need it. And so if like all of that is controlled by somebody else, like a tech bro, then like even if you are a productive member of society, like a capitalist who is in that system helping make value, if you can only operate your business and be a capitalist that makes value, you can only be that person because you're basically subservient to some tech lord out there, a tech bro, and they allow you to do your business by being on their systems, their operating systems, being on their servers, using their digital infrastructure, and like you have to pay for that. You produce value as a capitalist and you siphon off your profits to them like rent. And that's why he calls it techno-feudalism, because that's exactly how it worked in feudalism. The people who were productive paid rent to the landlord, or sorry, to the lord of the manor. Yes, me lord. And so like that's the system that they describe as capitalism is moving towards now. A system where there's a whole bunch of like tech bros out there that really control the world economy through digital means now. It used to be Wall Street by controlling the US dollar and finance across the world. And like, is there a change from Wall Street, which used to control the dollar? We can see the dollar system breaking up at the moment. You can see there's an alternative with BRICS. You can see there's an alternative with like central business. What do they call them? Central bank currencies. Is that what they call them? But like these electronic currencies that are being produced by central banks now, and like they don't need to go through the US dollar anymore. Look at Bitcoin. Look at cryptocurrencies. Like the US dollar used to be the lifeblood of the world economic system. And like, so America had incredible power through Wall Street because everybody needed the US dollar, but that system is breaking down. Behind that, the world economy needs the digital infrastructure. It needs the internet. It needs artificial intelligence, apparently. And it needs all of the wires and the signals that connect the world together. And like, who controls that? It's the brothers of tech. It's the tech bros. They control all of that stuff. They control all of that shit. And so like everyone, capitalist, worker, whatever you are, we're actually subjects of tech bros now because they control everything. They control everything, and we'll just pay like subscription to them, I guess. Like you as a worker or just like a consumer pay subscription to them. And so would you as a capitalist. Like if you're a business owner and you make value that wasn't there before because of your smart investment decisions, like you pay homage or tithes, like rent, whatever you want to call it, to a techno-feudal lord. AI for programming by programmers who can review the code can be very efficient or whatever. But yeah, it's scary though. Our office could not justify getting another program, and now there is AI here. Yes, and we've heard this story before many times. Way too cheap, way too effective. Like we've seen like statements that have been put up from companies who are like, we are freezing hiring, like in companies that do like coding and stuff like that and programming, and they're like, we are freezing hiring. We're not hiring any more workers. There's AI now. And like figure out a way to use AI. It's not like AI knows how to do your job, so when we're freezing hiring and like AI will now assist you. It's more like AI exists. Make that work. Make AI make your job possible, so we don't have to hire workers. Voltaire, Oracle CEO, recently said citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting on everything that's going on. Yes. Yeah, and they can because they have the digital infrastructure to do that. They have the servers to be able to handle and compute all of that. And they have apparently they have the artificial intelligence that can actually manage all of that information. Like no human could sit down and monitor people all day long, but AI could. if it has the computational power, it could literally monitor everything. If I had the capital to buy land, I would do that. Yeah, like a real asset. If your business was too small to expand, AI presents an amazing opportunity to expand your stuff very quickly. I've seen way too many apps, though, that are just wrappers around an AI token function. Yeah. I've also a good reason to throw your phone in the ocean and become a monk. Yeah, so we don't get watched, constantly surveilled. And that's why other people like call the system that we're in at the moment, it's not techno-feudalism yet, but they call it surveillance capitalism. And we talk about that a lot on the stream. You've probably come across it. Anyway, I should let this guy finish because I've kind of railroaded what he's saying here. But I thought that was important. Like, he's kind of just been like, profits, open up more stores equals more profits. And it's like, yeah, you can kind of just like buy something for cheap and expand it, I guess, or like buy something, develop it a little bit, and then just sell it for more than what it was worth before. But that's not really capitalism. That's like just being like a merchant, like just being someone like a middleman almost, who like buys something cheap and then like sells it on the, puts it back on the market at an inflated price and just hopes that somebody buys it. And like that fucking happens all the time. There's heaps of opportunistic fucks out there that will make money that way. But like that's not really capitalism. Like buying another store, opening up another business, and then like selling a franchise. Like that is a way to make profit, but it's not the basis of profit in capitalism. Capitalism is a social structure at the end of the day. It's a social system, and the social system is predicated on making value, like actual value, man, something valuable to humans that they need, like a good or a service, and expanding that value as the basis for the profit system. And like we're so good at that. Like you have all of these other stuff that exists. Like Wall Street wouldn't exist, or these people selling franchises at speculative prices wouldn't exist. Like I wouldn't be able to sit in my house right now and stream all day long, or like you wouldn't be able to sit down doing what you're doing unless you're at work. If you're not at work right now, you wouldn't be able to sit down doing what you're doing and exist if it wasn't for the value that's produced under capitalism. So like capitalism is good at producing value. The question is it directed well because of the profit motive? That's the question you constantly have to ask yourself when you're thinking about capitalism as a system of production.
Here's another way to explain the difference.
Oh, wait a minute. My dad lost his job due to the integration of AI and offshoring the rest of human work to India. Damn. Android 17, I think. Is that in response to something else? Capitalism is a social structure. Capitalism is socialism. I'm digging my way.
Friends. When I buy a coffee at Pomona, the profit of that coffee is designed to satisfy particular concrete needs for the owner. But when I buy a coffee at Espresso House, the profit goes into endless accumulation of exchange value, into buying up competitors, into fees for financial intermediaries, into advertising and marketing, and in practice into putting local cafes out of business. The Swedish journalist Fredrik Strage once said this about Espresso House.
Their cafes are the maggots that hatch when culture dies.
That is how most of us feel. The problem, though, is that the virus of exchange value logic takes over everywhere in our economy, and we really hate it. We hate it when software we love turns into shitty subscription services that force us to pay for things we already bought. We hate that the internet, which used...
Like, that's not capitalism as well. Like, a subscription service is not capitalism, okay? Like, capitalism really is about, like, property ownership. Like, I've got to give it to the capitalism. It is actually about property rights. Like, when you buy a coffee, it's your fucking coffee. Like, you own that fucking coffee. Like, when you buy a house, it's your fucking coffee. Sorry, it's your house. You own that house. Like, you get to decide what to do with it. Like, with subscription, though, it's not that. That is just rentier stuff. That is renting. Subscription is like, I provide a good or a service, and like I remain ownership over it, and I'm like, I lease it out to people for a fee. That's fucked. That changes the game massively. It's pretty fucked up as well. Like at least capitalists traditionally would like just give, you know, like you buy the shit off them and like you get to do with whatever you want with it because you bought it. It's your shit. And like capitalists do believe in the institution of ownership and property rights. But like, I don't think these people, like these tech bros that we're talking about here and people are bitching about at the moment, like I don't think they actually care about property rights at all. Like they don't want a system where you take ownership of their of the services and the goods that they have. They want you to continually have to lease it out because they get to control more and more of this stuff. They control it, and you just subscribe to it. I'm sowing the seeds I take for granted, yet this thorn in my side is from the tree I've planted. It's so deep. Like I can never tell exactly what you're going to come out with next. Govan, you are the true mystery.
To be a place for curiosity and connection is now designed to trap our attention in endless scrolls. We hate it that our schools and healthcare are taken over by exchange value logic through privatizations. We hate it that our cities are becoming unlivable because homes are treated as financial assets rather than places to live. And we also hate it when video creators like me start caring more about accumulating exchange value from our videos than about the use value of the videos themselves. 5 years ago, I published my first video essay on this channel. It was a nerdy video about big tech and antitrust law, and let's just say that it was far from a masterpiece. Since then, I've made a number of videos for this channel, and for most of this time, I've had very few viewers. But then, last year, my channel started growing steeply, and in just a few months, the channel went from 13,000 subscribers to 130,000, and after that, the growth rate flattened out. This growth was of course very encouraging, but when my channel grew, something fascinating also happened. All of a sudden, both people around me and the voice inside my own head started telling me that you now need to use the growth that you've already had to grow the channel even more. Now that I have an audience base, I must increase production by hiring outside scriptwriters, editors and animators so I can publish more frequently. I need to maximize revenues by promoting things like VPN services, credit cards, meal kits and whatever crap YouTubers sell these days. So if you go to
ground news, hey? We'll start to see if he puts ground news in his videos or not. That's the ultimate description right there. That's how you know that someone's made it. Yeah, VPNs, they start selling VPNs in their videos. Just use the special code to get 10% off. Or ground news.
Go to try it out at
I must enter new markets by doing short-form content and maybe even doing content in other languages. And I get it, these are all strategies you probably need to deploy if you want to make a living off YouTube. Because after all, YouTube itself is a hyper-capitalistic platform built to reward exchange value above everything else. Whatever keeps people scrolling the longest will be promoted. The use value of a video is, at best, a happy byproduct. And sure, it would make sense for me to start doing all of these things, but I also believe that we can and we must resist at least the worst tendencies of this economic system that we find ourselves in. And we can do that by favoring use value over exchange value. As consumers, we can choose to buy our coffee from local cafes instead of financialized chains. And as nations, we can resist letting exchange value logic take over our schools and healthcare. And as video creators, we can choose not to turn every video into an ad for a VPN or a vitamin pill. My name is Andres Acevedo and this is The Market Exit.
Like he's not wrong either. Like you can resist within the system, and like you can make it less predatory, I guess. If like everybody resisted and like stopped buying new clothes every season like that, like the fast fashion kind of culture that we have, you know, around our clothing industry would die. Would be destroyed instantaneously. Like within a season or two, it would die. But like, you know, it takes group action to like kind of make that rather effective. But like, you can do little things, but like, you can also, like, as you said, like, resist kind of the privatization of all things, like when it comes to government and government services. Like the neoliberal world is what has produced kind of the degradation of society to a large extent, which everyone is having problems with at the moment. I think the example of what we were seeing at Belfast today is largely, if you weren't around for that, like the Belfast situation is kind of like people are rioting about like mass immigration issues. Like, we're not going to talk about the circumstances of it, but like, it's about mass immigration, and like, people are fucking miserable. Like, society is failing. Western civilization is struggling at the moment, and like, people are feeling the burn for that. And I do believe that like the misery that people are feeling, like they feel like they're kind of trapped, or they have no prospects of the future. I feel like a lot of that has come down to neoliberal policy, which is about austerity, cutting spending, because like, you've always got to justify not going into debt, or further into debt, and like also the privatization of everything. Like, we've privatized a lot of public goods and services. We privatize resources and we privatize services, and that has like kind of made life an entire pay-to-play system, whereas before we had elements of life that were covered by society, and it wasn't all just pay-to-play. Like, people could live in public housing, they could get public health care, they could get public education, and like, they could have services that are valuable for humankind in the modern era, without having to pay to play. But like, everything is kind of pay to play now, and like, people, it's not like they're getting paid more, like relative to how much we actually have to pay to play at the moment. And like, the costs of things, wages haven't really increased at all, if not gone stagnant. But like, we have more costs than ever before. And so like, I feel like the pressures of like a financially stressful existence have made people angry and upset, and like, they look for things to blame, and like, things to explain why they're so fucking miserable. And so they're happy to go after like easy targets. And like, while certain things might be factors, I don't think they're the source of people's frustration. And so like, he's talked about the idea that like, you should, if you want to get rid of like this focus on exchange value, like everything has to be exchanged in order for you to get stuff, then like, you should value institutions that don't work based on exchange, and they work on like use value. So like, a public health system works on use. Like, it costs money, but like, it's there for users, really. Like, a public health system is there because like, when I get sick and I need to go to hospital, I go to hospital because I need the hospital. It's not like it's a system that's been privatized to sell me a product, like private health or private, like, they need to make money. And so like, they make health services a commodity to sell to you. And so like, there's a big part of the health industry, let's say, out there that is like completely manufactured around profit making. Like, if you've ever paid attention to like pharmaceuticals, like, there's some pharmaceutical products out there, if not a large amount of them, but like, there are pharmaceutical products out there, like medicines, basically what I'm saying here, that they produce, and like, they don't actually have a purpose for them. Like, if you've paid attention to like how the pharmaceutical industry works, like, there are medicines out there that they make, like, they make a new medicine and then they're like, oh, we need a sickness to go with this medicine. Like, this is a real thing. Like, you can look it up if you really want to go down that rabbit hole. But like, they're like, oh, we got this medicine, we've just developed it, and like, it's going to help with osteoporosis. Yeah, let's go with that. We'll run some tests on it. We'll see if it fucking helps. And they'll like test this thing and then decide somewhere that it helps with back pain or helps with whatever the fuck it is. And then they package it up and they produce it en masse, and then they tell people that it's good for back pain. And like that's a really fucking strange way of doing things. It's fucking mental. And so there's always a lot of questions out there like where people like ethically ask, like, should health though be run on a system as he describes as the exchange? Should we actually produce like health products based on the idea of profit? Like, should we produce health items for their exchange value? Should we be in the business of production of pharmaceuticals for exchange value? Because like we've got a system, and it just kind of shows what that looks like already. Like I was saying before, like that what that looks like is they produce, like pharmaceutical companies produce drugs and they don't even have a fucking purpose for it. And they manufacture a purpose for the drug, but they produce the drug first and then find the sickness afterwards. It's a mental system. Like really, you should, if you're into being productive in a pharmaceutical sense, you would find a sickness that you want to treat or hopefully cure. But like treating something is way more profitable than curing it. But like something, you find the sickness and then you produce the drug, not the fucking other way around. It's fucking mental how this stuff actually works. LOL, that's how I feel. It's kind of immoral that pharmaceutical companies have the life of many people in the palm of their hands. Yeah, like, you know how there's like that conspiracy out there? Like, I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but like I hear people that criticize capitalism all the time saying stuff like this, that like they've cured cancer, or they've got a way of treating cancer very, very effectively, let's say, and very easily. But like cancer treatment industry or something is like $1 billion industry, you know, like all the different therapies and like the different operations and the different processes they have, the different appointments that you have to go to and all that sort of stuff. And so like there's that kind of conspiracy out there that like it's way more profitable treating cancer over a long period of time than effectively treating it better and efficiently, or like curing it altogether. Like we were even watching when we did some the Cuba investigations, like someone brought up in the chat that like Cuba has come up with its own vaccine for certain types of cancer. Like Cuba can eradicate certain types of cancer, and like it doesn't have like a crash hot pharmaceutical industry, that's for sure. Not like their counterparts in the United States. But like with their backwards communist healthcare system, they've been able to like produce things that are effectively can eradicate certain types of cancers. Like that sort of stuff is incredible. And like they're obviously producing for use and not for production for the sake of profit only. But like, will we ever get access to that if it's not fed into the machine, which is capitalism, to produce profits? Maybe not, because maybe it gets in the way of somebody who profits off treating the type of stuff that they're taking care of. Kind of like how GM had the patent on hydroelectric vehicles back in the 90s. Yeah, and then they just withhold stuff from the market for profit, or for reasons of continuing their profit margins. That's why like capitalism is incredibly productive. Like look at all the cars it's made. But like, could it have made cars that were like way more sustainable up front? Like, and I don't even mean sustainable as in like electric versus combustion, but like cars that like you could have for a lifetime. Like they make a really good fucking car, and like you can have it for 30 years, as opposed to like cars that they encourage you to buy every like fucking 3 or 4 years, because they want to, in order to expand, they must have people consuming cars, and so they make like cheaper cars that can be turned over, every 4 years or something like that. Capitalism, in order to expand and to make room for that profit, it encourages people to burn through things really, really fast. And they want people to consume more than consume less, or consume sustainably. And that's the profit motive in a nutshell. Or how Kodak invented digital camera and shelved. Then other companies figured it out. Then Kodak went bankrupt. Fuck, that's crazy. Capitalists continue digging the same mine for the same thing, while others move on and revolutionize them. Yeah, which is kind of like what's happening with like gas as well, right? In Australia. Like you have people that are proposing to open up new gas mines or gas extraction to like continue on that path, when kind of we know that the people that we're exporting to, at least, are not looking to continue to have gas as a major input in their economy in the next like 20 years. And so like, should we continue doing like opening up new gas mining operations in Australia, knowing that the future market is gone, or is going to go, just for the sake of like companies here that want to make a profit? It seems to be self-defeating almost. They're afraid to lose their profit margins, so they don't evolve. Then other companies make them obsolete. Yeah, and this happens all the time in capitalism. And so like the system of use value and exchange value is important. And I like the way like that he's presented it, even though I don't think it's fully correct. But like if you're just focusing on use value versus exchange value, like he's done a good job of explaining that phenomenon. We can, and like this is where we're going to get revolutionary here. If you're interested, is that like, okay, capitalism has developed industrial society to a point where we produce things for their exchange value. We produce things so they can be sold on the market to generate profit, and like to hell with whether or not they're actually useful or not. Like you said with the Kodak example, we could have had digital cameras ages ago. With like cars, we could have had electric cars ages ago, but like it wasn't going to make the companies that were producing cars money. It was actually, they were going to lose money in shifting to a new form of use value. And so in order to protect their profits and their exchange value, they hide technologies on the market. They hide things from the system, but like they're incentivized to hide things. So once a company gets big and has like huge control over an economy or the world's economy, what it starts to do is like capitalism actually starts to hold back civilization. Like think about that for a second. Like when you hear like commies joke about like the fact that if it wasn't for capitalism, like we could be living in like a Star Trek universe right now. Like that is not so far-fetched. Like if capitalism had gotten to us to a point of industrialization where we started producing with the industrial technology that we have for use, as opposed to like for profit or for exchange, like we might have advanced through so many iterations of technology that we would have self-driving cars right now, or we would have like flying cars. Remember like when you watch movies from the 80s and they think like right now we'd all be like flying, like moving around in like flying cars and stuff like that. Like why shouldn't we be there right now? And there is a big argument to say it's because capitalists held us back, because like were making profits with combustion cars and producing a shit ton of them, and like actually producing them in a way that they become obsolete every few years, so they can push more of the same type of car onto you that just has like a new design. It looks a little bit different. It looks a little bit fancier. and it's got LED lights now or something like that. Or it's got new windscreen wipers, or it now has an operating system inside of it. And like that's all the technological change they wanted to muster, because it was profitable to make the same shit and not revolutionize the technology at all. So capitalism actually holds technological progress back. It gets us to a certain point of industrialization and technological production, but at a certain point it holds us back because it is profitable to withhold advancement. But if you were producing for use, maybe, I'm not going to say definitely, but like maybe the production would be geared towards inputting new technologies like earlier or at different stages to ensure that like there is technological progress all the time, as opposed to just profiteering all the time. It's like it's a huge difference, and like it's a huge gamble. I think some people would say, well, like, how do you know it's going to be better if you do it that way? I don't know. Like, you can only look at examples, like, honestly. Like, people often like to point to China and China's rise. I think China is not socialist. I think they're definitely like, they're anti-capitalist. And they've done a really good job of trying to curtail capitalism and control capitalism. And so like they have capitalism on a leash. But so that's why I refer to them as state capitalist as opposed to socialist, because they control capital, but they also control labor too. Like a lot of China's policy has really been around controlling its labor force in order to make sure its labor force is directed in the right way. So they plan their economy as opposed to just leaving it up to the invisible hand of the market. And so they control labor, they control the unionization of labor, but they put it to work for potentially use value. Like they plan their economies. And so like they're running like a capital-like system where they use the force of capital and they control labor to use the force of capital to make some amazing things. And so they can plan the economy and they can produce use values potentially, but they still do it in a capitalistic way. Like they're still producing for profit. Like there are billionaires in China, but it's like the billionaires don't rule the world in China. Even the billionaires, the capitalist class, is like looked over by the state. And like the state manages both capitalist and labor. They manage labor and capital. And so like they have control. And so I do think China is capitalist, but it's state capitalist. And it's not the type of situation that most people describe it as being. And like they're able to plan their economy as a result of that. And so like they have less focus on the profit if the profit is going to get away or in the way of some social progress and some social good. And so like they can definitely focus their production, unlike free market capitalists in the West. That's for sure. Now let's forget our troubles with a big bowl of strawberry ice cream. Like in Kodak's case, an old pharmacist told me once that when a doctor gives you a prescription, it's a test. They have no idea if it will work. Fuck. What a system, hey? Like in Kodak's case, they have a monopoly on film, so they shelve the idea of digital cameras. But because they did, they went bankrupt when the other companies figured it out. No, I read that before. Capitalism created the Industrial Revolution, but their own ideology holds them back. China isn't socialist, but they're pro-business. And they control, I think that's the important thing, is they both control capital and labor. And those are the two elements that make capitalism, is the coming together of capital and labor, and how we organize that to make the value that we all need around us to make our existence possible and reproduce our existences. And they control those elements instead of leaving it up to the bourgeois, capitalist class, if you will, to do that. They control capital and they control labor, but China does that through a one-party system. Now, whether or not you think the one-party system is their representation of the worker, and so then it is socialist because it's the workers who are in control, that's a whole nother debate. But for the most part, let's say they control capital and labor. They regulate their own market. They do. But like, in a way, like capitalists regulate their own market as well. they definitely regulate their own market, and they skew it towards their own interests and profit. I've actually got to leave early today, so I'm gonna have to park it there. But like, this has been another Theory Thursday, and like, while this might not be as sexy, I think it's interesting, and like, I hope that you guys get some value out of it, and you guys ask some interesting questions too. But yeah, I hope you have enjoyed another Theory Thursday. And like, it's valuable to you. And like, if you have any, I don't know, comments on it, or like topics that you want to cover, you know, let me know. It's the only way to de-horny the chat. Yeah, fuck, there was some fucking crazy shit going on today earlier. Yeah. One party system, but that's not democracy. Therefore, we must sanction them. Yes. Yes, cut them out. That's right. Yeah, thank you everyone who's been interacting today. If you're lurking today, thank you also. If you're watching after the fact, I do appreciate it. I got like a couple of super chats today, so thank you everybody. I do appreciate that. But yeah, thank you for your interactions. Pens down. Yeah, it feels a bit like that. So I'm sorry if it's like a fucking marathon or a struggle, but like, thanks for sticking in there. Pens down. Oh my god. Oh, by the way, I'm going back to TAFE. Oh, fucking good on you. There we go. See, we need labor. We need to train labor. We need labor produces value. And like, how does labor produce value in industrial society? It needs to be fucking educated. It needs to be skilled. And that's like, as society advances, we have more and more skilled labor. I'm starting a Cert 3 in Advanced English. Nice. There we go. Like, just because you want to write more fucking essays on ray gun, that's why. You can tell me. Don't be shy. I know why. But yeah, thank you, Captain Bucket, Larp Jeff, Hobo Joe, 4IS, in the house. Voltatur, Govan hanging out, Ravy Baby, Blaz, Jag. Have I said you, Hobo Joe? If I haven't, I'm sorry. Bandsaw Bandit. Who else we got here? Who have I missed? Oh, KK Online was in earlier too. Saint Chi was hanging out. I think we had Han in here before. I can't go all the way back, but thank you everybody who's been hanging out today. And tomorrow's Far Right Fridays, and like, I haven't got an agenda for Far Right Fridays. So like, if you have anything that you want to dump in Discord for tomorrow, please let me know. I would like to know what you've got. I've got my own trade, but I don't want to do it anymore. Yeah, exactly. You want to write fucking ray gun essays? I thought so. Mate, you got a license for that pen? But yeah, thank you everybody. If you have any suggestions, like I said, for Far Right Fridays, drop them in Discord, and we'll be back tomorrow for the best day of the week, the one that leads us into the fucking weekend. Oh yeah, more essays on ray gun coming through. Oh god. All right, that's it. Until next time, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. See you on the morrow. Cheers.